Chapter 51, Drought and People's Resentment. After taking the list, Zhao Huai quickly left. Although he had spent 3 days and nights in the basement, the time had passed quickly. There was no sense of time in seclusion, and the bright sun now made him feel a bit uncomfortable. At this moment, it was in the afternoon, and the streets were crowded with vendors and merchant teams. Passers-by leading horses could often be seen on the street. There were almost no cultivators on the street, mostly scholars with fans, and occasionally 2 swordsmen walking together. Believe in Crow Immortal, and you shall enjoy favorable weather and be free from illness. You may enter paradise and attain wealth. At this time, there were several groups of people wearing black robes, shouting loudly and banging drums and gongs in a grand manner. Embroidered on their clothes were crows, which seemed to represent some kind of sect. Zhao Huai glanced at them and raised an eyebrow. Believe in Crow Immortal? What kind of organization is this? Then, he shook his head and ignored it. As he walked along, he looked at the list and slowly read, 3 tales of distiller's yeast. Is Madam planning to brew wine? Besides, there's also a porcelain incense burner with azure crane decorated. Silver thread embroidered lotus purse, jade bean cake. Since that's the case, let's go buy the distiller's yeast first. Zhao Huai turned into a small alley paved with bluestones, where occasionally drunkards could be seen staggering past with flushed faces. When he reached the end of the alley, a shop appeared before him. The yellow wine flag hung with the character sun. The shop was small with only 5 square tables and more than a dozen wine jars inside. One could say that the wine in this shop was famous far and wide, selling as well as opium, and a favorite drink for some drinkers before dinner. Due to its popularity, all 5 tables were occupied with guests dressed in shoe-embroidered jade belts, all being gentry from Jinzhou City. When Zhao Huai arrived, Zhao Huai didn't care about them and directly called out, "Old son, bring me a pot of Xiaoao wine." "All right. De Zhuang, serve boss Zhao some wine." The owner of the wine shop was a man in his 50s. His brewing skills were truly excellent, and the wine in the shop was often sold out. He and Zhao Huai were also acquaintances. Zhao Huai would always come to this shop whenever he wanted to buy wine, occasionally chatting with the owner. Over time, they had become familiar with each other and would call each other old son. Seeing Zhao Huai, old son recognized him at once and smilingly greeted him, "Good afternoon, boss Zhao. You haven't been here for a few days." "Well, I've been busy lately." Zhao Huai replied softly, his gaze then falling on the wine jars, and he asked, "Old son, do you have distiller's yeast here? My wife wants to brew some wine and needs 3 tales of distiller's yeast. We can talk about the price." "Of course." Old son, with a grin in his eyes, went into the shop and soon brought out a small bag of distiller's yeast, handing it to Zhao Huai. "How much does it cost?" Old son pretended to disdain. "Oh, come on, we're so familiar already, just some yeast, it's a gift for boss Zhao." "Thanks a lot." Zhao Huai didn't refuse and put away the distiller's yeast. "Go away, you vagrant. Keep your distance. Scram, you're really bad luck." As they spoke, a series of curses came from near the tables. Zhao Huai looked over. "Sir, please show some compassion, just give me a few copper coins. My child has been hungry for days." A dirt-streaked beggar woman could be seen, hunched over and pleading with the drinker at the wine table, her eyes filled with tears. She held a broken porcelain bowl in her hand with a yellow face so skinny that her bones were showing. It was pitiful. Her other hand was holding the hand of an 8-year-old girl. The girl's face was dirty, but her eyes were bright and pure. "I said scram. Didn't you hear me? Boss. Do something." The female beggar stood in front of a round-faced drinker who was holding his nose and cursing, seemingly unable to bear the stench coming from her. I'm sorry." Old son rushed forward with an apologetic smile, leading the mother and daughter away. He then took out a handful of copper coins from his sleeve and placed them in the beggar woman's bowl, sighing. "Take it." Thank you." The beggar woman, who had been too ashamed to raise her head just now, still shrunk her head timidly, choking up in gratitude, as she led her daughter away dejectedly. Zhao Huai glanced at the drinker, frowning slightly, confused in his heart. He then turned to old son and asked, "Haven't seen any vagrants in Jinzhou for a long time. What happened?" Old son sighed helplessly. "There is a great drought this year. Many farmers in the outer city have no harvest. Many people are starving. They are all poor and helpless. Didn't the government do anything? Zhao Huai frowned. Old Sun glanced around and whispered, the government can't do much. I heard from my cousin who is an official, the grains stored in previous years have all been used as military salary. Hearing this, Zhao Huai's frown deepened even further. Young master, your wine is ready. The apprentice in the shop looked unfamiliar, presumably new and honest-looking, handing the wine to Zhao Huai with both hands. Let's go. Zhao Huai threw down a silver coin and left directly. Young master gave too much. The apprentice quickly shouted. Take it as a reward. Zhao Huai walked with the wine, passing by the alleys, and faintly heard angry shouts. This little money. It's only enough for a few meals. What a waste. You got so little for half a day. Ever since breaking through the initiation stage, his spiritual power was incredibly sharp, and he could hear sounds even from far away. Following the footsteps, the sound got closer and closer. In front of him was a disheveled male beggar, wearing tattered shorts, barefoot, and pointing at a mother and daughter as he cursed. This mother and daughter were none other than the female beggar and the little girl whom Zhao Huai had seen earlier. Hurry up and beg some more. Or you won't get any dinner tonight. The male beggar clutched a handful of copper coins, his face fierce. The female beggar could only protect the little girl's head, bowing her head in silence. Still hesitating. Seeing that the two still didn't move, the male beggar reached out to slap her. But just as he raised his hand, he found that he couldn't move it. It felt like something was holding it back. When he looked back, he saw a very handsome young man. Get lost. Zhao Huai looked cold and indifferent as he spoke lightly. With a gentle tug, he flung the male beggar to the ground. The male beggar's face flashed with terror. He didn't dare to fight back, scrambled to his feet, and dashed away without looking back. Zhao Huai picked up the copper coins from the ground and took out a fragment of silver from his waist, handing it to the female beggar. Take it and leave quickly. Thank you, young master. The female beggar choked up as tears streamed down her face. Without lingering, she walked away with the little girl. When Zhao Huai looked back, he saw some beggars lying in disarray in the shadows of far-off alleys, shrinking into corners, motionless, not knowing whether they were dead or alive. Other beggars were eyeing the direction of the mother and daughter, their eyes shining brightly. However, upon seeing Zhao Huai's gaze, they all lowered their heads, not daring to look again. In his martial robes, tall and with bright eyes, Zhao Huai exuded an aura of power which no one would dare to mess with since he had broken through the initiation stage. The corners of the alley were desolate and filled with an icy silence, making people feel uncomfortable. Sounds of barking from the courtyards of wealthy households could be heard in the distance. What a prosperous age! Zhao Huai shook his head and turned away. Not long after he left. The sounds of gongs and drums came from the streets and then entered the alleys. Believe in Crow Immortal, and you'll have favorable weather and immunity from disease. Join our Raven sect and receive a ration of rice. The Crow Immortal will bless you, grant you heavenly bliss in the afterlife, and wealth and nobility in the next life. Devoted believers walked through the alleys, shouting loudly. Do they really have rice? A gaunt beggar crawled out and asked hopefully. Of course, it's true. Join the Raven sect, and you'll have enough rice. The leading believer smiled faintly, confident in his words. Chapter 52, Searching for a Pet in the Busy Streets. After leaving Wine Alley, Zhao Huai planned to head to the bustling streets of Green Dragon Sect next. The busy streets of Green Dragon Sect was the largest market in Jinzhou, located in the inner city. Whether you wanted to buy furniture such as beds, tables, and chairs, or luxury items such as jade, ivory, and spices, or even animals like famous horses, cats, dogs, birds, and insects, you can find them all in this market. In every corner and alley, various breeds of dogs and cats, and birds of all shapes and colors were clamoring on this lively street, making cheerful noises. Zhao Huai would stop and take a look at each shop he passed. Madame had asked him to buy some small pets, but she hadn't specified whether to buy cats, dogs, or birds, instead letting him decide. It seemed casual, but this didn't feel like a genuine desire to keep pets, it was more like wanting to add some liveliness to their shop. He had been staring at a wooden cage for quite some time, as he found the dog inside constantly watching him. Zhao Huai stared back at the dog with equal intensity. It was a friendly staring contest between man and dog. What are you looking at? Zhao Huai couldn't help but think angrily. Dear guest, are you interested in buying a dog? Our dogs are all meticulously bred for dog fighting, guaranteeing each one to be vigorous and spirited. The dog seller noticed Zhao Huai's gaze and approached him with a smile. No, I'm just looking. Zhao Huai immediately shook his head when he heard it was a dog fighting store. Nowadays, the wealthy gentry in the city like to organize fights for fun. These days, cricket fighting has become too popular and many ordinary people have joined in. To differentiate their hobbies as more elegant, the gentry have started exploring other avenues. As the saying goes, when something becomes too popular, it loses its appeal. Perhaps the gentry think the same way. The current trend is dogfighting and horse racing. Both dog breeds and horse breeds are not affordable for ordinary people, and therefore, naturally become the new toys for the rich. In any entertainment venue, there will inevitably be people opening bets and making money. People rush in hoping to win big, and every year, some lose everything they own. But on rare occasions, some people do strike it rich and become incredibly wealthy. However, it does truly stimulate the economic development of Jinzhou. They were fine for guarding the house, but not suitable for being pampered in one's hands. Moreover, they often had injuries from the dog fights. He felt that Madame might not like this kind. After strolling around, Zhao Huai arrived at a bird shop, which was much more lively compared to the dog stores. However, there were also many fakes in the bird shops. Today, you might buy a new throstle, only to find that the seller had applied some kind of substance to make its feathers appear fresh and new. In reality, it was an old bird disguised as a new one. Furthermore, some birds with beautiful appearances might have been dyed, and such birds usually don't live long. They were typically used to deceive novices who wouldn't know any better, and when their birds died, they would think it was their own fault. Buying birds indeed had numerous tricks, but Zhao Huai was not worried. He didn't believe anyone could fool him. He had always been the one tricking others, it was impossible for people to trick him. And he had discovered a pleasant surprise. That was his expert appraiser destiny came in handy. Expert appraiser could not only appraise antiques and articles for amusement but also other things. As the saying goes, judging treasures naturally includes identifying objects. It could identify both inanimate and animate objects alike. Zhao Huai was browsing the various bird cages. There were quite a few bird species here, including throstle and larks with great singing voices, as well as birds of prey like goshawks and sparrowhawks, which could guard and protect their owners' properties with prestige. Glancing inside the shop, Zhao Huai saw some brightly colored parrots. As everyone knows, parrots can mimic human speech, which certainly piqued Zhao Huai's interest. Speak something to let me see. Zhao Huai smiled at the yellow-green parrot in the cage. Fool, fool. With a tilt of its little head, the yellow-green parrot hopped away, not even looking at him, as it issued a childish voice. Zhao Huai immediately became unhappy and complained, "Hey, you silly bird, you know how to insult people, hey." However, he didn't want to argue with a bird, so he turned to look at the other birds. Soon, he noticed that among the many bird cages, there was a special one placed separately, covered with a black cloth. Zhao Huai was curious and asked the bird seller, "Boss, what's the deal with this cage, is it for sale?" The bird seller smiled and said, "Well, this bird is too wild, and we couldn't tame it. It would collide with the cage when exposed to light, so we had no choice but to cover it." Zhao Huai nodded in understanding. It's common to encounter birds that are hard to tame, and they will keep hitting the cage until they die or are on the verge of death. "May I have a look?" Zhao Huai asked. "No problem, feel free to look, guest." Zhao Huai lifted a corner of the black cloth covering the bird cage and saw a black bird with a tuft of white feathers on its head lying at the bottom of the cage, motionless. The white feathers were stained with blood, and one corner of the bird cage was slightly bulging, seemingly caused by the bird's collisions. Even he couldn't help but sigh at the sight of this miserable scene. The bird must be very frustrated and should be allowed to breathe some fresh air. The bird seller beside him explained, "This is a myna bird. Its white feathers on the head indicate it's a high-quality breed. It has an excellent voice, and I didn't dye it. I found it in the mountains outside the city. It took a lot of effort to catch it. The bird flies extremely fast, and it took a dozen people and a full hour to catch it. But since I caught this myna bird, it hasn't made a sound, just kept hitting the cage. It's stupid and probably has a problem with its brain. But it's quite strong, having warped the cage." Zhao Huai looked at the myna bird, pondering. The myna bird is indeed a mysterious breed. It looks very much like a crow, with only slight differences. However, it represents good fortune, like the magpie, and is considered a mascot. At the same time, it can imitate the calls of more than a dozen bird species, including the parrot, and can also mimic human speech. The expert appraiser destiny activated, and Zhao Huai's senses were instantly amplified. His eyes squinted as he took in every detail of the myna bird before him. The bird's eyes were full of spirituality, setting it apart from other birds. Although its wings couldn't flap, its small eyes continued to move. It was very strange, staring outside the cage or, more specifically, at the black ring on his hand, as if it was thinking about something. It seemed to have its thoughts. Through his destiny, Zhao Huai could basically conclude that this bird was not that simple. If he ignored it, the bird seller might throw it away, and it would be snatched by a wildcat. So, he decided to take it. However, before doing that, he wanted to see if he could obtain a destiny first. He tossed a copper coin and, as expected, got a fortune result. A yellow orb emerged. Observing words and expressions, inferior yellow grade, when doing business with merchants, you will always get a good price, saving a lot of trouble. Price negotiating artifact, not a high grade, but very practical. Zhao Huai gradually realized that sometimes practicality was more important than grade. "Boss, please sell this myna bird to me." Zhao Huai spoke up. The bird seller put down his work and curiously asked, "Why do you want to buy it?" "It doesn't make any sound, and it's not pretty. As the saying goes, a person is admired for their ambition, and a bird is admired for its beauty. Young master, why not buy a good-looking and healthy bird? This bird is probably not going to live long," the bird seller kindly reminded him. Zhao Huai smiled and said, "Buying and burying it would be better than throwing it away to be eaten by a wildcat." After hearing his words, the bird seller's eyes showed a mix of emotions, and he sighed. "Sigh, guest, you are a kind-hearted person. I'll sell it to you for 100 wen. Deal?" Zhao Huai nodded. 100 wen was a great bargain. Otherwise, a bird usually cost more than 10 taels of silver, and some expensive ones even sold for over 100 taels. Myna bird's price ranged at 500 taels or more. Chapter 53, Adding some atmosphere to life. When they left the bird shop, Zhao Huai carried a bird cage in his left hand, a bottle of wine in his right hand, and took a sip from time to time. He had initially planned to put this myna bird in the black ring, but suddenly realized that the ring couldn't contain living things, so he had to carry it in his hand. This Xiaoao wine really has a genuine taste. Zhao Huai finished a mouthful, smacked his lips, and chuckled lightly. He wasn't addicted to drinking, but occasionally, it could be used as a beverage to quench his thirst. He picked up the bird cage and couldn't help muttering, "Can you be a bit more energetic? Just move a bit." Unfortunately, the myna bird still had no energy, lying there with only occasional wing flutters. Never mind. Zhao Huai temporarily gave up and decided to investigate further when he got home. In the following time, Zhao Huai walked around and shopped, spending a long time buying almost everything needed. Then he threw them all into the black ring, which fortunately had a spacious interior and had plenty of room to accommodate these items. As he passed by a fine attic in the middle of the busy streets, he caught sight of the sign Huachun Room. It was clear from the entrance that the shop mainly served women, with all kinds of colorful fabrics, underwear, rouge, and other items on display. Zhao Huai suddenly realized that Madame seemed to have very few really nice clothes apart from the usual white gauze dresses and plain blue skirts she wore. Compared to those elegant young ladies from noble families, Madame's wardrobe was indeed lacking. There's a saying, right? A woman who can be found with money, don't get serious, but a woman who can be found with true feelings, give her more money. Zhao Huai felt this was reasonable and completely agreed. So without hesitation, he walked into the shop. As soon as he stepped in, the female shopkeeper followed, her eyes shining at the sight of Zhao Huai's handsome appearance, as if she was a hungry wolf seeing meat. It wasn't the shopkeeper's fault for being calculating. Most of the clients who came to this shop were women, and they tended to have a keen eye. Men were different, as they usually chose things for their loved ones or wives, and they were more generous in their purchases. Young master must be selecting items for his sweetheart, the shopkeeper approached with a warm and friendly tone. Zhao Huai smiled faintly and nodded, "Indeed, I'm choosing some beautiful clothes for my wife. Madam, please bring out some beautiful skirts you have." "All right. Please follow me upstairs, young master." The shopkeeper's smile deepened as she led the way. Zhao Huai followed her to the second floor, which was just as spacious as the first floor. There were even better quality clothes and more styles available here, such as one-piece dresses, slit skirts, and various other designs that were too numerous to count. He believed his taste in clothing and sense of aesthetics were far ahead of this era, having seen all sorts of beautiful clothes before. He chose a moon-white one-piece dress from the silver silk workshop in Jiangnan, and a smoky-colored gown made of shoe embroidery. He intentionally opted for less vibrant colors because his wife was gentle on the outside but tough on the inside. Subtle colors could complement her dignified and ethereal aura perfectly. Zhao Huai decisively picked a few dresses and then turned his attention to the underwear. "Do you sell intimate clothing here?" "We do, right here." The shopkeeper saw Zhao Huai pick several high-quality dresses, and her smile grew even wider. The young master must really love the madam. It's rare for men to personally come here to buy intimate clothing. Intimate clothing referred to women's underwear in ancient times, which represented uncleanness, and that's why the shopkeeper said so. Zhao Huai didn't mind and maintained a composed demeanor. "It's all here." The shopkeeper opened a wooden cabinet, revealing a compartment filled with intimate clothing. However, Zhao Huai glanced briefly and shook his head dissatisfied. These were too conservative, not to mention the outdated style. Apparently, some things were still unexpectedly lagging. "Madam, these are too ordinary. Do you have anything more, you know?" The shopkeeper, being experienced, instantly understood, the young master means something with more appeal. "Exactly." The shopkeeper showed a meaningful expression on her face and said seriously. "Of course we do, but I have to go to the back warehouse to get it." "Young master, why don't you tell me madam's size so I can pick out the right one?" "Size?" Zhao Huai muttered under his breath and unconsciously spread his fingers wide, making a considerable curve as he compared it to the underwear in front of him. He pointed at a piece and said, "About this size." "Okay, please wait a moment, young master." As Zhao Huai was waiting, a young woman walked up the nearby stairs. She was no more than 20 years old, with a delicate and pretty appearance, a dot of red vermilion on her forehead, and a beautiful mole under her right eye. She had willow-like eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes, and blood-colored lips. She wore a cherry-red chest-high dress with blue embroidered shoes on her feet. A small bun was tied behind her head, and the rest of her soft black hair fell over her shoulders. A peach blossom pendant dangled from her tender earlobes. The woman in the dress looked around at the clothes on display with a scrutinizing gaze. However, she shook her head after only a few glances. "Ha, such a grown man buying underwear for a woman. Are you not ashamed?" Although her voice was pleasant and crisp, it was also a bit sassy and sharp-tongued. Upon hearing her voice, Zhao Huai lazily turned his head, glanced at her, and said indifferently, "None of your business. You." The woman in the dress was choked by Zhao Huai's words, her expression stunned as her face immediately turned ugly. No one had ever spoken to her in such a tone. "Young master, they are ready." Soon, the shopkeeper came out holding several colorful pieces of clothing. The visible corners had various exquisitely embroidered patterns, evidently not ordinary. Zhao Huai's eyes lit up, and without inspecting them, he calmly said, "I'll take them all. Let's settle the bill." "All right." The shopkeeper happily packaged the beautiful underwear and handed them to Zhao Huai. However, the woman in the dress followed him relentlessly, demanding, "Zhao Huai, what's your name?" But Zhao Huai didn't answer. He paid the money, took the clothes, picked up the birdcage from the floor, and walked straight downstairs. From beginning to end, he didn't say a word, completely ignoring her. The woman stood there, feeling her head buzz. She watched Zhao Huai leave as his agile movements escaped her perception. After leaving Huachun room, the young lady was in a terrible mood. 6 soldiers surrounded her tightly, protecting her in the middle. They were all burly and tall, wearing black scale armor, with swords at their waists and crossbows on their arms. They seemed well trained. They bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, Princess Yang Yun." The woman pursed her red lips, looking extremely upset and frustrated. "I'm so angry. I just met a stupid guy. His appearance was not bad, but he was so arrogant. He didn't even consider me. Can you beat him up for me, to let out some steam?" One of the soldiers stepped forward and whispered, "Princess, we're hiding this trip from the prince as we traveled south. It's not appropriate to make a big scene." The woman in the dress sighed helplessly, that's true. I'd better go find my sister first. I heard she just got married not long ago. I hope the husband she found isn't like this jerk, who has no regard for others. Chapter 54, In my great Xia country, the nation prospers and the people live in peace. Xia country's capital, Yangzhen Palace. In the inner chamber, the beams were made of fragrant sandalwood, lamps made from crystal jade, and curtains made from emerald pearls. The smoke from the purple gold incense burner rose slowly, and the table was filled with delicious food, but not a single bite had been eaten. The man lying on the imperial bed was none other than the founding emperor of Xia country, Yu Daokang. He seemed to be in his 50s, which should have been his prime, but his hair was graying at the temples, wrinkles covered his face, and his body appeared frail. Only his eyes appeared bright and sharp. 2 ministers stood beside the bed, and only those who either held high positions or were close to the emperor would have been allowed to stand in the emperor's private residence. These 2 ministers were Fan Yan, the Grand Secretary of Wenchang Pavilion, and Lu Longqing, the Minister of Revenue. They were both among the closest officials to the emperor and were involved in many important aspects of Xia country, including people's livelihood, taxation, legislation, and finance. Emperor, this year So Lake area is facing a great drought. The rice that was sown in the spring is now approaching summer harvest time, but the crops have died. I'm afraid the common people will go hungry. Grain merchants in various regions are driving up prices. The government's storehouses are mostly running low, and the people are suffering unbearable hardships. If this continues, I'm afraid. Fan Yan's serious words were cut off by the emperor. Yu Daokang glanced at him discontentedly and said with a deep voice, how come everything you say makes it seem like my Xia country is on the verge of collapse? Minister of Revenue Lu Longqing smirked and apologized with a smile, Emperor, it's just that Fan always likes to exaggerate. Our Xia country has been flourishing for several years since its founding, how could it be possible for people to starve to death in the streets? I'm guessing Fan is just trying to get your attention. With Lu Longqing's mediation, Yu Daokang's frown visibly relaxed. Although the old saying goes, bad advice may be unpleasant to the ear, but good medicine tastes bitter, who is willing to listen to harsh words? Lu Longqing smoothed things over, but Fan Yan felt no gratitude in his heart. A true scholar has principles that won't change even when bamboo is burned or jade is broken. He continued to report, Emperor, what this humble official spoke was absolutely true. Nowadays, many storehouses in different regions have been emptied for military use, neglecting the relief of the people. These additional troops are of no use and are a burden to our country. Your Majesty, please consider reducing the troops. So you're blaming me for expanding the troops to defend against alien tribes? Yu Daokang slapped the bed in anger, unleashing his dragon's wrath, which was quite intimidating. This humble official dares not. Fan Yan immediately bowed his head and apologized. Cough, cough. After his outburst, Yu Daokang's chronic illness flared up, making his face pale and causing him to cough incessantly. Although Lu Longqing enjoyed seeing Fan Yan stumble, he had no choice but to step in and mediate once again. Emperor, please calm your anger and take care of your health. Now, Fan, though there is indeed a great drought, the consequences you described are far too exaggerated. Our country's treasury is full, we only need to distribute grain to the regions in need. With His Majesty's grace, we can transport the surplus grain from the imperial city to various places, resolving the issue and allowing the people to feel the emperor's benevolence. The military cannot be reduced under any circumstances. If it weren't for the crown prince guarding the north, those alien tribes would have attacked us long ago. Upon hearing Lu Longqing's words, Yu Daokang felt his cough ease significantly and nodded in approval. Lu, your advice is sound. Transport the surplus grain from around the imperial city to address the urgent needs. The palace will also cut back on expenses, which should help us get through this difficult time. Fan Yan sighed internally, feeling both angry and frustrated. As the saying goes, when So Lake is abundant, the world is sufficient. But now that the granaries are all in crisis, how can the capital's grain be enough? Little did they know, this drought could affect the harvest for the rest of the year. Without a large supply of grain, it would be impossible to endure the lengthy crisis. Emperor, this grain, enough. I am somewhat weary today. We will discuss this matter later. Fan Yan's words were interrupted once again. Apparently, as people age, they become less willing to listen to unpleasant things. Emperor Yu Daokang was no exception. He rubbed his temple irritably and said to Fan Yan, "You may leave." "Yes." Fan Yan bid farewell and turned to leave. As he stepped out, he glanced at the untouched delicacies on the table and couldn't help but sigh deeply. The common people must be suffering this year. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Lu Longqing still stood in place obediently. "How is Huang doing lately?" "Reporting to your majesty, Crown Prince is doing well, with abundant military supplies and a relatively stable border. Everything is peaceful." Not bad." "Qing Han. How about her side?" Lu Longqing couldn't help but pause upon hearing the two words. It had been a long time since the emperor had mentioned this name. "Princess. She is living in seclusion in a salt city in the south, and her life is not too bad." Yu Daokang, lying on the imperial bed, showed a complicated look in his wrinkled eyes. "It's a pity that she's a daughter after all." Lu Longqing eagerly agreed, yes, in terms of her military achievements and merits, she could be considered the leader of the generals and be the first amongst the three armies. If she were a man, she might have taken over your majesty's mission. Yu Daokang slowly closed his eyes and said, "I suppose this is the reason she resents me so much. It's better that she left, there's too much intrigue here." Upon hearing this, Lu Longqing bowed his head and remained silent. He was very astute, knowing which words were safe to say, and which were not. In the early days of the temple, the reputation of the generals had almost surpassed the emperor, and they only knew the senior general and no one else. Who could sit on the throne was important, but the chaos must not be messed up. It was likely that the princess had grown tired of all this before she chose to leave. "What about Pei Ming? It's been a year since we last saw him, how is he doing?" Lu Longqing gave a slight smile. "Changning King Pei Ming is living quite comfortably. He sent his daughter to the sect, and spends his days adventuring with his wife. They seem quite happy." Upon hearing this, Yu Daokang gained interest. "Daughter? If I remember correctly, her name is Pei Xiangyun." "Indeed, Princess Xiangyun." Lu Longqing nodded with a smile. Yu Daokang couldn't help but reveal a grin. "When I first saw the girl, I thought she was delicate and named her Xiangyun. I didn't expect her to grow up so fast. Isn't it, Your Majesty? Princess Xiangyun is bold and unconventional, which is why she was directly sent to the sect for discipline. Changning King is really heartless enough." When Lu Longqing left Yangzhen Palace, the sky had already begun to dim. Lu Longqing looked at the palace in front of him, smiled meaningfully. He quickly left, travelled out of the imperial palace, and arrived at a tavern in the market called Daxing Tavern. Up the stairs, a table full of delicious food and wine awaited him by the window on the second floor, with a man already seated. "Master Lu really cares about the common people, you actually stayed in the palace for so long." The man laughed lightly, lifting his wine glass and filled 2 cups to the brim. "Oh, it's nothing. I, Lu, just did whatever little I could." Lu Longqing shook his head while holding his wine. "With the great drought upon us, I thought that with Fan Yan causing trouble, the plan would stall. I didn't expect Master Lu to solve the problem with just a few words. King Qin is very satisfied. As long as His Highness is satisfied," Lu Longqing flattered with a smile. Chapter 55, Madam's Good Friend. Huai's pawnshop remained quiet. Yu Qinghan sat quietly in front of the counter, holding a storybook in her jade-like hand, reading it with great concentration. When she came across an exciting part, her phoenix eyes curved and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but lift up slightly. She wondered curiously while reading, how could these scholars write such outrageous, melodramatic endings? Can humans and ghosts fall in love? However, the writing was excellent and suitable for passing the time. Yu Qinghan was engrossed in her book. But she didn't notice there was a carriage made of glaze pulled up at the street side, with 6 soldiers guarding it. A woman in a skirt picked up her hem, got off the carriage, and saw the sign of Huai's pawnshop not far away. She nodded, then turned to the 6 soldiers and said, "Why don't you go and wait for me at the inn, otherwise, it is too conspicuous with you standing nearby." "But, Princess, your safety." The woman in the skirt waved her hand lightly. "Don't worry, do you not trust my sister's cultivation? With her here, no one can harm me." The 6 soldiers exchanged glances and nodded, "As you command." Then they left with the carriage. The woman in the skirt smiled and stepped forward, clearly excited, as she quickly ran over. Seeing the familiar face, she couldn't help but call out, "Sister, I'm here to see you." Upon hearing the voice, Yu Qinghan looked up and saw the visitor. Her face showed a surprised expression. Xiang Yun? How come you're here? Upon seeing the young lady, Yu Qinghan was clearly taken aback. This enchanting woman was the biological daughter of Changning perfect Ural prince, Pei Xiangyun. Changning king, Pei Ming, was the only perfect Ural prince of Xia country with a different surname. He was originally the captain of the Yu family's guards, having served the Yu family for more than a decade. After following Yu Qinghan in fighting battles, he gained significant merit and was conferred as a perfect Ural prince after the founding of the country. However, he lost his military and political power and became an idle prince. Weren't you sent to a sect by Uncle Ming? Yu Qinghan asked curiously. She clearly remembered that Pei Xiangyun had beaten up a noble young master who tried to flirt with her, turning his face into a mess. As a result, she was scolded by Changning King and then sent to a nearby sect for discipline. Pei Xiangyun pouted her lips and rolled her eyes upon hearing this. Don't mention it. I sneaked out. That sect is so boring, nothing but cultivation all day. There isn't even a store selling nice clothes nearby, and it's just depressing. Yu Qinghan couldn't help but smile bitterly. This behavior was typical of her sister. Her younger sister, 3 years her junior, was as close as a blood sister to her. She knew Pei Xiangyun very well. Pei Xiangyun was notoriously difficult to manage. Her assertive actions had tamed the young masters of Changning County so well that her reputation was known among the surrounding states and counties. Sister, is this the Jinzhou pawn shop you mentioned in the letter? Pei Xiangyun stepped into the shop, looking like a city supervisor inspecting the streets, her almond-like eyes revealing a scrutinizing look. My goodness, this is too shabby for a pawn shop. Can't they even hang a famous painting? There are no mascots, either. I see those pawn shops in the capital city with prestigious animals, rare treasures, and cultural relics displayed at the door so that everyone can see. My husband is a humble and modest man, and he doesn't care for such things, Yu Qinghan explained with a smile. Modest? I think he's just too poor. I hope he isn't stingy. Pei Xiangyun couldn't help but speculate. Hearing this, Yu Qinghan's face quickly turned stern. She patted her sister's head and said seriously. Xiangyun, don't be rude. He's your brother-in-law, and always will be. I know. Sister. Pei Xiangyun rubbed her head, aggrieved, her watery, almond-like eyes so pitiful that anyone who saw them would feel sorry for her. By now, she understood the importance of her brother-in-law in her sister's heart. It was really high. In the past, her sister had always doted on her and catered to her, seldom scolding her. But now, just because she said he was stingy, she got a slap on the head. It was really something. No matter what, this made her even more eager to meet this brother-in-law of hers. In the end, what kind of amazing man could make her unparalleled sister so infatuated? Where's my brother-in-law? Doesn't he want to meet me, his little sister-in-law? Pei Xiangyun looked around the room, trying to catch a glimpse of anyone else. Oh, he went out to buy some stuff, should be back soon. I see, is he very handsome? Pei Xiangyun was very curious. Very handsome? Yu Qinghan nodded seriously. How's his personality, is he good to my sister? Pretty good, he can cook, takes care of the household diligently, and we never quarrel. That's good, I'm just afraid my sister would suffer too much here. Pei Xiangyun nodded, then took out quite a few things from her storage ring and said with a smile. Sis, I brought so many rouges, powders, and hairpins for you. They are all famous products from the capital city, not something ordinary people can buy. Yu Qinghan took them and looked at them one by one, quite satisfied, and then smiled with relief. Good, I appreciate your thoughtfulness. Seeing the rouge, Pei Xiangyun seemed to recall some unpleasant memories and said angrily. Sis, you don't know how angry I was today. I met a really arrogant man. Yu Qinghan listened and felt quite accustomed to it. She said with a light smile, tell me about it. Actually, I arrived in Jinzhou in the afternoon, but I wanted to buy a few more clothes for my sister. As a result, I saw a man in a store selling women's clothes. He was standing among the pile of lingerie. That's reasonable, maybe it was for his beloved. Yu Qinghan felt it was quite normal. The point is that he didn't take me seriously and even said things like none of your business. Then he stopped talking to me. Can you believe it? Pei Xiangyun said innocently. Really? Yu Qinghan was doubtful, as the more she listened, the more incredible it sounded. It's true. That guy didn't look bad, but for some reason, his character was like that. Pei Xiangyun looked very wronged. It's not that big of a deal. You shouldn't have laughed at him. Yu Qinghan shook her head and laughed, feeling that the other party was still a bit naughty. Then she looked at the sky, and it wasn't early anymore. Her husband should be back now. The next second, she saw a tall figure in the distance, slowly walking towards them from the other end of the street. My husband is back. Yu Qinghan smiled as the corner of her mouth curled up. My brother-in-law came back. Pei Xiangyun's eyes lit up as she quickly looked towards the street, eager to see what her brother-in-law looked like and if he was as good as her sister had claimed. In the dusk, a tall shadow appeared before their eyes, looking so magnificent under the setting sun. One hand was carrying a birdcage, while the other was holding a jug of wine and a basket of groceries. As the figure got closer and closer, Pei Xiangyun felt more and more apprehensive, frowning in bewilderment. Why did this person look so familiar? Zhao Huai finished shopping and finally managed to buy everything. He returned to the pawn shop. Madam, I'm back. We're having fish today, I'll cook. As soon as he set foot in the pawn shop, he saw another woman sitting there. At that moment, small eyes met big eyes. The small eyes belonged to Pei Xiangyun, and the big eyes belonged to Zhao Huai. However, Zhao Huai's reaction was quite calm, with a quirk of his brows. Why are you here? Chapter 56, The younger sister-in-law picked up for nothing. Isn't the woman sitting in front of me the same one from the Huachun room? Raven hair, almond eyes, and a pretty face. Such a beauty, but it's a shame she has such a mouth on her. It's indeed me. Pei Xiangyun glared at Zhao Huai, her mouth puffed up in annoyance. Now she understood. So the annoying fellow just now was her brother-in-law. Zhao Huai's glance shifted towards Yu Qinghan, the unspoken question in his gaze crystal clear. Yu Qinghan introduced her with a smile. Husband, let me introduce you to someone. This is my sister, Pei Xiangyun. Although we're not related by blood, I have raised her since she was a child. She's 3 years younger than me, just turned 20 this year. Sister, so that means you're close friends, right? Close friends? What's that? Yu Qinghan asked, confused. Oh, it's natural for madam not to know. That's the term we use in my hometown, it means intimate friends from within the same social circle, Zhao Huai explained with a smile. That makes sense. Yu Qinghan nodded, she's my uncle's daughter. Originally she was part of an aristocratic family in the capital city, but they moved out and she might stay with us for a while. From what I heard earlier, it seems you've already met. Indeed, we met in the busy streets, Zhao Huai acknowledged, his gaze drifting towards the young lady sitting before him, her almond eyes glaring at him and her mouth pouted. He raised an eyebrow, why are you staring at me? Pei Xiangyun crossed her arms and pouted, aren't you going to explain how you treated me in the Huachun room? Right after that, as if she found her backbone, she turned her gaze to her sister and told on him. Sis, let me tell you, this is the man with the terrible attitude I was telling you about. Oh, now I understand, why make such a fuss about it? Just let it go. After listening to their conversation and combining what Pei Xiangyun just said, Yu Qinghan pretty much figured out what had happened. She didn't think her husband did anything wrong. On the contrary, she thought what he did was quite right. Of course, she knew what kind of character Xiangyun was, sooner or later her temper needs to be adjusted. Husband, did you go shopping for clothes? Yu Qinghan noticed that Zhao Huai was placing some things he had brought back down on the ground, among which were quite a few clothes, beautifully wrapped and very neat. Yes, I wasn't sure what style you liked, so I bought all the styles and colors you like, Zhao Huai smiled. Yu Qinghan picked up the clothes and went through each of them, her phoenix eyes gleaming with delight. Obviously she never expected Zhao Huai to voluntarily buy her clothes and she was genuinely surprised and delighted. I think they're all nice, very stylish. While flipping through the clothes, Yu Qinghan suddenly noticed a corner with a small bunch of brightly colored, intricately patterned lingerie. She instantly knew what her husband was thinking. Her lovely face turned a rare shade of red. Seeing such a scene, Pei Xiangyun was genuinely taken aback. The difference in treatment was simply outrageous. When he bought something for her, her sister just accepted it calmly. But something bought by this jerk made her sister so happy? Is this really her sister? So biased. While shocked, Pei Xiangyun also felt suspicious. This man must have done something to her sister. Sis, this jerk. Call him brother-in-law. Yu Qinghan looked up, her expression turned serious suddenly. Her calm tone revealed an undeniable certainty. Pei Xiangyun, seeing Zhao Huai smirking in front of her, was at a loss for words. Hurry up! Yu Qinghan urged impatiently. Brother-in-law. Finally, like squeezing toothpaste out of a tube, these two words finally came out from Pei Xiangyun. But from her expression, it was clear that she was reluctant. Zhao Huai curled up the corner of his mouth and said leisurely, "You do no fear. Say brother-in-law again? From now on, brother-in-law will look out for you and we can let bygones be bygones." Brother-in-law. Under the overwhelming power of her sister, Pei Xiangyun finally gave in, whispering. Very obedient, as expected of my younger sister-in-law. Zhao Huai laughed heartily, responding with joy. This girl obviously lacks a good social beating, she really needs proper disciplining. Just stepping outside, he bumped into his younger sister-in-law. Indeed, no one could compare to this unexpected encounter. Pei Xiangyun turned her face to one side, pouting and refusing to speak. Seeing her like this, Yu Qinghan couldn't help but smile, and turned to Zhao Huai, "Husband, don't quarrel with her. It's just that she's been spoiled by staying at home too long. It's okay. Since we're all family, it's just a minor matter." Zhao Huai shook his head, indicating there was no issue. Naturally, he wouldn't argue with a girl over petty matters. If she's the sister of his wife, then she's family too, there's no need to foster hatred. "Husband, it seems you bought a bird." Yu Qinghan saw the bird cage on the ground and was a bit surprised. She initially thought her husband would bring back a cat or a dog. "Yeah, I noticed this bird was a bit special, so I bought it. But this bird looks like it's about to die. Saving it might bring it back to life." Zhao Huai smirked. After placing the things he bought in their proper place, he excused himself to go cook. After examining the things bought, Yu Qinghan turned to see the silent Pei Xiangyun, and teasingly said. "Still angry? Don't be upset, tomorrow your sister will take you to see a play, okay? There are a lot of delicious things in the busy streets, definitely things you'll like." After soothing by Yu Qinghan, Pei Xiangyun felt a bit relief, her sister still cares for her. "It's a deal, then. Pinky promise. MHM. Only then did Pei Xiangyun unfold a smile, but then suddenly remembered the purpose of her visit, creating a slight conflict in her heart. Ultimately, she decided to take the plunge. She straightened her expression, earnestly said, "Sister, actually, the purpose of my visit wasn't entirely to see you. Oh. Sis, on my journey south, guess what I saw?" "What?" Yu Qinghan furrowed her brows. "There are many refugees migrating south. They say there's been a great drought this year, and the common people have lost their crops, so they're all rushing to Jiangnan. Additionally, I heard from the senior brothers in our sect that there are cults emerging in many places. What kind of sign do you think this is? I believe you should be very clear. Since when did you start caring about these things?" Yu Qinghan felt a little strange. "Sis, do you really think I'm still a child? I'm a cultivator now, at the 4th stage of refining qi. The average person is no match for me." Pei Xiangyun's eyes showed a rare calmness. Seeing Pei Xiangyun's eyes, Yu Qinghan felt a strange familiarity. She looked just like the young Changning king, Pei Ming. Could he really not know about Xiangyun's escape? Perhaps Xiangyun's journey south was something Pei Ming allowed. With this thought, Yu Qinghan's eyes began to sharpen. This could be an attempt to probe, or even forge an alliance. "So what are you trying to say?" Yu Qinghan indifferently asked. "Sis, let's go home." Pei Xiangyun's apricot eyes filled with an inexplicable glint. "Nonsense!" Yu Qinghan reprimanded sharply, her brows furrowed. "Why are you concerning yourself with matters that the imperial court will handle?" Pei Xiangyun pondered. The current King Qin is stationed at the border, and his proposal to expand the army has been approved by the emperor. He seems to be sharpening his swords for some action. I have a feeling that he's up to no good. Yu Qinghan shook her head. "My elder brother has always been rash and indecisive. He's been scared of our father since childhood. What can he do with a few strategists and his insignificant 200,000 soldiers? But what if one day, His Majesty is no longer here? Don't speak nonsense, our father is in his prime. The Xia country still has a long future ahead. Pei Xiangyun pouted helplessly, counter-questioning, so does sister really plan to live out her life here? And why not? The things of the past have long tired me. Now, I just want to live peacefully with your brother-in-law. Having said that, Yu Qinghan looked towards the busy figure in the distance, the corner of her mouth slightly rising in a smile. Chapter 57, So that's what kind of bird you are. Zhao Huai's cooking may not be top-notch, but at least he has the skills to cook up a full table of dishes. After half an hour of bustle, all dishes were finally ready. This smells so good, indeed my husband, said Yu Qinghan, inhaling the aroma and showing a delightful smile of praise. Zhao Huai wiped the sweat off his forehead and laughed, let's eat while it's hot, especially this fried fish in black bean sauce, I guarantee it'll suit your taste. Pei Xiangyun's eyes revealed a hint of surprise as she looked at the full table of dishes. She hadn't expected her sister's words to be true. She hadn't met many men who could cook in her life, excluding the servants. Now, she seemed to understand why her sister liked him. Even her mother rarely cooked, and when her father was away at war years ago, they seldom had meals together, let alone cook for each other. Initially, she thought her sister learning to cook was just a waste of time. How naive that thought was now. Pei Xiangyun picked up her chopsticks, grabbed a piece of steaming white fish, and began to savor it in her mouth. Surprisingly, it tasted much better than she had anticipated. How is it? Your brother-in-law's cooking skills aren't bad, right? Yu Qinghan smiled charmingly. Actually, it's not bad. Pei Xiangyun didn't want to admit it, but the lingering. Trying to salvage her pride, Pei Xiangyun added, but I've heard that a gentleman keeps a distance from the kitchen. Don't you know that? Or are you saying that you're not a gentleman? Having finished, she showed a triumphant smile on her face. Zhao Huai smiled lightly, expressing indifference, this is where you lack understanding. This saying was from the ancient sage, Mencius. The complete sentence is a gentleman keeps a distance from the kitchen for he can bear to watch the life but not its death. The meaning of this statement is that when a gentleman encounters a life being slaughtered, he hopes to see it alive, not bearing to witness its death. This is the reason for a gentleman's distance from the kitchen. The core value advocated is the virtue of humanity. My husband quite has profound knowledge, said Yu Qinghan, admiring him. After one round of explanations, Pei Xiangyun was so stunned, she was dumbstruck. She had attempted to taunt this rascal, but ended up getting a slap in the face. Zhao Huai, seeing her reaction, couldn't help but chuckle. He hadn't spent 9 years in education for nothing. The rest of the time, the three ate and chatted. Zhao Huai and Yu Qinghan laughed and conversed while eating. Only Pei Xiangyun was in a sulky mood, eating her food quietly in one corner. She felt as if she was the extra wheel and felt a considerable blow to her pride. Knock knock knock. When Zhao Huai was cleaning the dishes, there came a knock from the pawnshop's door. Husband, let me do it, you go open the door. All right. Zhao Huai had also grown used to this. Lately, the number of times he was disturbed at night was far from few. Opening the door, he saw a bare-chested man and a woman in her 40s or 50s. They looked seemingly common and unspectacular. Shopkeeper, we are here to pawn, you see how much this piece of jade is worth. The woman looked anxious and hurriedly took out a chunk of turbid jade from her pocket and gave it to Zhao Huai. This is my family's heirloom jade. I'm pawning it here as it's needed to buy a coffin for my son's burial. All right, please wait. Zhao Huai had encountered these special circumstances too. Instances like an accident happening at home late at night, money running out for treatment, losing everything in gambling, or running out of money for a burial after a death, etc. All these were understandable. Zhao Huai took the jade and activated his destiny to appraise the gem. After a quick glance, he discovered that this was just a piece of inferior jade with numerous flaws, one of the most inferior types of jade. It could probably be sold for only a few guan at most. Approximately 3 taels of silver. Zhao Huai finally gave his price. The woman pleaded upon hearing his words, shopkeeper, would you please consider showing mercy and give a little more, I need to bury my son and don't have much left for buying grains. This jade is my last hope, can you add 1 more tael of silver? Hearing the woman's words, Zhao Huai contemplated for a moment and slowly eaia. Considering that it's indeed not easy for you to manage a funeral, let's say 5 taels. Auntie was relieved like she had been pardoned, immediately kneeling down, and said with gratitude. Thank you, shopkeeper. Thank you, shopkeeper. Remember, the interest will be calculated as usual, not a penny less, Zhao Huai added. He was doing business, not charity, and his heart naturally could not be too soft. He would help as much as he could, but he would never cross that line. I understand the rules. Auntie nodded vigorously, then she hurriedly left after taking the money. Seeing the shirtless man at the back not yet gone, Zhao Huai asked surprisingly, "So, you guys are not together?" The shirtless man shook his head, and replied, "No, we aren't. But we are also preparing for funerals. Some brothers from the spiritual mines passed away recently, and I'm helping with their funerals. Here is a spiritual stone, shopkeeper, how much can I pawn it for?" The shirtless man took out a slightly twinkling spiritual stone. When Zhao Huai saw the spiritual stone, he immediately recognized it. Its quality was not bad, comparable to that of a medium-grade spiritual stone, but it was unrefined. Then he immediately quoted a price, 100 taels. Then he asked curiously, "Are you all mine workers? What's been going on recently? So many people have died." "Yes." The shirtless man nodded solemnly. "Shopkeeper, you might not know this, but something strange is happening outside the city. Anyone who passes that hillside late at night, will inexplicably die the next day. Several of my brothers worked the night shift, and on their way home in the early morning, they had to pass that hillside. They all died the next day. If I hadn't asked one of my brother's wives about it, I wouldn't have known about it. I guess the auntie just now was also affected by this." After hearing this, Zhao Huai frowned deeply and fell into deep thought. Could it be another demonic creature? Or could it be the escaped Black Wind Granny? "Shopkeeper, when will you give me the money? The coffin shop needs a deposit urgently." The shirtless man broke Zhao Huai's train of thought, and couldn't help but ask. "All right, I'll give it to you immediately." Zhao Huai went into the shop, took out 2 ingots of silver, and handed them to the man. "Thank you, shopkeeper." The shirtless man took the silver and quickly left. Zhao Huai glanced at the spiritual stone in his hand and shook his head. Demons are really troublesome. Chirp chirp. Suddenly, there were bird chirps in the shop. Zhao Huai took a closer look. It was his bought mina bird, right? It was actually chirping now, for real? He quickly went up to the bird cage and found that the normally lethargic mina had lifted its little head and its bean-like eyes were full of desire. Staring at the spiritual stone and jade in his hand. Zhao Huai immediately noticed this, so he handed over the thumb-sized spiritual stone to see what would happen. As a result, as soon as he handed it over, the mina bird swallowed the stone in one bite. Zhao Huai was stunned as he watched. But after a while, the mina bird regurgitated it. It was still the same piece of spiritual stone, but the spiritual chi inside had vanished. "Shit, so that's what kind of bird you are, give me my spiritual stone back." Zhao Huai immediately stood up and unabashedly pointed a finger at the mina bird and cursed. "Shit, shit." Quickly, the same words came out of the mina bird's mouth. The tone and accent were almost exactly the same as Zhao Huai's. Looking at the mina bird in front of him, tilting its head to look at him and looking innocent with its bean-sized eyes, Zhao Huai really wanted to give it a good beating. Chapter 58, Younger Sister-in-Law's Persuasion. Zhao Huai now understood why the mina bird didn't sing before and kept staring at his black ring. It turned out that this was a gold-digging bird that didn't work without eating spiritual stones. It had targeted the spiritual stones on him from the beginning. Would he have to feed it spiritual stones in the future? While full of complaints, he thought about it. This mina bird must have gone through some adventure to have such a change. Otherwise, it wouldn't have such a unique characteristic. Zhao Huai stared at the mina bird again. Man and bird gazed at each other for a while. He thought for a moment and took out several spiritual stones from his black ring. Before feeding, Zhao Huai solemnly said to the mina bird, "If you're eating spiritual stones, at least do something useful. Otherwise, I'll pluck all your feathers and cook a braised mina bird." Braised mina bird. Braised mina bird. The mina bird repeated these words, flapping its wings happily. Zhao Huai didn't care if it understood him and reached out to feed it the spiritual stones. The first spiritual stone was quickly swallowed by the mina bird. Then the second, and the third. The little guy looked small, but it was really fast at eating. Until the 6th piece, the mina bird didn't swallow any more spiritual stones. Instead, it shook its feathers, as if it was stretching comfortably after a satisfying meal. Afterward, Zhao Huai picked up some medicinal herbs, opened the cage, and applied them to the bird's wings and head, hoping that its injuries would heal. As he was busy, Pei Xiangyun came over. Watching Zhao Huai's back, she leaned against the door, crossed her arms, and pouted, "My sister has finished washing the dishes, what are you doing?" Obviously unhappy with Zhao Huai's idleness. "Can't you see? I'm petting a bird." Zhao Huai didn't look up, continuing to apply medicine to the myna bird. "Bird?" Pei Xiangyun's eyes looked at the myna bird in the cage, surprised. Wasn't this bird dying? She had noticed the bird cage when Zhao Huai brought it over earlier, but at that time, the bird looked wilted, as if it was about to die. It hadn't been long, and now the bird was full of vitality. The myna bird at this moment, with its black head held high, a tuft of white hair on top standing up, looked very spirited, and its feathers had become much brighter. A completely different bird from earlier. "I saved its life," Zhao Huai replied, finishing applying medicine and standing up slightly. Watching Zhao Huai's back, Pei Xiangyun was silent for a moment before calling out, "Hey, I want to ask you something." Zhao Huai didn't turn his head, walked out the door, and directly threw away the crooked cage, calmly saying, "Mind your language and call me Zhao Huai. Don't push your luck." Pei Xiangyun clenched her teeth in response. "Aren't you afraid of your sister?" Zhao Huai couldn't help but smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Pei Xiangyun fearfully glanced behind her, then pursed her mouth unwillingly, saying, "Zhao Huai. That's better." Zhao Huai finally showed a smile. "Go on, what's up?" Pei Xiangyun asked calmly. "Do you know what happened to my sister?" Zhao Huai nodded, "Yes, I heard there was a conflict over the family property, and your sister left on her own." "What's wrong?" So that's what her sister told him. Pei Xiangyun thought to herself. "Yes, that's about it. But do you know the more important reason?" More important reason? Zhao Huai's eyes narrowed slightly, feeling that something was off from the moment Pei Xiangyun started talking to him. Didn't she hate him so much? Why would she bring up this topic? She must have a certain goal in mind. He decided to go along with her words, and probe further. "So tell me, what is the reason?" "Actually, it's the emperor's fault," Pei Xiangyun said gravely. "What does it have to do with him?" Zhao Huai furrowed his brow. Pei Xiangyun's statement indeed caught him by surprise. "You should know that my sister's martial arts skills are very high, right?" "I am aware of that." Zhao Huai nodded slightly. "At the war of founding Xia country, she fought diligently, charging into every battle relentlessly and contributed greatly to the bloody victory. However, in the end, her family was betrayed by the FATED." Pei Xiangyun's tone was filled with regret, her appearance full of lament. "Is this the reason why the martial family lost its glory?" Zhao Huai thought for a moment, and slowly understood. Pei Xiangyun nodded vigorously, "That's right, the emperor took away my sister's achievements, and the martial family collapsed as a result, also causing her father's fury. He left early, and then the whole family plunged into a battle for inheritance. My sister was marginalized by the family, losing her right to inherit, so she left home resentfully." After hearing Pei Xiangyun's explanation, Zhao Huai's mind was now clear about what had happened to his wife. At first, he thought Pei Xiangyun was making up stories. Later, however, he found that what she described resonated well with what his wife had once said. His wife once said that she was forced to leave, abandoned by others. Upon careful thought, his wife was indeed a proud and innocent woman, who would find it beneath her to engage in disputes over inheritance, which is why she chose to leave on her own accord. Pei Xiangyun saw Zhao Huai deep in thought, secretly feeling triumphant, as her plan initially succeeded. Then she continued, "Can you bear to see her lose everything she once had?" Zhao Huai pondered for a while before saying, "I can't bear it." A smile flashed in Pei Xiangyun's eyes, but she maintained a serious face. "That's why, my sister should fight for what she lost, rather than staying here." It was only when he heard this that Zhao Huai suddenly realized his younger sister-in-law was trying to abduct his wife. Listening to her, it seemed that from reason to principle, he couldn't refuse. The move played by his younger sister-in-law was indeed clever. But it was still a bit naive. Zhao Huai shook his head and said earnestly to Pei Xiangyun, "When your sister got married, she told me that she won't get involved in past trivial matters anymore. So whether she wants to leave or stay depends on her. There's no use talking to me, because I can't decide anything. You Pei Xiangyun was stunned after listening. She initially thought that after hearing her modified story, Zhao Huai would feel moved and help persuade her sister to return to the capital city, achieving a multiplier effect. However, she didn't expect that he would be more difficult to deal with, kicking the ball back into her court. She would have to go and find her sister to convince her? If she could persuade her sister, why would she come to him? After finishing his words, Zhao Huai patted Pei Xiangyun on the shoulder and then went into the study. Pei Xiangyun pouted, clearly feeling frustrated. Her mood was already irritable, and then she heard the plop-plop sound coming from the side. When she looked up, it was the myna bird, waving its feathers. After applying some medicinal herbs for a short time, it had already started to move its wing. The myna bird's beady eyes stared innocently at Pei Xiangyun, not knowing what it was looking at. Looking at this silly bird, Pei Xiangyun became even more furious and resentfully said, "What are you looking at? Are you also mocking me?" Unexpectedly, the myna bird suddenly flew up, reaching as high as the ceiling, and cried out as it flew. Chapter 59, Treasure Hunting Myna Bird. Several days quickly passed, and after Zhao Huai's careful nurturing, the myna bird was finally able to fly without restraint. It's no wonder he favored this bird so much, mainly because Zhao Huai had his own plans in mind. After all, he had picked it up from the talent market himself, and it was even a cash-spending bird. In any case, this bird must have some usefulness, right? Just in time, Madame had taken her younger sister out for a stroll, so Zhao Huai spent the morning playing with the bird. When they were in the pawnshop during their free time, he taught the myna bird a few phrases. "Come, let's walk with vigor." Walking with vigor. It was unknown whether it was because of the feeding, but the myna bird's tone was more accurate than before, and its voice was much louder. "Let's walk 1,000 miles in a day." The myna bird tilted its head and said nothing. Zhao Huai was quite speechless and threatened, "Damn it, you've swallowed so many spiritual stones from me, if you don't listen I'll stew you. Damn you! Damn you!" The myna bird's shout was perfectly enunciated. "Fine, you're just a sweet-talking bird, huh?" Zhao Huai laughed in exasperation and gave it a thumbs up, admitting defeat. Suddenly, the myna bird spread its wings and directly flew out of the pawnshop with a thud. Ran away. Zhao Huai watched it fly to the other side of the street and said in surprise. But it wasn't long before the bird came back. When it returned, it had a glazed jade with a double fish design in its beak. With soil and dead grass attached, it seemed like it had just been dug out from the ground. "Oh, you have this ability." Zhao Huai tossed the jade in his hand, feeling its weight, and couldn't help but smile. He got it now. Before, this myna bird had always been staring at shiny, energy-containing objects like jades, spiritual stones, and the black ring. So the myna bird could find the source of these items and bring them back. Put simply, this was a treasure-hunting myna bird. Good performance. Zhao Huai saw it had brought back a priceless jade, so he rewarded the myna bird with another spiritual stone. With Zhao Huai's praise and having eaten the spiritual stone, the myna bird quickly spread its wings and flew out again. When it came back the next time, the myna bird had a green stalk in its beak. Zhao Huai was fascinated and picked up the stalk to examine it closely. On the green stalk was a strong spiritual qi. He preliminarily determined that this was a panacea. You can even pick up panaceas. Zhao Huai was somewhat surprised. Although panaceas do exist in the nearby mountains and fields, they are often quite hidden and difficult to find. The energy contained in panaceas is indeed much more abundant than in spiritual stones, so was that why the myna bird managed to pick them up? Looking at the green stalk, Zhao Huai thought that this panacea shouldn't be toxic. After pondering, he took out a copper coin and began divining. Misfortune and fortune are intertwined, let's see. Hexagram 1, invigorating the roots with spirit qi, sunlight turning water to verdant duckweed, take it, the guidance you get is fortune. Trace guidance, spirit gathering object. Another blue light ball appeared. It had been a long time since he had seen a mysterious destiny, and he even missed it. Zhao Huai couldn't wait to check it out. Spiritual wood's friend, medium level mysterious. As the saying goes, all medicine has some toxicity, except for appetizers, which are non-toxic because they can expel toxins. Those who get this destiny can absorb the most essence of the panacea and eliminate their toxicity. This was a useful destiny. At least he wouldn't have to worry about impurities and side effects when using panaceas in the future, right? Zhao Huai thought to himself discreetly. Tisk tisk, I really don't know where you found this. Zhao Huai touched the white silly hair on the mynah bird's head, and couldn't help but wonder. This must be the proper use of this mynah bird. After feeding it some more spiritual stones, the bird was full again, and set off. Its black wings fluttered, and it flew far away, disappearing into the sky in a short time. However, this time, Zhao Huai waited for a long time without seeing the mynah bird come back. Forget it, let's not wait any longer. Although he was really looking forward to what the mynah bird could bring back. But right now, it was more important to continue renovating Huai's pawnshop. First, he placed potted plants in the corners of the pawnshop, and at the same time, painted several hidden talismans on the windowsills and rooftop framework. On the surface, they looked like paintings, but in fact, they were large thunder talismans to protect the house, preventing unclean things from entering. If something tried to enter through the window, it would have to taste the 5 thunder execution first. On the cabinet at the door, he also placed a tank of lucky goldfish, making the shop livelier and improving the feng shui quite a bit. At the same time, Zhao Huai didn't plan to consume the newly acquired spirit-gathering grass. Instead, he planned to cultivate and grow it. He set aside a piece of land in the backyard, specifically for planting things like spiritual grass and medicinal plants, as well as some visually pleasing flowers. He believed that Madame would agree with this move. Zhao Huai suddenly thought that the scholar of wood plants he had obtained earlier could supposedly increase the cultivation speed. Even for low-level spiritual plants, it should work. But he wasn't worried. He could always try his luck later and see if he could get a similar one. After a few hours of tidying up, Zhao Huai finally managed to give the pawnshop a decent appearance. Although he didn't make the pawnshop extravagant, it did look at least a bit warmer and cozier. After the busy work, Zhao Huai started to cultivate. With the triple cultivation speed of diligent reader, he gradually stopped feeling its effects while he was still at the 9th stage of refining qi. Now that he had broken through to the initiation stage, it barely felt like it did before. Ordinary cultivators, under ideal conditions, would take a whole morning to complete 1 circulation of qi, and be able to complete 3 circulations, achieving 9 days of progress in a day. He could achieve 9 circulations, nearly 10 circulations, in a day, which was almost 30 days or almost a month, of progress. The speed was undoubtedly extremely fast. Cultivating felt like flying. However, this was only under ideal conditions. After all, who would cultivate all day long? Who would do it without taking breaks to enjoy themselves, eat, or rest? Suddenly, a clear chirp came from the distance. Zhao Huai, sitting on the taishi chair, looked out the window and saw that it was the mynah bird that had returned. The mynah bird perched on the windowsill, its beak holding a glowing object. What now? What did you find this time? Zhao Huai curiously got up, took the object, and had a look. It was a white, hard, flat object. The inside was concave, and it was covered with fresh mud. It looked like a turtle bone. He looked at it from all angles but couldn't figure out what it was. You spent so long just to bring back this thing. Zhao Huai complained. Husband, you're amazing. The mynah bird spoke up, clearly and melodiously. Upon hearing this, Zhao Huai grasped the bird's sharp beak and threatened, listen, don't blab everything out, otherwise, I'll cook you in a soup. The other night, this bird was incredibly restless. It would fly around and even sneak into his and Madame's room at night. It seemed that he needed to find a cage for it. After that, Zhao Huai held the white, crystal-like object and tossed the copper coin. Misfortune and fortune depend on one another, let's see. Hexagram 1, thinking tonight, the intestine should be straight, rain cold, fragrance soul hanging visitor's grave, keep it, your guidance is misfortune. Trace guidance, an evil object. Chapter 60, Lantern Woman. A sinister object. Just this one? Zhao Huai picked up this hard, white bone and looked at it over and over again. The more he looked at it, the stranger it seemed. The white material seemed not like a turtle bone or anything like that. Suddenly, Zhao Huai's heart skipped a beat, and an astonishing idea came to him. Could this thing be human bone? With this thought, he couldn't help but examine it more carefully, and the more he looked, the more something seemed off. The smooth touch and the concave shape, wasn't it the top part of a human skull? That is to say, this stupid bird brought back a piece of human skull? Zhao Huai curled his lips, feeling a little disappointed in his heart. throw it away, holding this kind of thing is bad luck. Without any hesitation, Zhao Huai decided to throw the skull away. He went to the street, found a tree at random, dug a hole with a branch, threw the bone in it, and covered it with soil. That should be the end of it, Zhao Huai said with satisfaction. At this moment, he looked up and saw that the sky had already turned dark, night had fallen, and a bright moon hung high in the sky. Back in the pawnshop, Zhao Huai came to the mynah bird and stretched out his finger, pointing at it. Don't bring any strange things back in the future, do you hear me? It should be something like this, do you know? He took out a spiritual stone and pointed to the window, the meaning was self-evident. The mynah bird's small eyes darted around but said nothing. Ah, I can't count on you. Zhao Huai shook his head, stood up, and prepared to continue his cultivation. Husband, we're back. But just as he was about to sit down, he heard his wife's voice coming from outside the shop. He walked to the door and opened it, and Yu Qinghan walked in, saying, "We did return a bit late today, the moon's already out, but the play was quite good. Today, Madam went out to watch a play, wearing a moon-white long skirt and phoenix-embroidered shoes on her feet. Her melon-seed face was full of smiles, and the plum-blossom jade hairpin on her head sparkled under the moonlight at the door. The plays here are not as good as those in the capital city, they are not professional at all, it's better to go watch shadow puppetry." Pei Xiangyun followed her, complaining with disdain in her almond eyes. As soon as Yu Qinghan entered the door, she saw the mynah bird hopping around in front of the counter. She couldn't help but walk over and tease it with her hand. "Tisk tisk, little bird, you're so cute." Pei Xiangyun shook her head with arms crossed. "Sister, what's so great about this bird? If you get the chance, I'll show you my family's eaglehawk, now that's impressive." "Ai, never mind, I'll go back to my room now." Pei Xiangyun looked at Zhao Huai, scrunched her brows, and turned to her room. Zhao Huai didn't have time to pay attention to her, instead looked at Yu Qinghan and said, "Madam, have you eaten? If not, I can make something else." Yu Qinghan smiled, "I've eaten, found a noodle shop outside, it was passable, what about you, husband?" "Me? I picked up some leftover lunch, it was all right." "Madam, you're so white." As the two were talking, the mynah bird suddenly shouted this. Hearing that, Yu Qinghan's face couldn't help but blush, as if recalling something. "Go away, don't yell nonsense." Zhao Huai immediately gave the mynah bird a tap on the head to stop it from saying anything more inappropriate. "Aya!" The mynah bird was startled, it took off and landed on the beam of the room. Upon hearing this sound, Yu Qinghan looked slightly surprised. Zhao Huai awkwardly smiled and explained, "This bird flies out every day, I don't know how many words it's learned outside, it's time to buy a cage for it." "I see." Yu Qinghan nodded in understanding and then admonished, "Husband, go to bed early, don't overwork yourself. Even though watching the shop is easy, sitting like this can also be exhausting." "Yes, I know." Zhao Huai agreed, and Yu Qinghan went back to her room as well. When he looked at the counter again, he found that a shiny object had appeared at some point. "Wow, what's going on here?" Zhao Huai picked up the item, his face full of astonishment. The white, hard bone that had been buried by him had reappeared in front of him. At this moment, Zhao Huai's eyes narrowed, recalling the divination result he had just obtained. "Thinking of tonight, my heartache should be straight, cold rain fragrant soul hangs grave visitor." What did this hexagram mean? It sounded like a love poem. Now that even if I throw it away, it can find its way back, does it mean that I can't escape this misfortune? With this in mind, Zhao Huai looked at the hexagram once again. Hexagram 1, tonight's thoughts torment you, chilling rain and haunting incense surround the grave, if you keep it, the instruction you receive is misfortune. Well, I can't throw it away either. Zhao Huai clicked his tongue, picked up the skull, opened the window, and decisively threw the skull out the window. "Let's see if you can come back now." After doing all that, Zhao Huai clapped his hands, blew out the lamp, locked the door, and closed the window. "Time to sleep." "Madam, I'm here." Zhao Huai pushed open the bedroom door, saw Madam wearing a thin white gauze dress, sitting in front of the bronze mirror, combing her long black hair, which hung down over her shoulders, and her jade-like naked feet resting together. Yu Qinghan saw Zhao Huai come in and smiled, revealing her teeth. "Husband, look how duvet-like MV dress." Zhao Huai gazed at it, his eyes couldn't help but widen. Wasn't Madam wearing the brassiere he had bought? He couldn't help but grin. Madam has a great figure, it's very beautiful. On her chest, there was an embroidered pattern of a jade rabbit-shaped auspicious cloud. It had to be said that on Madam, the white rabbit embroidery looked lively and three-dimensional. Looking at her like this, Zhao Huai felt itchy inside. He couldn't help but walk up to her, embrace her, and press his face directly to hers. Soon he moved to another place. Yu Qinghan muttered unclearly, blow out the lamp. Blow out the lamp, Zhao Huai smiled faintly and gladly agreed. The sleeping Zhao Huai soon had a dream after everything was over. In the dream, the moonlight captured his eyes, and black clouds loomed. Zhao Huai found himself in a forest with thick fog all around, so dense that he couldn't see his own hand if he reached out. Is this a dream? Zhao Huai strangely felt that he was aware he was dreaming. But the dream didn't end. Since it was a dream, Zhao Huai was not afraid and walked deeper into the forest step by step. Under the illumination of the moonlight, he saw that he didn't cast a shadow. Zhao Huai looked up at the moon and could only walk towards it. As he walked, he found that the deeper he went, the thinner the fog became. Eventually, he could clearly see the path in front of him. Zhao Huai picked up a branch by the roadside, scraped it against a tree trunk, and muttered, "Is this dream too real?" He didn't know when he would wake up, so he just kept walking aimlessly. Ahead, a small stream gradually appeared. As Zhao Huai walked by, his feet felt sticky. That was the thin mud soaked out by the water seeping into the soil. Zhao Huai thought that the road ahead probably had no end, but after passing the stream, he surprisingly came across a wooden house. At that moment, Zhao Huai stopped in his tracks, and his pupils couldn't help but constrict. In the distance, about a dozen meters away, there was a person. As he slowly walked closer, he gradually saw the figure's back. It was a woman wearing a white dress, crouching on the ground with her back to him. Beside her was a white paper lantern burning with a flame. Strangely, the woman was holding a branch and digging into the ground, as if searching for something. The atmosphere at this moment was incredibly eerie and oppressive, with a cold wind blowing gently by. Zhao Huai's breath caught slightly, for he could no longer see the black ring on his hand. He also couldn't sense the true qi within his body. But this was just a dream. What was there to be afraid of? Despite his hesitation, Zhao Huai didn't approach. After all, who hasn't seen a ghost film before? He knew better than to provoke, as he was no fool. He silently watched from behind as the lantern woman dug at the sand. The scene was eerily quiet. He kept observing the details on the lantern woman. This woman had a slender figure, and although it was covered by the white dress, with years of experience, Zhao Huai could tell that this thin frame belonged to a great beauty. Could it really be a ghost? At the very moment that Zhao Huai thought this, a distant yet polite voice spoke up. "Excuse me, have you seen my husband?" Chapter 61, First Encounter with the Evil Spirit. Hearing this voice, Zhao Huai, who was thinking in his head, was pulled back to reality. There was a creepy feeling all over his body. As he looked up, he feared that a ghostly face would appear right in front of him. Even though he comforted himself in his mind that the other party might be a beauty. But no matter how he thought about it, it still seemed absurd. After all, even the most beautiful woman, transformed into a ghost, would have a face that could scare people to death. After all, the more beautiful the ghost, the more terrifying it is. Fortunately, after Zhao Huai raised his head, he did not encounter the scary face he imagined. The woman in white just gently turned around, her eyes staring straight at Zhao Huai. At this point, Zhao Huai also realized what she was digging, the woman's hand holding a skull covered in yellow soil. Could it be because of that thing? Zhao Huai suddenly thought of the human bone that the stupid bird had brought back. It's likely that it was because of that evil skull that he had such a dream. Afterwards, Zhao Huai finally saw the woman's face clearly, and his eyes were full of surprise. Unexpectedly, this white-clothed woman was not ugly. On the contrary, she had delicate features and was a quietly dressed beauty. Her long, black hair cascading down her shoulders was very clean. Her oval face was extremely fair, and at first glance, she had a radiant beauty. Is this really an evil spirit? For a moment, Zhao Huai was somewhat doubtful. However, he did not let down his guard, because it was not ruled out that the evil spirit could disguise its appearance. "Have you seen my husband?" the lady in white asked again. "Husband? What husband?" Zhao Huai frowned, not understanding what she was talking about. With his understanding of this era, the term husband seemed to be a title from the previous dynasty. In the Xia country, people mostly called their husbands lord or occasionally guanren. The term husband was a long time ago. My husband? I haven't seen him. Being asked several times, Zhao Huai became impatient and directly answered. But what happened next left Zhao Huai dumbfounded. The white-clothed woman before him suddenly clenched her thin hand, and the skull in her palm was instantly crushed. She then stood up. With an expressionless face, she picked up the lantern from the ground and slowly walked towards Zhao Huai's direction. The flame in the lantern swayed slightly. Well, it seems I shouldn't have answered that casually. Zhao Huai was stupefied for a moment, then realized the key point. If he answered that he hadn't seen her, wouldn't it anger the evil spirit? Carrying the lantern, the white-clothed woman walked slowly, her entire body drifting. Her white embroidered shoes stepped on the ground without making a sound, as if just brushing the surface. Her whole being exuded an extremely eerie aura that Zhao Huai couldn't quite describe. Reason told him that he should run now, but honestly, he didn't know where to run. This was a dream. Where could he run to? Zhao Huai felt the strength in his body. Although his true qi was gone and his belongings were missing, it seemed that the effects of his destiny were still in place. That is to say, he only had the strength of his flesh body left. Relying on the power of the peak ultimate's intention, he should be able to exert an explosive force of 10,000 pounds. Could he confront this female ghost head-on? In a matter of moments, the white-clothed woman had already reached Zhao Huai's face. Under such close observation, her quiet and delicate face, illuminated by the lantern in her hand, appeared incredibly real. It was as if she was not an evil spirit, but a real person. The white-clothed woman stood in front of him without moving, while Zhao Huai remained on guard. Have you really not seen my husband? The white-clothed woman's large eyes stared at Zhao Huai, bright and watery, and had a unique beauty to them. Zhao Huai thought for a moment, then hesitated. Who is your husband? The woman in white quickly replied, Lu Lang. Zhao Huai tried to avoid any unpleasant incidents, pretended to think, shook his head, sorry, I really haven't seen him. As soon as these words came out, Zhao Huai clearly saw the flame in the lantern dim and flicker. The bright moon overhead was quickly covered by a black cloud. At this moment, Zhao Huai felt an ominous premonition. There was only one thought in his mind. Run! Zhao Huai took flight, running with all his might, not looking back. About the time he had run a few breaths away, a heart-wrenching scream followed from behind. Husband! Where are you? His voice had already become somewhat distant. Zhao Huai had at least run 50 meters, during this time, that woman had not moved. Zhao Huai didn't dare to look back, continuing to run with all his might, but the scream still gave him goosebumps. Whoosh! An eerie cold wind blew past him, making Zhao Huai shudder. He stepped over the small stream again and had already run quite far. But the next second, the woman in white appeared in front of him, more than 10 meters away, inside a forest. At this moment, the woman's white robe was filled with a ghostly red glow, and the color of her dress suddenly changed. Even the lantern in her hand turned into a bloody red color. The originally beautiful face was replaced by a hideous one. Her mouth was like a gully, and her smile resembled that of a clown. The corners of her mouth cracked open to the point of her ears, with sharp teeth inside. Her slender fingers became sharp and lengthy claws, each as long as a chopstick. Zhao Huai immediately turned around and ran back, shouting as he ran. Damn it! How can I wake up from a dream? As he ran, the woman appeared in front of him again. It was as if she could teleport. Zhao Huai stood still, gasping for air, watching the slowly approaching ghost, a nameless fire rising in his heart. Come on, you want a head-on confrontation? Come! Zhao Huai clenched his fists, took up a stance, and prepared to strike. Evil spirit, take my punch! The woman in white slowly approached, showing no intention of dodging. Zhao Huai's body leaped, punching the air with a forceful whoosh, carrying immense power. With a thud, he landed a solid punch on her, sending her flying. But Zhao Huai didn't have time to celebrate, as the woman in white disappeared again. Just as he turned his head. In the next instant, a terrifying ghostly face appeared in front of him. At an unknown time, those 5 long, pale nails were gripping his hand. Zhao Huai raised his right hand, ready to strike again. But everything in front of him suddenly became blurry. With a splash, it suddenly shattered. "Husband, husband, what's wrong with you?" An anxious voice suddenly rang in his ears. At this moment, Yu Qinghan's disheveled hair was draped over her smooth shoulders, her expression extremely worried. Her jade-like hands gripping Zhao Huai's hand, shaking it forcefully. Zhao Huai groggily opened his eyes and found himself lying on a bed with his wife in front of him. Seeing him awake, Yu Qinghan let out a sigh of relief and said worriedly, "Husband, you scared me. What were you dreaming about? Your expression was wrong, and you even said, 'Go die.'" Zhao Huai sat up, holding his head and reassuringly smiled. "It's nothing, just had a nightmare." When he sat up, he noticed something strange. There was a sharp pain coming from his arm. He lifted the blanket and saw 5 deep blood marks on his arm, silently bleeding. Chapter 62, Nightmare Hexagram Words. Looking at the injury on his hand, Zhao Huai was slightly surprised. The wound from the dream could actually be brought into reality, which means that this evil spirit could kill people in dreams. The question is, how did this evil spirit affect him? His mind had the protection of the insanity technique, so it was impossible for it to be invaded. If it were in reality, Zhao Huai was fully confident that he could easily deal with this evil spirit. But in the dream, without his cultivation and black ring, he couldn't even draw a talisman, let alone use his physical strength to deal with her, which was still a bit forced. After a preliminary judgment, this was definitely not an ordinary evil spirit. Instead, it was a powerful nightmare, with a strong resentment that was unmatched by ordinary ghosts and monsters. The problem was that the evil spirit had been quiet before and there were no rumors about it, but it just happened to find him today. This was bound to be the result of the cursed skull, an annoying rotten bird. Thinking of this, Zhao Huai couldn't help but curse again. "Husband, you seem to be preoccupied." Yu Qinghan saw Zhao Huai's face change constantly, so she asked concerned. "It's not that I'm preoccupied, it's just that I'm thinking about the nightmare I just had," Zhao Huai said in a relaxed tone, trying not to worry madam. He then hid his injured hand under the quilt. At the same time, all of his true vigor gathered on his right arm. In a moment, the blood on his arm stopped and a scab formed. "Nightmare? What did you dream about? You can tell me." Yu Qinghan's phoenix eyes were incredibly serious. Zhao Huai smiled helplessly, "I dreamt that I was being chased and killed. I was about to teach her a lesson when madam woke me up." Yu Qinghan listened and nodded, then asked perplexedly, "Why would you have such a dream, husband?" "I don't know, maybe I was too tired from cultivating." Zhao Huai comforted her, and as his eyes wandered, they caught sight of the discarded skull on the bedside table. It had been thrown out the window earlier but had somehow returned. "I'll prepare some mind-pacified grass for my husband. Put it beside you when you sleep so as not to be affected by the heart demon," Yu Qinghan said slowly, looking at Zhao Huai's handsome side profile. Zhao Huai picked up the skull and held it in his hand. He turned his head and smiled, "Thank you, madam." The couple continued chatting until the sun rose, then slowly changed and got out of bed. "Wife, could you watch over our shop today? I need to go out and take care of some things," Zhao Huai said with a mouthful of greasy, scallion-filled pancake. "All right, husband. Please go with ease," Yu Qinghan agreed, feeding the goldfish in front of her with some feed. "Good morning." "Good morning." The mynah bird stood on the roof beam, tilting its head and greeting. "Stupid bird, come here." Zhao Huai beckoned, gesturing to his shoulder. The mynah bird flapped its wings and flew directly to his shoulder. Zhao Huai casually grabbed a stack of yellow talisman paper and prepared to go out. He had to bring the mynah bird along to see what kind of demons and monsters were involved. In a dream, you can be arrogant, but in reality, if you dare provoke him, he'll let you taste the power of the 5 thunder execution. After Zhao Huai left, Pei Xiangyun slowly walked down from upstairs, rubbing her eyes and yawning lazily. "Sister, you're up so early today. Yeah, come and eat something to fill your stomach," Yu Qinghan pointed to the pancake on the table. "I'll wash up first." Yu Qinghan naturally ignored her, instead taking out a few mind-pacified grass from her necklace pendant. She planted them in the corners of the bedroom and hall, using fresh soil from the backyard garden. "I'll plant some in the garden too." She went to the backyard and saw a specially allocated fertile field in the corner of the courtyard. A clump of grass was planted on it, emitting a faint spiritual qi. Is this the spirit-gathering grass that my husband bought? I didn't expect him to have such awareness. Yu Qinghan smiled faintly. She then also planted the mind-pacified grass. Since her husband wanted to cultivate spiritual medicine, she would go along with him. After completing these tasks, Yu Qinghan prepared to leave. Unintentionally, she saw a beautiful flower blooming under the big tree in the middle of the garden, growing prosperously. Yu Qinghan couldn't help but step forward to take a closer look. Suddenly, she found that the grass here was thicker and taller than in other areas. It wasn't obvious from a distance, but up close, the difference was significant. Yu Qinghan was quite familiar with such a situation. During the battle across the river, at the siege of Luyuan, countless people were killed on the riverside, and the following year, the grass had grown over everyone's heads. Without hesitation, she gathered her true qi in her hand and smashed it down, causing a large amount of soil to splash out. Yu Qinghan saw what was in the pit, and her delicate eyebrows were knitted in concern as she whispered, "This is..." At this time, Zhao Huai was walking on the street, pondering the divination in his mind. Sorrowful tonight, her soul longing, as rain chills, mourning for the grave visitor. Does it mean that he should dig a grave? The spirit of fragrance and the grave visitor could be determined. The lantern woman in white was dead, and so was her husband. The fragrant soul must be the lantern woman, and the grave visitor must be Lu Lang. The first half of the divination was a love poem that expressed the lantern woman's deep love for her husband. The problem lied in how her husband died and who killed him. Finding out the cause of her husband's death might turn the misfortune into a blessing. The formation of evil spirits is usually due to resentment. The stronger the resentment, the stronger the evil spirits are. Once the resentment is resolved, the evil spirit will cease to exist. Zhao Huai's train of thought was very clear. The problem now lies in what happened between the two, but he had no clue about it presently. If this evil spirit is not resolved, he fears that he won't have a good night's sleep in the future. Being happy at night, but chased and killed in dreams? He felt uneasy just thinking about it. The key was the bone in his hand, which may be the skull of the lantern woman's husband or even her own bones. Zhao Huai walked through the crowd, and his ears caught the refreshing slogans. Believe in the crow immortal, blessings and good harvest, free from disease. Join the raven sect, receive a bushel of rice, the crow immortal will protect you, enjoy eternal bliss after death, and be rich and noble in the next life. Why is it them again? Zhao Huai looked at the raven sect members, frowning. A large group of people in black crow robes walked past him. Their number had clearly increased significantly since he last saw them. Their eyes were full of fanaticism, as if they were truly infatuated with the so-called crow immortal. These cultists are so diligent, working from dawn to dusk. Zhao Huai couldn't help but comment. The leader of the believers noticed a young man on the side of the street who had been watching them. He was handsome and of extraordinary temperament, definitely a good candidate. I see that you've been watching us for a while. Do you want to join us? The believer walked out of the crowd and came to Zhao Huai with a slight smile. Zhao Huai was taken aback at the man's approach. Unexpectedly, the believer was very polite and gentle in tone, which was quite different from the rough image he had in mind. Zhao Huai shook his head, "Not really, I'm just curious why your number has grown so much." Although his words didn't contain any derogatory terms, it was clear that he looked down upon and discriminated against the cult. The believer didn't get angry after hearing this. Instead, he smiled softly and said, "Doesn't this show that our Raven sect has gained the approval of the majority of people? Join the Raven sect, live a warm and well-fed life, no longer troubled by the mundane, be guided by the crow immortal. The talented will achieve success and go to paradise after death. The mediocre will also be rich and healthy. This is a great trend, isn't it? I see that you are a very talented person. Why not join our sect? Together, we can lead the common people to a bright and prosperous future." The believer's words were very targeted, clearly tailored to Zhao Huai's appearance and attire. Zhao Huai naturally didn't believe the believer's nonsense. He never believed in such teachings, let alone joining them. Who knows what underhanded activities these sects were involved in behind closed doors. "Thank you, but I'm not interested." Zhao Huai refused directly. "That's a pity." The believer's face flashed a hint of regret, but he quickly resumed his smile and waved goodbye. "Brother, may we meet again if fate allows." Chapter 63, The Raven Ritual. Early morning, the first sun breaks through the fog. The first Raven cultist of the Raven sect had wasted no time after bidding farewell to Zhao Huai, leading a huge procession, touring around the inner and outer city of Jinzhou again and again. Not a single street or alley was left untouched, all were covered. Thanks to the efforts of the whole morning, many people followed from behind, but most of them looked thin and yellow-skinned, dressed in shabby clothes, and seemed to be refugees. Only a very few of them were dressed more luxuriously, looking more normal, with interest and curiosity in their eyes. "Please follow me." The leading cultist turned his head to face the crowd and smiled gently. He led the crowd through the streets to an open courtyard. This place was located on the border of the inner and outer city, with a spacious area. The courtyard was just the tip of the iceberg, as this was actually a mansion. This mansion included a courtyard, warehouses, an ancestral hall, etc. The original site was an ancient Taoist temple from a previous dynasty. The Taoist temple was overgrown with weeds during the time of chaos, leaving it to decay. After the Raven sect took residence and renovated, it finally regained its former grandeur. The cultist leader walked ahead, passing through the courtyard and arrived at an ancestral hall. Located in the center of the ancestral hall was a lacquered gold bronze statue of a crow-headed man stepping on a cloud, with 3 heads and 6 arms, standing more than 10 meters tall. The eyes of the crowhead were sharp and looked forward. The human body was sturdy and strong, with the 6 arms wielding various weapons. "This is our worshipped crow immortal." The cultist leader stood in front of the statue and performed a respectful ceremony, laughing as he explained. Dong! With melodic bell sounds ringing out, a series of prayers came from the depths of the mansion. Seeing the confusion in the eyes of the crowd, the cultist leader reassured them in a soothing tone. "The ceremony is about to begin, and the saintess is leading the members of the sect in offering blessings." "What ceremony? Who is the saintess?" a man in the crowd asked curiously. The cultist leader smiled and replied, "Once you participate in the ceremony, you will become a true member of the Raven sect. As for the respected saintess, you will know soon." Everyone ventured deeper into the mansion, arriving at a main hall. The space inside the hall was vast, and a woman surrounded by Raven cultists in the center. The woman was dressed in a loose black robe adorned with silver raven patterns, with a circle of copper bells on her bare left foot. She wore a white veil, with silver hair faintly visible through the robe. Even with the veil on, her stunning eyes were breathtaking. "This is our respected saintess, who has come all the way from the capital city to preside over the ceremony," the cultist leader introduced with a smile. The woman known as the saintess glanced at the crowd, who were wearing expressions of astonishment, and spoke. "Welcome to the Raven sect. From now on, we are a family." Her voice was slightly hoarse but not cold, instead, it was very gentle and courteous, like a spring breeze engulfing the listener, seemingly having the power to bewitch one's heart. Upon hearing her voice, everyone's heart calmed down, and some men in the crowd were even directly infatuated, their eyes fixed on her, unwilling to let go. After finishing her words, the woman at the center turned back, looking to the other side. There was a long table over 10 meters long, laid out with a variety of dishes. Steaming rice, roast whole pig, steamed fish, roast duck with soy sauce, barbecued venison, and countless fruits and desserts. Some people were already feasting at the table, grabbing a leg of a goose and crudely tearing into it, eating with oil all over their faces. These people were clearly the same as those brought in from outside. The refugees in the crowd, their stomachs rumbling in hunger, were swallowing hard as they looked at the feast, their eyes full of envy and fear toward the dark-robed cultists surrounding them. Seeing their expressions, the woman in the center revealed a knowing smile and gently said, "Go ahead, after eating, the ceremony will officially begin." Upon her words, a large number of hungry refugees could no longer hold back, rushing towards the feast like madmen, running fast and starting to enjoy their meal. At this time, the cultist leader approached the saintess and respectfully said, "Respected saintess, there should be enough people this time." "Not enough," the black-robed woman said emotionlessly. "The more people, the better. Lord Crow Immortal needs even more faith. Forgive my ignorance, but how can so many people be useful now? I'm afraid these refugees can't generate much power." After hearing this, the black-robed woman said indifferently, "You haven't been in the sect for long, so it's normal for you not to know some things. These refugees are of great use to us. Whether it's the power of the Crow Immortal or the perpetuation that can overthrow the fortune of the Xia, these refugees are indispensable. In other words, they are the source of our strength." The cultist leader had a better understanding after listening. With great devotion, he looked at the crow totem above his head and said reverently, "Lord Crow Immortal helped me break through my realm. Without him, there would be no me today." The black-robed woman didn't look at him again but asked one of the cultists by her side. "Is everything ready for the ceremony?" "Respected Saintess, everything is ready." The cultist nodded vigorously. After a long time, when the people devouring their food almost finished, the table was swept clean with shiny plates. "Let the ceremony begin." At the command, the raven cultists around scattered, guiding the crowd to the center of the main hall. Many people looked around curiously, wondering what the ceremony was about. The black-robed woman's body exuded a faint silver chi, and the surrounding air suddenly became cold. In the dim main hall, her body slowly rose, like a rising sun. Her eyes flashed with a hint of dark blue light, and she shouted, "Activate the formation!" An unparalleled brilliance erupted from the ground in the main hall, revealing the intricate formation engravings. Everyone gazed at the crow totem above their heads in awe. They stood inside like mere ants. A massive ball of light floated in mid-air at the center of the main hall. Within its dazzling glow, a faint silhouette of a crow seemed to appear. After the formation was activated, invisible faith energies were drawn out from their bodies and entered the luminous crow totem. At this moment, the raven cultists dared not make a sound, kneeling on the ground and praying devoutly. Then the black-robed woman recited an incantation, initiating the second phase of the mysterious ceremony. One blue light orb after another entered the people's bodies, causing great changes. "My head hurts. It feels like something got in. My whole body is itchy. What's growing on me? What's happening to me?" The crowd began to wail and moan in pain. Complex markings grew on each person's body, forming the shape of a crow when connected. Each of them was marked with the raven's imprint. The symbols on their skin flashed, and their eyes all changed. Their muscles bulged inexplicably, and their veins popped out, as if their entire bodies had been greatly enhanced. This was another means of the Raven sect exchanging life for faith, burning their life force to gain power. After a long while, the ceremony ended. The black-robed woman looked at the transformed people below, nodded satisfactorily, and said with a smile, "Welcome, everyone, to officially join the Holy Raven sect." The people in the ranks, with fanatical eyes like they had been brainwashed, shouted loudly, "Believe in Lord Crow Immortal! Destroy the Nia! Seize the land!" Chapter 64, Encountering Lu Wangkai again. At this moment, Zhao Huai was following the myna bird which had a skull in its beak, leading the way, as if it were a compass. Now he understood why it took the bird so long to return in the first place. Jinzhou is a big city and it would take time to travel there. Leaving aside the time to leave the city, coupled with the rugged mountain road, it's indeed far. However, luckily for Zhao Huai, he knew how to use sword control for flight, saving a lot of time. Saving a lot of time. But this is the geographical position of Jinzhou, backed by the sea, a big river passing through. Once out of the city, there were countless towering mountains nearby. Zhao Huai went out of the outer city of Jinzhou and came to the mountains near the city. Backed by the endless jungle mountains and into the jungle, he couldn't continue to fly. What lay before him was a winding mountain road that stretched deep into the jungle, with no end in sight. Today, Zhao Huai was in a black robe, wearing a bamboo hat, with a myna bird perched on his shoulder. He took a step, and his body appeared on a tree branch. With a light stamp of his foot, he was like an afterimage, appearing on another tree. Traveling in this way, his speed was naturally very fast and before long, a temple appeared in front of him. Hovering in mid-air, Zhao Huai couldn't help but mutter, "Is there really a temple here?" After slowly landing and going up the stone steps, he quickly came to a large temple with rubble and vermilion wall. The sign at the front read Minjian Temple. When he looked to the other side, he saw another road up the mountain, with groups of pilgrims coming in and out. 2 young monks at the temple gate were holding brooms, sweeping the fallen leaves at the gate. A confused look on his face, Zhao Huai glanced at the myna bird next to him and asked, "Is this the way you led us to? You couldn't possibly lead us astray, could you?" The myna bird tilted its head to look at him and said nothing, but continued to fly into the temple with the skull in its mouth. Zhao Huai followed it into the temple. He was walking very fast and the monks sweeping around didn't notice him. After entering, there was a large courtyard in front of him with the Buddha's copper statue at the furthest end, visible at a glance. Zhao Huai stopped a young monk who was passing by and asked, "Excuse me, sir. Do you know about any eerie places in the temple recently? What he wanted to find now was the location of the lantern woman. Maybe the monks here could know something. The young monk folded his hands respectfully and said seriously, "Eerie? Sir, you might be mistaken. This is a pure and peaceful place of Buddhism. How can there be anything eerie? If you really want to talk about eerie, there is indeed something going on near the temple lately. For the specifics, you should ask the abbot. He knows more than us." After the monk explained, he left. Zhao Huai nodded his head and continued to follow the myna bird. Upon reaching the prayer hall, the bird didn't stop but continued to fly towards the back hill of the temple. So it's not in the temple, huh? Zhao Huai had a slight realization and was about to call the bird back when he saw a familiar girl in a green skirt and an old monk with a white beard, walking shoulder to shoulder out of the side door. "Miss Lu?" Zhao Huai asked in surprise. The woman in front of him was none other than Lu Wangkaiu, a disciple from the inner sect of the Immortal Yearning sect, wasn't it? Her long legs were as white and straight as ever. At this moment, Lu Wangkaiu seemed to be seriously saying something to the old monk in the cassock. Suddenly, she noticed that someone was staring at her. She moved her gaze and met Zhao Huai's eyes. Seeing Zhao Huai, Lu Wangkaiu smiled politely and said, "It's young Master Zhao. It's been a long time since we parted after the fox demon incident. Miss Lu, is this young man also here to deal with the evil spirit?" The old monk with the white eyebrows smiled and asked immediately. "Abbot, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. It was young Master Zhao who saved my life last time, and I was able to turn danger into safety. We're just friends, not fellow disciples." Facing the two, Zhao Huai's expression remained unchanged. He smiled slightly and said, "I just came to the temple to burn incense. I didn't expect to see you here, miss. Indeed, it is quite a coincidence." Lu Wangkai replied with a smile. "Boss Zhao, this is the Abbot Mingguang of the Minjian Temple." Lu Wangkai introduced from the side. Zhao Huai and Abbot Mingguang both nodded at each other in acknowledgement. "Did I hear you just mention the term evil spirit?" Zhao Huai hadn't forgotten the conversation the two of them just had and calmly asked. When a sect disciple is involved, there must be signs of demons. At the mention of the evil spirit, Lu Wangkai's expression became noticeably serious as she nodded. "Yes, there's been a very powerful evil spirit near the spiritual mine that our Immortal Yearning sect is overseeing the excavation of. It's said that it can kill people in their dreams. The victims go to sleep and never wake up. Many miners have been brutally murdered." Upon hearing this, Zhao Huai was reminded of the tough man who bought the coffin not long ago. Wasn't he a worker in the spiritual mine? He mentioned that every time someone came home at night, passing through a hillside, they would suddenly die the next day. So, it was the work of the lantern woman. At this thought, Zhao Huai seemed to understand where the skull came from. Could it be that the skull was dug out from the spiritual mine? Initially, everything was peaceful. But due to the digging of the spiritual mine, a grave was disturbed, and the skull was thus carried back by the myna bird? Amit Ba. Abbot Mingguang recited the Buddha's name, saying with regret, "The evil spirit, after all, was once a pitiful human being. Aren't all demons ruthlessly cruel? How could they be pitied?" Zhao Huai asked curiously. He sensed that this abbot was not an ordinary person. He must know some inside story about the lantern woman. Abbot Mingguang slowly began, "The story of this evil spirit has been passed down for a long time. It's an old tale that few know nowadays. I only heard of it when I was a child, from a monk in the temple. Several hundred years ago, there was no temple here, and Jinzhou was not called Jinzhou. Under the reign of Yan country, this evil spirit was originally an elegant young lady from a prominent family in the state. One day, she sneaked out and happened to meet a destitute scholar. The two quickly fell in love. But her father was against their love, and she had a fierce argument with him. Instead, she took her dowry and eloped with the scholar. The couple found a mountain and lived in seclusion, living happily and promising to grow old together. After a long time though, the scholar got bored and decided to take the imperial examination. The woman was very supportive and spent their money to help him study. Years later, when the scholar went to the capital city to take the exam, the woman spent all their savings for his travel expenses and saw him off. However, things did not go as planned. Once the scholar left, he sent no word back home, no letter, not even when the exam results were posted. One late night, she went out with a lantern, leaving the mountain to look for her husband. But she never found him and ended up dying on the mountain. Her longing eventually turned into obsession, and she transformed into an evil spirit. Having heard the tale, Zhao Huai fell into deep thought. The story was not innovative, rather, it was too common and cliché. He had heard many such ancient tales before. Was this an evil spirit from hundreds of years ago? This was indeed a big fish he had caught. No wonder she was so powerful. However, Zhao Huai saw some discrepancies in the story. He could understand the lantern woman searching for her husband. But why did she become an evil spirit? Search, this was a virtuous thought, which shouldn't transform into an evil spirit. But her frightening appearance didn't seem to fit the typical traits of an evil spirit. This hinted that there must have been intense resentment that augmented her power and turned her into a nightmare. At that moment, Zhao Huai habitually tossed a copper coin to see the result. The long-awaited result was finally out. The hexagram changed for the first time. Hexagram 1, tonight's longing should settle, the cold rain mourns for the spirit at the grave site, to dissipate resentment, your instruction is blessing. Chapter 65, Peaceful Days. Huai's pawnshop. Sister, where are you? After finishing her washing, Pei Xiangyun changed into new clothes and looked around the room for her sister. Finally, she spotted her sister leaning quietly against a tree by the entrance to the backyard, not moving at all. Sis, what are you doing? Pei Xiangyun lifted her skirt and quickly walked over, smiling cheerfully. As soon as she approached, she was frightened by a pale hand on the ground, her face turning pale as she asked. What is this? Under the tree, there was a large pit with two bodies wearing black clothes. They seemed to have been dead for some time. At this moment, Pei Xiangyun was bewildered, not knowing why two corpses had suddenly appeared in the backyard. Yu Qinghan stared at the two bodies, remaining silent and her phoenix eyes incredibly calm. It seemed like she was deep in thought. Pei Xiangyun began to examine the bodies, and after a while, she exclaimed. How did these corpses get here? Sister, did you kill them? Yu Qinghan replied faintly, then slowly stood up, as if she had already gotten the answer she was looking for. Pei Xiangyun, having received a negative answer, quickly thought up a bold idea. Could it be, brother-in-law? But she quickly dismissed that thought, muttering to herself. But it doesn't make sense. I heard you say that he's only just started cultivating, right? These two people have different muscles and bones than ordinary people, and their pubic regions have been opened. They must be cultivators. How could someone who just started cultivating deal with two cultivators? Is there another killer? Pei Xiangyun came to her sister's side, trying to see a hint of an answer on her face. But she was disappointed, as she couldn't find any clues in her sister's expression. Pei Xiangyun pouted and guessed, maybe these people were killed by brother-in-law. You don't know his true side, but in private, he might be a supervillain who came just for you, sister. My husband is not that kind of person. Yu Qinghan frowned slightly. In her heart, she had already made up her mind. These two people were very likely killed by her husband. Of course, there were also the possibilities of other people killing and dumping the bodies in the backyard, and her husband helping people to dispose of the corpses. However, considering the various coincidences before, her husband killing people seemed more consistent with the first guess. At the auction, the Shadowless Pavilion's assassin had appeared, and she thought they would go after her husband. But in the end, the assassin disappeared without a trace, and her husband was safe and sound. They even happened to meet each other on the street. Also, during the night, she had encountered a fox demon who disguised itself as her husband to deceive and attack her. But why did the fox demon disguise itself as her husband? In the brothel, she killed the fox demon and went through several twists and turns, only to find her husband suddenly appearing at the Drunken Flower Tavern. He even managed to mysteriously meet with the disciples of the Immortal Yearning sect, and their relationship seemed quite close. Finally, there were the corpses that had suddenly appeared in their courtyard. All of these were considered to be suspicious points by Yu Qinghan. Any of these incidents alone could be easily explained, and she might have a hard time noticing them. But when all of them were connected, wouldn't it be too much of a coincidence? Because any of these events weren't something an ordinary person could experience. Encountering any of them was already extraordinary. At the time, she might not have thought too much about it, since her husband's safety was the most important thing. The other details would inevitably be overlooked, but on closer analysis, things didn't seem so simple. Whenever there was trouble, her husband was always by her side. If her husband really was the killer, then he was likely a very powerful cultivator with a high level of cultivation. To evade Elder Diao's personal examination, his cultivation must be at least at initiation stage or above, not ruling out the possibility of golden core stage. That would mean his cultivation level was higher than hers. It was simply. Frowning, Pei Xiangyun saw Yu Qinghan becoming lost in thought again and couldn't help but ask. Sister, if brother-in-law really killed those people, what do you plan to do? After thinking it through, Yu Qinghan's lips curved slightly, and she smiled faintly. I'll do what I always do. Pei Xiangyun was instantly dumbfounded, not believing what she heard. Sister, if this were true, he hit his cultivation level and always stayed by your side. Is that important? Pei Xiangyun was even more surprised to see Yu Qinghan's indifferent expression. She simply could not understand her sister's thoughts. Yu Qinghan pressed her lips together, looking at the newly opened spiritual medicine garden in the courtyard and the cozy surroundings. She stood up, toyed with the flowers under the tree, and whispered. Xiangyun, you don't understand. He has always been who he is, never changing, whether he has a high cultivation level or a low one. In the end, all he wants is to live a peaceful life. That's enough. Yu Qinghan's thoughts were simple, as long as the good days continued, and her husband treated her well, that was enough. What else was there to worry about? Sister, you. Pei Xiangyun saw her sister's complex expression and didn't know what to say. She could only think that her sister trusted her good-for-nothing husband too much. As long as it didn't harm her and life continued as it was, it didn't matter what cultivation level he had. She wouldn't bother with anything else. This attitude was too relaxed for her to understand. Bury them. Pretend nothing ever happened. With a wave of Yu Qinghan's slender hand, a strong surge of true qi emanated from her, and a large amount of soil floated up to cover the corpses. Soon, all the soil was smoothed out and filled back in as if nothing had happened. Whine. At this moment, an eaglehawk appeared in the sky, letting out a long cry. Is there important news? Pei Xiangyun cried out in surprise upon seeing the eaglehawk. This eaglehawk was a spirit bird bred by the Pei family, specifically for delivering intelligence. If there was important news, it would report it immediately. Pei Xiangyun read the letter and quickly knitted her brows. The imperial court has issued an order to mobilize troops, stating that they will transfer the southern army to garrison the West Pass and leave only a portion of the forces to defend the south. Sister, your troops have been reassigned. Pei Xiangyun said worriedly. If they're reassigned, so what? It has nothing to do with me. Yu Qinghan continued to plant more spiritual medicine in the garden, sounding unconcerned. Pei Xiangyun sighed, Sister, this means you'll never have a chance to return to the military. Even if your general seal was taken away before, the military system was still intact. There was still a chance to turn things around. But now, with this order, the invincible senior general of the 5 armies has crumbled. What was the emperor thinking? After hearing this, Yu Qinghan showed no reaction and picked up her watering can, slowly walking back into the house. Pei Xiangyun watched her sister's retreating figure, her almond-shaped eyes filled with sorrow. She felt that it was time for her to leave. Chapter 66, Lingering Resentment, 4000 Grand Chapter. Since seeing Lu Wangkai at Minjian Temple, Zhao Huai only exchanged pleasantries with her for a while before bidding farewell. At most, he repeatedly asked Abbot Mingguang for more details of the story. Although both he and Lu Wangkai were looking for the Lantern Woman, he didn't plan to cooperate with her. It was because he had too many secrets, and spending too much time together would only lead to chaos, so he deliberately chose a different path from Lu Wangkai. Moreover, his current strength was at the peak of the mortal world, with the addition of his destiny of peak ultimate's intention, cultivators in the initiation stage couldn't match him. If he learned more magical powers, he might even be able to face old veterans in the initiation stage. Of course, he could only flee upon seeing a Golden Core Realm cultivator, but Golden Core cultivators rarely showed themselves anyway. The spiritual minefield is ahead. Following the Mina bird, Zhao Huai gradually entered a vast area, with a big mountain behind him. At the entrance of the mountain, there was a cave. All kinds of transportation facilities were set up, and wooden carts filled with spiritual stones were on display. These were the crudest spiritual mines, not even considered inferior spiritual stones. They needed to go through a refining process to become spiritual stones. What could be seen at the moment were civilians pushing carts out of the mine, and the sound of work echoed from inside the cave. Spiritual crystal debris was scattered all over the ground, which was the impurities found in the spiritual mines. The grades of spiritual stones were clear. Inferior spiritual stones were commonly circulated among mortals and small to medium-sized sects. Well-known large immortal cultivation sect disciples received medium-grade spiritual stones as monthly stipends, making them generous spenders. Superior spiritual stones, occasionally seen in the hands of elite disciples, true disciples, and sect elders, were mostly used for cultivation, and a single one could make an ordinary person in the mortal world rich for half their lifetime. The highest grade spiritual stones were extremely rare and not part of trading. Every interval in the distance, there would be a sect disciple in a white crane-decorated uniform hanging from a tree, with cultivation around the 4th to 7th stages of refining chi, clearly outer sect disciples. They were responsible for monitoring the spiritual mine fields to prevent theft. This spiritual mine was the property of the Immortal Yearning sect, leased to the civilians of Jinzhou. It had been negotiated in advance with the governor of Jinzhou, which is why the disciples of the Immortal Yearning sect were stationed at key locations, restricting entry by ordinary people. This was not a problem for Zhao Huai. He smiled slightly, concealed his qi, and then disappeared into the darkness. The gap of cultivation level was evident. Even the basic art of containing qi, the outer sect disciples couldn't find any flaws. Zhao Huai quickly snuck into the rear mountain of the spiritual mine, reaching the depths without making a sound, standing on a hillside and observing the bustling civilians below. 1,000 miles a day, 1,000 miles a day. The myna bird hovered in the sky above the rear mountain, continuously calling. It seemed they had reached their destination. Is this the place? Zhao Huai frowned. This place was very ordinary, and there was a deep mountain behind the spiritual mine. It didn't seem to have any special significance, especially regarding the tomb. He couldn't see it at all. There were trees everywhere. How could there be a tomb? What he found most curious was why the myna bird didn't pick up those rare spiritual stones instead of holding onto a broken bone. Whoosh! Suddenly, in the quiet surroundings, Zhao Huai heard the sound of flowing water. Following the gentle sound of the water, he slowly approached and saw a narrow stream flowing through the forest. Zhao Huai took a step and realized his feet were sticky. When he looked down, he discovered that it was mud mixed with water from the stream. In that instant, familiar feelings surged in his heart. Zhao Huai found the place increasingly familiar, as the memories in his mind began to merge with the scene. He was almost certain by now. This was the place that he had passed through in his dream, the small river at night. The only difference was that one was during the day, and the other was at night. Logically, if he continued walking, he should encounter a wooden house and then the woman with a lantern in a white dress. Following the impression from his dream, Zhao Huai continued towards the front. The magical treasured longsword appeared in his hand, emitting a cold and harsh light. The sleeves filled with thunder talismans were ready to be launched at any moment. As his hexagram changed back to fortune now, Zhao Huai's confidence grew, as it meant he was on the right track. His guess was right. The mining of the spiritual mine awakened the evil spirit sleeping here, causing the lantern woman to reappear. As long as he dealt with her, he could finally sleep peacefully. However, Zhao Huai walked for a long time and still didn't see the supposed wooden house. Let alone the lantern woman. The road ahead became darker and darker, with intersecting branches blocking the sun, plunging the place into darkness. Only a few rays of light pierced through the gaps between the leaves, casting shadows on the ground. Rustle! There was a movement in the jungle, and a black shadow flashed by swiftly. Zhao Huai's eyes narrowed, his true vigor stirred, and the magical treasured longsword in his hand shot out, directly hitting the target. Suddenly, the surrounding trees began shaking, with countless vines whipping through the air. Looking around, there were hundreds of them. In front of Zhao Huai appeared a tree, a massive tree that would take 7 or 8 people to encircle its trunk. With a single leap, he dodged the vine's strikes. Chapter 67, Lingering Resentment, 4000 Grand Chapter, _2. The spiritual sword whooshed, like lightning, and immediately returned to its sheath. Zhao Huai grasped the sword handle, taking a light breath, and a sharp momentum suddenly emerged with a wave of qi spreading out. Swish! At the moment the spiritual sword was unsheathed, the sky-reaching sword light instantly illuminated the quiet forest. This sword was like a lightning bolt that tore through the night sky, breaking the darkness and lighting up the surroundings. After the sword strike, Zhao Huai stroked the sword edge and quietly sheathed it. Just moments ago, the wildly dancing vines that filled the sky all fell to the ground, and the deep forest was once again quiet. A moment later, the massive tree was cut in half at the waist, with a vast amount of green blood gushing out. This was the true sword-drawing skill. Steady and fast. Ever since Zhao Huai received the blessing of the sword skill genius and crystal-clear sword mind destinies, his sword technique cultivation has surged like the rising tide. The power of his sword-drawing skill has become several times stronger than before. In front of him, the 100-year tree monster could barely last a moment. Zhao Huai looked at the tree demon cut in half without any ripple in his eyes, even feeling somewhat annoyed. He couldn't find the lantern woman and ended up finding a tree demon instead. What a failure! Not long after, a strand of pure energy flowed out from the tree demon's broken trunk and entered his body. Zhao Huai felt extremely comfortable all over, as if he had just finished a bath, with his true vigor extremely active, his cultivation slowly increasing, saving him a month's worth of hard training. Zhao Huai suddenly realized it was the slaying demon destiny that slowly activated. His own offensive skills pose a great threat to demonic creatures, not only amplifying the damage, but also cultivating and growing by slaying each demon. Zhao Huai gently smiled. As good as the slaying demon destiny is, there are not that many demonic creatures to be found. One might not be able to find one even with the demon viewing eye open for a whole day. Fool, fool! The mynah bird slowly flew down from the tree and landed on Zhao Huai's shoulder, its beady eyes moving around, appearing very clever. This fellow was smart. When it came to fighting, he was the first to run, the prime example of not being dead weight. You're calling me a fool? It's all the trouble you caused. Do you have the nerve? Zhao Huai vented at the mynah bird. He then calmed down and thought quietly. He felt that there were two important reasons why the lantern woman did not appear. First, it could be the environment. Perhaps she could only affect people in the dream world and had no way of dealing with humans in reality. Secondly, it was a matter of time. It might only be at night that she can appear. Regardless, all of this was speculation. If only he could connect dreams and reality together, Zhao Huai couldn't help but think. Yes. Dreams and reality. Zhao Huai glanced at the scab on his arm, and an idea suddenly came into his mind. Since the lantern woman liked to kill people in dreams, and the damage could be projected onto reality, that meant she must have existed in reality too, only hiding in dreams. Why couldn't he bring her into reality then? It should be possible in theory. If the damage she caused could come to reality, there should be no problem in bringing her over. Zhao Huai thought for a long time about the feasibility of this idea. In the end, he felt it was worth a try. The only thing he needed to be careful of was not to anger her in the dream world. Zhao Huai observed that when the lantern woman was in her white state, she was harmless and wouldn't hurt people. But once the lantern turned red, she would enter a rampage state and start to kill. As a precaution, he had to set up an alarm to wake himself up. Zhao Huai looked up at the tree branches and thought for a while. Sleeping on the tree would suffice, any significant movement in the dream would cause him to fall off the tree and wake up, right? Very well, let's do it this way. Zhao Huai settled on a plan and decided to find a safe place to sleep. The first place he thought of was Minjian Temple. It was relatively quiet there, with few people around, so even if he tangled with the lantern woman, he wouldn't harm any innocent bystanders. Soon, Zhao Huai was back near Minjian Temple. After much deliberation, he chose a pine tree about 100 meters away as his sleeping spot. He also set up 81 thunder talismans around the tree. Suppression Thunder Talisman, Slaying Thunder Talisman, 5 Elements Thunder Talisman. No matter what spirits and demons there were, they would have to taste the power of the thunder spells. After making the necessary preparations, Zhao Huai was ready to enter the Klarim. Bararitnat, NE also T00Ka 100K at TNE result or TNE copper com toss. The hexagram still showed fortune, indicating that this adventure was worth a try. He leaned against a thin branch, remaining motionless, and slightly squinted his eyes. Before long, he entered the dream. In the dream, the moonlight was still dazzling, with layers of black clouds accumulating. Zhao Huai arrived at the familiar forest, now shrouded in thick fog. I'm back again. This time, Zhao Huai was well prepared and intended to deal with the lantern woman. He walked to the familiar little stream, but before he could see the wooden house, he saw a woman in white crouching by the stream. She was still digging mud, with the lantern on the side emitting a fiery light, but this time the location was different. Zhao Huai approached her from 10 meters behind, but she did not react at all, which puzzled him. Does she have no memory of me? Hadn't they met before in a previous dream? Had that been wiped clean? Ignoring his doubts, Zhao Huai slowly approached. Chapter 68, Unresolved Resentment, 4000 Big Chapters, _3. The quiet lantern woman was digging through the mud, muttering to herself like a crazed lunatic. This time, Zhao Huai decided to inquire about the lantern woman's past and try to get some information from her. He cleared his throat and said, "Hello." Just as Zhao Huai started speaking, the lantern woman, who was squatting on the ground, stood up, and the lantern on the ground flew up into her hand. Turning around, the lantern woman walked step by step towards Zhao Huai, her eyes glowing with a faint red light. The flame inside the white lantern flickered unsteadily. "I haven't finished yet," Zhao Huai said, quite speechless. "Before I could even start speaking, she transforms?" The lantern woman looked eerily bizarre, her appearance no longer as fresh and beautiful as before. "Have you seen my husband?" Her voice became intermittent and hoarse, reminiscent of an angered roar of a large man. This time, Zhao Huai saw clearly how she transformed. Her mouth gradually lengthened and split open, her eyes shrunk like a contortion, and her fingers slowly grew long and sharp. Zhao Huai could feel a foul-smelling wind emanating from her, and he knew that if he didn't say something soon, the lantern woman would go berserk. Unfazed by the nightmarish scene, Zhao Huai smiled, "I think I know where your husband might be." Upon hearing this, the lantern woman obviously hesitated, her hoarse voice stuttered. Really?" Zhao Huai nodded, "I already have some ideas. If you cooperate with me, we might find your husband. Before that, you should return to your original appearance." After listening, the lantern woman fell silent for several seconds, finally relenting. "Okay." In an instant, the lantern woman returned to her previous fresh, beautiful appearance, and the lantern turned back to white. Her white skirt fluttered, her eyes bright, and her smile radiant, exuding the elegance of an elegant young lady. Zhao Huai realized that he had found the right approach. Instead of constantly fighting, he might as well try to outmaneuver her first. "If I can find my husband, I'll do anything you want," the lantern woman said earnestly. "Really?" Zhao Huai raised his eyebrow. The lantern woman looked pitiful, gently nodding her head. "Then tell me what happened after you went out to look for your husband." Zhao Huai had a clear goal. If he could find the source of the lantern woman's resentment, perhaps he could effortlessly resolve the trouble. So it was crucial to learn as much as possible about her experiences. With her head lowered, the lantern woman thought for a moment. "I remember walking through the mountains for a long time, being very tired, and one night, it was so dark that I almost lost my way. But I was worried for my husband's safety, as he hadn't sent me a letter for 3 months. I gritted my teeth and persisted until I reached the state. Then, I discovered." As she spoke, the lantern woman's expression turned wrong, as if she was in great pain. Moreover, the flame in her white lantern swayed unsteadily as if it would go out at any moment. Seeing her like this, Zhao Huai realized he had finally hit a blind spot. If he could figure out what happened to the lantern woman after she arrived in the state and county, everything would be easily solved. "I discovered that my husband had betrayed me." Finally, the lantern woman uttered these words, but by then, her voice had once again become hoarse. Zhao Huai knew that things were not going well. At the moment, dealing with her resentment seemed difficult. Chapter 69, Dream Connections, First Update. Seeing that the lantern woman before him was about to enter a heated state, Zhao Huai hastily explained, "Your husband was Lu Lang, right? He did not betray you, you must have remembered wrong." "Remembered, wrong?" The raspy voice of the lantern woman slowed, obviously lost in thought. Seeing the beneficial effect, Zhao Huai seized the moment. "Exactly, otherwise your mind wouldn't be devoid of memories. So you must have remembered wrong." In fact, he was stalling for time. From the betrayal just now, it was pretty obvious her husband had become successful and subsequently abandoned the lantern woman. Therefore, after her death, she turned into an evil spirit. This was the source of the resentment. But on closer inspection, several details could not be explained. The most important one being, how did the lantern woman go mad? The fragmented memories were obviously insane. Being abandoned, a normal response would be to confront the perpetrator, then being humiliated, and then going mad? This explanation seems somewhat far-fetched. If her husband wanted to cleanly kill her and shut her up, then the lantern woman would certainly not have time to go mad. She may not even have time to turn into an evil spirit. It may all be too sudden. Only a person carrying immense resentment when they die could be transformed into a mighty evil spirit. In other words, it requires a process. Zhao Huai felt a deeper truth lied behind. Yes, I forgot. I cannot remember. The lantern woman muttered to herself, her eyes vacant. The red light on her body slowly faded as well, clearly shaken by what Zhao Huai said. With no memory of any betrayal, there was no room for hatred. In order to soothe the lantern woman, Zhao Huai decided to strike up a positive conversation. He thought for a moment, then asked, "What's your husband like? Does he have any friends, and what does he typically enjoy doing?" The lantern woman thought for a moment, then slowly said, "My husband is a devoted scholar, poor at making friends. His biggest hobby is reading at home while I watch him from afar. I enjoy watching him read the most, he looks the most serious and focused when he is reading." Towards the end, she spoke with some emotion. "By at home, you mean the wooden house we saw earlier?" Zhao Huai asked. "Correct. Perhaps we should go have a look, we may find some clues about your husband." Zhao Huai suggested, there could be crucial information inside the wooden house. "All right." The lantern woman agreed dazedly. Thus, Zhao Huai followed her, noticing that the way the lantern woman walked was rather peculiar. Although it looked like a normal walk, it seemed devoid of grounding, as if she didn't need to walk to move forward, as if she was floating, and the walking was merely an instinct from her life before death. Zhao Huai entered the wooden house. To his surprise, the house was entirely empty except for a bed, chairs, and tables, and books, all of which were covered in a thick layer of dust. There was nothing else. Just when he was about to leave in disappointment, he noticed a box under the bed. It looked suspicious. On closer inspection, he froze and exclaimed, "A coffin? Why is there a coffin here?" Under the bed was a coffin, which was undeniably small, or else it wouldn't fit under the bed. He suddenly realized that she was gone. He stepped out of the wooden house and found the lantern woman standing at the entrance, gazing in a certain direction without moving. A moment later, a beautiful woman with a long ponytail dressed in a green dress embroidered with lotus patterns, long legs and a slim waist came out from the middle of the road. She slightly squinted her beautiful eyes and slowly said, "So you're the evil spirit that's been troubling the spiritual mind for a while." Zhao Huai was flabbergasted. He knew this person all too well, wasn't it Lu Wangqiu, whom he had just met earlier? But wasn't this place within a dream? How did she get in? Could it be, the dream space of the lantern woman was an independent one, he suddenly realized. The eyes beneath Lu Wangqiu's willow leaf brows were filled with murderous intent at the moment. She was clearly here for the lantern woman. Die! Without uttering another word, Lu Wangqiu disappeared from her spot and charged towards the lantern woman. She wanted to call upon her spiritual sword to kill the evil spirit, but her face went blank in no time. She realized she could not sense the existence of her storage ring or even manipulate her true vigor. Staring at her palm, Lu Wangqiu's face was full of confusion. Indeed. Zhao Huai thought to himself that in the dream realm of the lantern woman, one's cultivation would be erased. This was obviously Lu Wangqiu's first time in the dream realm, so she was completely unaware of this. It was at this moment that Zhao Huai noticed the lantern in the woman's hand gradually turning red and brightening. "No way, it's getting warmer again," Zhao Huai sighed helplessly. He had just barely managed to get his words out, but was then interrupted by Lu Wangqiu. His main annoyance was the unpredictable temper of the lantern woman, who would fly into a rage at the slightest provocation. "Don't be reckless. I haven't found your husband yet." Zhao Huai felt he was close to uncovering the truth. When he did, the lantern woman would self-destruct. He was just one step away. "So, where is my husband?" The lantern woman's voice became icy, and her slender jade fingers grew longer and sharper again. "You're lying to me, you don't know where he is at all." Whoosh! The lantern carried by the lantern woman had fully turned red at this moment. Her face became incredibly grotesque and terrifying, her eyes twisted and lengthened, the corners of her mouth split wide open, revealing a gaping bloody mouth, appearing like a fierce ghost. "Run!" Standing in the doorway of the wooden house, Zhao Huai yelled at Lu Wangkaiu. "Young Master Zhao!" Seeing Zhao Huai who had shown himself, Lu Wangkaiu was stunned. Unsurprisingly, she hadn't expected Zhao Huai to be here. In that instant, the lantern woman in her fury had already appeared in front of her, her claws ferociously stabbing forward. As soon as Lu Wangkaiu sensed it, she reflexively retreated. But she was still one step too late. The lantern woman left a deep wound on her arm as soft as a lotus root, causing blood to seep out. Looking at the transformed and extreme fast evil spirit in front of her, Lu Wangkaiu knelt on the ground, a serious look on her face. The lantern woman gave her no time to catch her breath, disappeared from the spot, and lunged at her again. An after-image swept by, taking Lu Wangkaiu's hand and just managing to dodge the attack. "Master Zhao, you!" When she realized the person in front of her, she was stunned. "I'll explain later." Zhao Huai looked at the lantern woman standing still behind him, picked up Lu Wangkaiu, leaped up, and jumped into a tree. During their escape, Lu Wangkaiu was amazed at Zhao Huai's speed. She had already found it strange that the lantern woman was very fast, too fast for her to defend against, yet Zhao Huai could dodge in time. If she'd not been pulled along, she would not have been able to keep up with him. This meant that Zhao Huai's speed, bursted from his physical body, was much quicker than hers. In other words, he was an extremely powerful cultivator. In fact, Zhao Huai, being augmented by the destiny of peak ultimate's intention, had a physical strength that was 4 times that of an ordinary cultivator, so naturally, Lu Wangkaiu couldn't compare. Moving swiftly on the tree, Zhao Huai felt a chilly wind sweeping in. A disgusting putrid gust was wreaking havoc in the woods, the rustling sound of leaves and branches rustling could be heard in his ears. Since the plan to resolve resentment has failed, the only option left is the least desirable one. Zhao Huai had always believed that resolving resentment was the easiest and relaxing method. Otherwise, the hexagram wouldn't have shown this result. "What are you planning to do?" asked Lu Wangkaiu. "To kill her," Zhao Huai answered impassively. Lu Wangkaiu was slightly stunned. At this moment, she found the man in front of her becoming increasingly foreign to her. Chapter 70, The Cruel Truth, Second Update. "What should I do? I can cooperate with you." Lu Wangkaiu quickly regained her composure and said seriously. Right now, the most important thing was to deal with the evil spirit, everything else had to be put aside. Since Zhao Huai was stronger than her, it was only natural to follow his lead. "Attract her attention, and I'll be responsible for pulling her out of the dream," Zhao Huai explained calmly. "Pull her out of the dream? Can that really be done?" Zhao Huai's words were difficult for Lu Wangkaiu to understand, or rather, she couldn't even think of it. "Trust me, there's not much time left. This is her dream, not ours, so we'll be greatly limited here." Zhao Huai could clearly feel that the surrounding forest was closing in, and the road was getting narrower and narrower. It must be the doing of the lantern woman. He gradually came to understand that this so-called dream was actually an independent space. It wasn't that his dream had been invaded by the lantern woman, but he was pulled into the lantern woman's dream. "I understand." Lu Wangkaiu nodded heavily and ultimately chose to trust Zhao Huai. Zhao Huai held her and slowly let go of her. Lu Wangkaiu landed steadily on the ground while he stayed on the tree, waiting for the right moment. He reminded her, "You must touch her body, or the plan will be difficult to succeed. You can attract her attention with her deceased husband. This tactic is very effective." Lu Wangkaiu nodded to show her understanding. As soon as the words fell, a cold, whistling wind came. A red figure slowly appeared in the middle of the road, her hair disheveled, and the fierce red light in her eyes revealed her boundless resentment. Looking at the red lantern woman, Lu Wangkaiu couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat, her mood was undoubtedly tense. After all, without cultivation, one careless mistake could lead to irreparable consequences. "Come on! Aren't you looking for your husband? I think he's already dead." "What's the use of looking?" Lu Wangkaiu provoked the lantern woman. The lantern woman let out a sharp scream, almost piercing the ears. She couldn't bear others humiliating her husband. Zhao Huai covered his ears on the tree, not daring to let his guard down. His eyes were incredibly sharp, watching the lantern woman's every move closely. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the lantern woman disappeared from her original spot, turned into a fishy wind, and appeared in front of Lu Wangkaiu, lunging down with a claw. Lu Wangkai was prepared and leaned back in advance. The lantern woman missed. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Huai jumped down and grabbed the lantern woman's pale, bloodless arm. How could the lantern woman pass up the opportunity to tear a living person apart? Her hair suddenly came to life and wrapped around his body. She also opened her bloody mouth and roared at him. Such great strength! Zhao Huai's face turned pale, suddenly realizing his arm was about to break. The lantern woman's strength was even greater than he had imagined, and it was still increasing. He had to hurry. Wake up now! Zhao Huai shouted at the sky. Now, his whole body was wrapped tightly by the lantern woman's hair. In the real world, strands of black smoke were entwining around Zhao Huai's forehead. He closed his eyes, his body twitched continuously, as if bound by something. The tree branch under his buttocks made a creaking sound, and it could not bear Zhao Huai's movement any longer. His whole body tilted to the side and fell straight down. Just at the moment of landing, the dream made a crack sound. The endless darkness before his eyes turned into a vortex and shattered instantly. Where are you? I'll come to find you. At the moment the dream was about to shatter, Lu Wangkai shouted to Zhao Huai. Find me near Minjian Temple. Zhao Huai held tightly onto the lantern woman's arm and didn't let go. A loud splash sound came. The dream was over. Zhao Huai suddenly opened his eyes and leaped to his feet, grabbing the spiritual sword and feeling the surging true vigor in his body. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had succeeded. And at this moment, a thick black smoke like a viscous fog appeared before his eyes, and it eventually condensed into the shape of the lantern woman. However, she was enraged and kept howling angrily. Zhao Huai didn't care, instead, he sneered coldly. Welcome to my domain. His tone was extremely calm, full of confidence. The berserk lantern woman let out a shrill scream, lunging towards Zhao Huai. Barely taking a step, numerous scattered thunderbolts appeared around the large tree. Powerful spiritual chi fluctuations swept outwards. Boom! 100 thunder talismans, including 5 elements thunder talisman, slaying thunder talisman, and suppression thunder talisman of several kinds, all erupted simultaneously, and in a flash, the entire forest was as bright as day. Thunder magic was a formidable restraint against evil spirits. Great amounts of ghostly chi from the lantern woman's body dissipated, causing her to let out a miserable wail. Zhao Huai watched coldly, his hands not stopping. Another talisman was quickly inscribed, leaving intricate patterns on the ground that emitted a faint glow, suppressing the evil spirit within. This lantern woman had killed many people, and she had to pay the price. As the powerful thunder talismans suppressed her second by second, the black smoke around lantern woman grew weaker and weaker, gradually showing signs of dissipation. Husband! Why are you doing this? Even in such a situation, the lantern woman was still calling out the word husband. The red berserk state was gradually fading, and she was back to her gentle white appearance. As the thunder talismans finished exploding, turning into ashes and dispersing, the lantern woman was suppressed under the tree, struggling with her last breath. Facing the beautiful fair-faced lantern woman in a white dress, Zhao Huai held the azure spiritual sword and slowly approached her, expressionless. I remember now. The lantern woman lowered her head, muttering to herself like a madwoman. Seeing her like this, Zhao Huai couldn't help but frown. It was me. It was me. Ha ha ha. The lantern woman laughed hysterically. Hearing these words, Zhao Huai seemed to understand something, his gaze revealed a trace of pity as he said. Go, he will forgive you. Then, he raised the sword in his hand, darting it straight into the lantern woman's forehead, like a kang long. In the dense forest, a woman was flying on a sword, her eyes filled with anxiety. Lu Wangkai breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Ling Yan Temple appeared before her. Soon, the figure of a man appeared in front of her. She leaped down and scanned around, discovering that there were no evil spirits, and then asked doubtfully. Young Master Zhao, where is that woman? Destroyed. Zhao Huai replied indifferently. Destroyed? So soon? Lu Wangkai's eyes widened in disbelief. Such an evil spirit was not something an ordinary cultivator could deal with, and it had only been a short while. I don't know what happened to her, but she was filled with boundless hatred. Lu Wangkai couldn't help saying. It's a harsh truth. Zhao Huai sighed, and by now, he had figured out what had happened at that time. It seems like the young master knows something. Lu Wangqiu asked curiously. Chapter 71, Restoring the Truth, Third Update. I heard from the abbot that this woman died in the mountain, and her resentful spirit was formed because she felt abandoned by her husband, Lu Wangqiu said. She had collected quite a bit of information about the lantern woman and had her own understanding. Zhao Huai shook his head. That's not the case. I spoke to her, and although she was lost in the mountains, she didn't die there. Please elaborate. Lu Wangqiu said helplessly. Just in terms of defeating the lantern woman, Zhao Huai was already stronger than her and obviously knew more. So Zhao Huai slowly recounted. The elegant young lady left the mountain and unexpectedly found her scholar lover in town. However, he had already achieved success and fame, changed his appearance, and become a popular figure. But he didn't come back to find her, so she was heartbroken and very sad. She felt that the scholar had forgotten his oath, so she went to confront him but got thrown out and couldn't even enter the house. So the scholar killed her to silence her. Lu Wangqiu suddenly realized. I initially thought so too, but think about it, if she had been killed by the scholar, would she still go to such lengths to find him? Lu Wangqiu nodded, indeed feeling conflicted. If the lantern woman was constantly looking for her husband, that meant her hatred was not directed at her husband. So there must be a twist, and the twist is that the scholar did not betray the lantern woman, Zhao Huai said solemnly. The scholar passed the imperial exam with the highest score and gained recognition. With numerous marriage proposals pouring in, he had his wife in his mind, but he didn't accept or reject any offers. He knew that once he rejected them, he could never make it in the officialdom in the future and his so-called fame would be nothing but a dream. Under various constraints, the scholar naturally couldn't find his wife immediately. If they discovered that he was already married, the outcome would be the same. However, the woman was unaware of this. She firmly believed that she was betrayed by her husband, and her hatred grew stronger, turning love into hatred. The deeper the love, the deeper the hatred. She sneaked into the scholar's mansion and killed him. Upon hearing this, Lu Wangqiu raised a doubt, let alone how the woman entered the scholar's residence. It's a bit incredible that a weak woman with no strength managed to kill someone. Zhao Huai smiled faintly, you underestimate the power of hatred. Even if she had to sell herself and enter as a servant, it would be extremely simple. As for whether she murdered or not, I think the coffin in the wooden house can prove it. The coffin? Yes, I saw a coffin under the bed in the lantern woman's wooden house. It couldn't be for her, it must be for the scholar's body. Lu Wangqiu was still puzzled, why prepare a coffin for a revenge killing? Zhao Huai's expression was extremely serious. Because she found out about everything the scholar did, perhaps through his diary or through inquiries. She killed the wrong person. Then she went mad. After the woman killed the scholar, she greatly regretted it. But with the man dead, what could she do? She could only leave the corpse in the wilderness. In the state and county, the scholar's story started spreading, about how he kept his door closed and remained low profile after becoming an official. Many people found it puzzling. Finally, the trusted housekeeper revealed the key. The scholar actually had a beloved wife, so he refused to marry, always delaying and never meeting with the noble families. The woman learned this news, struck by a thunderbolt, countless regrets flashed through her mind. She searched all night for the abandoned corpse of her husband. However, the scholar's body was already gnawed by rats and riddled with holes. Woman was devastated, loathing herself for not being able to accept the fact that she killed her beloved. Her hatred for herself reached the point of obsession. So she lost her mind. She put the scholar's body in the coffin and hid it under the bed. In this way, she could always be with her beloved scholar. She hated herself to the extreme and eventually committed suicide in front of the coffin. This hatred turned her into an evil spirit. After becoming an evil spirit, the mad woman chose to forget about her murderous crime and fell back into the grief of losing her husband. This is why the lantern woman has two forms. One is red, and the other is white. Red represents painful memories, while white represents normal, beautiful memories. After hearing Zhao Huai's explanation, Lu Wangqiu was stunned. So the lantern woman killed her husband and then killed herself. The person she hates is herself. Exactly. Zhao Huai nodded. While there might be discrepancies in the details, the train of thought was undoubtedly correct. This poor woman. Lu Wangqiu's eyes revealed sympathy. Zhao Huai pondered, actually, I still have a doubt left unanswered. What? Lu Wangqiu felt as if her scalp was tingling at this point, as the story sounded terrifying. Of course, the man in front of her was even more terrifying, able to not only find a way to kill the Lantern Woman but also deduce the truth. Where has the Lantern Woman's husband gone? He must have already turned to ashes. It's been hundreds of years. Lu Wangqiu said as a matter of course. Zhao Huai shook his head again. He clenched the skull in his hand, knowing in his heart that this bone was definitely Lu Lang's and not the Lantern Woman's. Rain chills the soul of scented flowers, and visitors are drawn to the grave. The essence of the word drawn in this hexagram phrase was used very well. Since the Lantern Woman was still seeking, that means Lu Lang still exists, whether it's his remains or his grave. Lu Wangqiu was puzzled, but she's already dead, shouldn't it be over? It's probably not that simple. Come with me. Zhao Huai placed his long sword on the ground, stepping on it. Where to? The Lantern Woman's grave. The two walked side by side, arriving near the small stream in their dreams in no time. This is. Lu Wangqiu obviously recognized the place. Zhao Huai's footsteps were extremely fast, and he quickly found the location of the wooden house. There was nothing here but dense vegetation. There was nothing else in sight. He activated the true vigor in his body, striking out with his palm. With a bang, a huge pit appeared in front of him. Zhao Huai squinted his eyes, and the skull in his hand emitted a red light. Slowly sinking into the pit. So that's how it is, Zhao Huai muttered, suddenly realizing. What? Lu Wangqiu felt like a 3-year-old child, following Zhao Huai's lead. Do you know where Lu Lang is? Zhao Huai smiled slightly. Where? Lu Lang has always been by the Lantern Woman's side, but she just didn't know, and we have always overlooked it. Lu Wangqiu frowned and tilted her head. That's not possible. There's nothing on her body. Zhao Huai pointed at the slowly rising red light and said. That lantern is her husband. Chapter 72, The Destiny of the Mandarin Ducks, The Sword's Destiny. Human Skin Lantern. Lu Wangqiu was suddenly shocked, and the image of the woman in white holding a lantern involuntarily emerged in her mind. After listening to Zhao Huai's words, she understood. The Lantern Woman made a lantern from her husband's skin, so that he could always be by her side even after death. This woman is insane. She actually turned her husband's skin into a lantern. Even with her strong mentality, Lu Wangqiu's face couldn't help but turn pale. Zhao Huai looked at the red spherical object in front of him and squinted his eyes. It's not a human skin lantern. The material of the lantern's outer layer is not human skin at all. I guess after the Lantern Woman killed her husband, she wanted to carry his body back to the mountain, but think about it, a weak woman, carrying a corpse through the wilderness at night, it's just too difficult. You mean? Zhao Huai tilted his head and said seriously, the Lantern Woman couldn't do it but couldn't bear to leave her husband, so she cut off his head and only took it back with her. So, there was no lantern at all, whether white or red, what she was holding all along was her husband's head. As the words fell, Lu Wangqiu looked at the red glowing sphere in front of her. In the eerie red light, it was clearly a dried-up skull, with the exposed skull scattered and missing a piece, hanging in mid-air, looking shattered. In the horrifying red light, a ghostly face appeared, letting out a shrill scream, resembling the roar of the Lantern Woman when she went berserk. At this moment, Lu Wangqiu realized that the reason for the Lantern Woman's unstable emotions was because she was influenced by the lantern. Her husband had also turned into an evil spirit, and he had been hiding inside the lantern all along. After all, if Lu Lang was killed by his beloved and his life's achievements were destroyed, how could he not hate her? Die! The ghostly face roared angrily, filled with resentment, and rushed towards Zhao Huai. In Zhao Huai's eyes, Lu Lang was not as formidable as the Lantern Woman. He remained calm, waved his sleeve, and a large amount of flowing blue arcs flashed through the sky. The Thunder Talisman was ready to be unleashed. There was a loud boom from the huge explosion, and the skull was blasted away. Zhao Huai held his long sword and walked in front of the skull while the dark blue sword chi shone brightly on the blade. Why did she kill me? The distorted ghost face roared with immense dissatisfaction. It was clear that Lu Lang was extremely unhappy with the Lantern Woman and overwhelmed with anger. Zhao Huai raised his sword and replied. Because she loves you. The thick sword chi converged and stabbed fiercely. The red light soon vanished. Zhao Huai said with a complicated expression, perhaps this is fate, they were destined not to be together because their paths diverged. The so-called soul-hooking gravestone guest has a double meaning, hooking the lantern and hooking people. Zhao Huai glanced at the copper coin in his hand and smiled lightly. The copper coin had told him the result from the beginning, but he had simply misunderstood it. At the end of it all, an orange light entered his mind. Another new destiny. Sword cultivator, Middle Earth grade, a lifetime of cultivating for a person, nurturing a sword for a lifetime, the ancient human race, only when the sword reaches its peak can one become a sword immortal. Nurturing a sword can greatly improve the connection with the sword, making it more powerful, and at the same time mastering the technique of nurturing a sword, its power can gradually increase. In other words, this is a destiny that enhances one's sword skills, and to increase the power of one's sword techniques is the most basic level. When the nurturing of the sword reaches its limit, boundless sword chi can be conceived, moving mountains and reversing oceans, breaking rivers and destroying cities will be easy, and no evil spirits can harm the sword's body in the slightest. To become a sword immortal, nurturing a sword is the first step. A sword cultivator? It's a bit similar to his sword drawing skill. However, it seems to be much stronger than sword drawing skill, as it has an additional growth attribute. Without any hesitation, Zhao Huai chose to merge with it. At the moment of merging with the destiny, he felt an additional stream of sword skill essence in his mind, as thin as a chopstick, and weak. Then it spread out, entered his palm, and finally drilled into the spiritual sword in his hand. The first step to nurture a sword is to infuse essence into the sword. Nurture the spiritual sword by feeding it with sword skill essence. Besides the sword wielder's own strength, the sword in hand is also important. Only when both achieve their peak can the full strength be unleashed. Lu Wangkaiu stared at the secluded forest, lost in thought for a moment, then turned to Zhao Huai, bowed deeply, and said earnestly, "Young Master Zhao, thank you. If he hadn't been there, she might have been in grave danger this time. May I ask, to which sect does the young master belong?" Lu Wangkaiu felt that Zhao Huai's cultivation was so high that he must have had some significant backing. "I haven't joined any sect, just a loose cultivator." Zhao Huai shook his head. Upon hearing this answer, Lu Wangkaiu was stunned. Young Master Zhao was such a young loose cultivator? Unexpected yet reasonable. In fact, there were such people in the immortal cultivation world, just very rare. They mostly had luck and unusual talents, which allowed them to enter the path of immortality. With young Master Zhao's talent and strength, joining a sect must have been extremely easy. He must have preferred the carefree life and chose not to join a sect. So that time with the fox demon, it was also the young master who took action. Lu Wangkaiu quickly remembered her previous experience and immediately made the connection. You could say that. So Lu Wangkaiu immediately took out a small bag and presented it with both hands, saying earnestly, "Please accept these spiritual stones, young master. You have helped me a lot and I really can't repay you. Please let me present these spiritual stones as a gift." Sect disciples usually take on tasks when going down the mountain, and when the tasks are completed, they often receive generous rewards. He had helped her twice, and both times were crucial for her success. She was a person who knew gratitude and wanted to repay him. If she didn't give him something, her conscience would be troubled. Fine then. Seeing her serious demeanor, Zhao Huai felt it would be inappropriate to refuse, so he accepted it silently. As he took the hemp bag and glanced inside, he saw a large amount of intermediate-grade spiritual stones. There were probably over 100 stones in the bag. Lu Wangkaiu was certainly generous. Also, it had to be said that sect disciples were quite wealthy. I must go back to the sect and report this first. Young Master Zhao, I shall take my leave. After giving the spiritual stones, Lu Wangkaiu bid farewell to Zhao Huai and left on her sword. Zhao Huai looked at the setting sun and suddenly realized that a lot of time had passed. He had set out in the morning, arrived at noon, spent the afternoon on the Lantern Woman, and had mostly been in a deep slumber. Time to go back, Madam must be getting worried. Zhao Huai called for his mynah bird, and his figure disappeared into the secluded forest. The gloomy atmosphere here had dissipated, returning to its former tranquility. Chapter 73, Gentle Night. The sky was dark, and the lights flickered inside Huai's pawnshop. Zhao Huai saw that the shop was still lit and the door was open, knowing that Madam must still be waiting for him. Meanwhile, the mynah bird couldn't wait any more and flew to the beam, calling out, "Home, we're home." Zhao Huai entered and looked around. The room was meticulously tidied, and hanging on the wall was an ink painting with a plum blossom snow scene. It had to be said that Madame had a unique love for plum blossoms, which represented perseverance, integrity, and a soft exterior but a strong interior. She liked them very much. At this moment, Yu Qinghan was wearing a thin white dress, sitting on the bed in the bedroom, slowly cultivating. Discovering that Zhao Huai had powerful cultivation had given her quite a shock. She must hurry and improve her own cultivation. Although her talent was not bad, the years of fighting in the north and south had consumed much time, slowing her cultivation progress. Now, only one step away from reaching the initiation stage, she must seize the time to break through. Hearing the door opening, Yu Qinghan withdrew from her cultivation state, glanced at the room, and smiled warmly, "Husband, you're back." Zhao Huai slowly pushed the door, took off his bamboo hat, hung it on the wall, and replied softly. "Yes, I'm back. I had many things to do today, that's why I came back late. Have you eaten yet?" "Not yet." Zhao Huai came straight home, so naturally, he had forgotten about eating. "How can that be? Let me make you a bowl of noodles." Yu Qinghan pouted and went to the kitchen. Zhao Huai looked at her busy figure and smiled, feeling an unspeakable warmth in his heart. Compared to the past when he was all alone, now there was someone in his life who worried about him and was waiting for him to come home. This feeling was wonderful. Here it is. Soon, a steaming hot bowl of clear soup egg noodles was placed in front of Zhao Huai. The noodles were sprinkled with scallions and lean meat, and it was hard to resist the temptation. Zhao Huai chuckled and took out a red object from behind him. "Madam, look, what is this?" "It's sugar-coated haws." Yu Qinghan saw a stick of haws coated with red sugar and couldn't help but feel delighted. "I know you like sweets, so you'll definitely like this." Zhao Huai smiled. At this, Yu Qinghan's face turned red, and she was touched that her husband remembered her little habits. She stuck out her tender tongue and licked the sugar coating of the sugar-coated haws, smiling like a blooming flower. It's very sweet. I'm glad you like it." As Zhao Huai was eating heartily, he suddenly noticed that someone was staring at him intently with both hands cupping her cheeks. It seemed like she was thinking about something. "Madam, why are you staring at me?" Being stared at by his wife, Zhao Huai couldn't help but smile. He felt that there was something strange about her tonight, different from usual. "My husband's appetite is so good, I am fascinated by watching you eat." Yu Qinghan straightened her body and smiled. "Madam, don't tease me." Zhao Huai shook his head and suddenly realized that someone was missing from the room. He couldn't help but ask. "By the way, where is Xiang Yun?" "She went back in the afternoon, saying that her family was urging her to return. She sneaked out to visit me while passing by." Yu Qinghan stood up and walked to the window as she said this, gently pushed open the window. The moonlight outside was incredibly clear, pouring down like clear water. That girl didn't even say a word. Zhao Huai clicked his tongue and glanced at the silver moon outside. Looking at his wife's fair and beautiful side face, he felt that she was somewhat melancholic tonight, and couldn't help but feel sorry for her. After all, her background was quite miserable. Abandoned by the emperor, her aristocratic family declined, her father passed away early, and she had conflicts with her family, which led to her being expelled. It could be said that she had lost everything. Others might find it hard to understand this kind of loneliness. But he was different, he'd been used to living as a bachelor, so he understood her feelings very well. It was just like the emotions he had felt when he first came to this world, helpless, lonely, and lost. Having lost his appetite for noodles, Zhao Huai suddenly stood up, went to Yu Qinghan's side, hugged her slender waist and whispered in her ear. "I've been here all along." Yu Qinghan withdrew her gaze from the bright moon and responded with a smile. "Qinghan, let's go to the rooftop to stargaze. What do you think?" Zhao Huai suggested. To emphasize closeness, he didn't call her madam but directly used her pet name. "Sure." It was already late May, and the weather was gradually getting warmer. The night sky was cloudless, the moon was large, and countless stars twinkled incessantly. Zhao Huai led Yu Qinghan to the rooftop of the third floor, opened a skylight, and climbed up the ladder. "The scenery tonight is nice." He couldn't help but laugh as he looked at the myriad of stars. Zhao Huai plopped down on the ground, not sitting properly but with legs bent, 1 foot hoisted, 1 foot flat, both hands resting behind his head, leaning against the wall without a care, a lazy air emanating from him as he slowly closed his eyes. He allowed the cool night breeze to caress his face. Husband's pose looks quite unrestrained. Yu Qinghan covered her mouth and laughed. In response to her questioning, Zhao Huai, without opening his eyes, leisurely replied, "This isn't being unrestrained. It's being relaxed." Having said that, he showed a contented expression. Relaxed. Yu Qinghan murmured to herself. It was the first time she had heard this term. Yes, look, ordinary people spend their days running around and dealing with various emotions, tired from coping. Even cultivators have to face all kinds of troubles, grudges, schemes, and dangers. It's so exhausting. Why not rest a bit and take it easy? When you put it that way, it does make sense. Yu Qinghan thought about it and realized he was right. After all her hard work, she still hadn't achieved what she truly wanted. Thinking about this, she smiled slightly, but with my husband, I already feel very relaxed. Seeing that her mood had improved, Zhao Huai felt gratified and said with a smile, "Try sitting like this. It's quite comfortable." Yu Qinghan let out an "oh" and followed his example, lying down casually. However, she felt this way of sitting was not suitable for wearing a skirt. Her feet involuntarily curled, and her slender, straight legs were exposed from under the skirt. Zhao Huai reveled in the sight, his eyes squinting in amusement as he said, "Why not lean on my shoulder? The effect would be even better." Yu Qinghan immediately saw through his little thoughts and scolded, "You're so dirty." Zhao Huai lowered his head and looked at his robe. During the day, he had been running around in the forest, even falling from a tree, so it had gotten quite dirty. "Haha, I forgot." He chuckled dryly to cover up his embarrassment. However, after hesitating for only a moment, Yu Qinghan still leaned her head on him. She knew that her husband was a clean person and that his current dirtiness must have been for some reason. How could she actually dislike him for being dirty? Zhao Huai raised his head to look at the moon while the beauty in his arms closed her eyes as if she was about to fall asleep. The cool breeze brushed past them, blowing strands of her hair, making him wrinkle his nose. The soft, black hair played across his face, tickling him. He slowly climbed his hand onto her slender waist and couldn't help pinching it. Clearly, he felt Madame's body shiver slightly. "Madame, you smell so nice. How about now? You're too bad." Yu Qinghan didn't know when she had opened her eyes, but she pursed her lips and scolded without any intent of refusal. "Heh!" Zhao Huai chuckled wickedly, scooping up the beauty in his arms, holding her like a princess. He hurriedly descended the rooftop, eager for a romantic night. Chapter 74, So What If I Like White Hair? Late night. In the grand mansion of the Raven sect. A group of disciples dressed in black long robes guarded the main gate. They were all newcomers to the Raven sect with the lowest status, having only recently joined, they were assigned to keep watch at night. With nothing to do, they engaged in idle conversation. "Hey, just what does the respected saintess look like under that veil? Just looking at those big eyes shining like stars makes me drool. Knock it off, the respected saintess is above your desires. Don't you want to live? If you ask me, her white hair is what I find most intriguing, I've never seen anything like it. All you know is about the saintess? Haven't you realized that life has gotten better after joining the sect? Master Zhang said things will be even better in the future. Yeah, the good days are coming. There's a big drought in Hedong and it's causing famine. I thought I would starve to death, but then Master Zhang took me in. I heard that our brothers everywhere are waiting for the right time to act. When that time comes, we'll push out this crappy government and divide the land. Destroy the Xia country, divide the land." As the few of them shouted their slogans, they felt invigorated as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Their eyes filled with zeal, and the crow tattoos on their necks were glowing brightly. It's not surprising that they have such resentment against the Xia country. Yan country had enjoyed 500 years of greatness, but it could not withstand the decline of its national fortune. Emperor Xiaoyu Daokeng at the time was nothing more than a local garrison general. Then the flames of rebellion spread rapidly across the Yan country, especially in the south and north of the Great River and the Zhanghuai region. With overwhelming force, they fiercely attacked the ruling power of the Yan. Emperor Xiaoyu Daokeng seized the opportunity and decisively raised his army. His two sons and daughter displayed their divine skills in battle, winning victory after victory, absorbing a large number of rebel forces and quickly rising to power. Particularly, his daughter showed unparalleled martial prowess leading the elite soldiers in battle. In just 1 year, she pacified the entire Jiangnan region and was given the title of Senior General, commanding all three armies. They headed north, aiming directly at Yan City. But as far as the common people were concerned, the death of a weak lion simply led to a strong wolf taking its place. The new dynasty was established, but the national fortune was still unstable. At this moment, in the courtyard of the mansion, the bead curtain at the entrance was gently lifting, and a black-robed woman in a veil slowly walked out. Her eyes under her eyelashes were as radiant as jewels, and when she walked, the bells at her feet jingled softly. Yin Nanyu, the saintess of the Raven sect. Her cultivation has reached the initiation realm. She isn't just someone chosen by the Crow Immortal, controlling the power within the sect, but also one of the strongest in terms of abilities. The Raven sect has a strict hierarchy with the Crow Master and the Saintess at the top. They oversee the members of the sect, while Protectors, Bureau Masters, and Master Zhang serve as branches lurking in various areas. Greetings, Saintess. Several disciples stood up straight upon seeing her, and shouted respectfully. Yin Nanyu responded indifferently, not even glancing at the disciples at the entrance, and walked straight out of the courtyard, stopping at the gate. Looking at the bright moon, her eyes shimmered as if waiting for some news. Suddenly, a series of ravens soared across the sky, and several shadows gradually appeared in the darkness. One of the shadows knelt down and said, "Respected Saintess, many grain merchants in the city have already obeyed the instructions of the Crow Immortal. We've been undercover in the police station for several days now, many constables have also obeyed the Crow Immortal's instructions." Yin Nanyu nodded lightly, "Well done, with the government not taking action, there's nothing to stop you in Jinzhou. Continue spreading the teachings and devote the power of your faith to Lord Crow Immortal. The sect won't let you down." "Is the Saintess leaving?" asked a subordinate, looking up in surprise. "Yes, I will return to the capital city at daybreak." "Is there an emergency in the capital city?" "It's an order from the Crow Master." "You don't need to know." Yin Nanyu's tone was indifferent. "Yes." The subordinate lowered his head, not daring to ask further questions. Yin Nanyu's trip to the capital city had a purpose. The Crow Master mentioned that he had received a revelation from the Crow Immortal through a dream. They said that when the three dragons trapped in heaven occurs, the Zhiwei star fades, it will be advantageous for us. This fair marks the beginning of the Raven sect's dressing. So we must keep a close eye on the capital's every move. Once the opportunity presents itself, it will be the time to rise up. Crow Master is the incarnation of Lord Crow Immortal and holds the highest position in the sect. Even she cannot defy him. Yin Nanyu looked at the kneeling cultist and instructed seriously, "Not only should we let ordinary people join the sect, but we must also seek out talented individuals. After all, having too many people in the sect will make it difficult to manage, and we need a lot of talents." "Understand. Of course, I know quite a few excellent candidates myself." The leader, Master Zhang, couldn't help but laugh. Now, the Jinzhou branch is different from the past. They no longer need to rely on processions to attract sect members. Their perpetuation is now thriving, and the power of the Crow Immortal has grown stronger. They can borrow some power from Crow Immortal and force people to join the Raven sect, seizing perpetuation. However, this only works on ordinary people for now, as cultivators have extraordinary spiritual powers, making it difficult to achieve. Master Zhang glanced at the sky, gradually turning fish belly white and flattered. "Would you like me to accompany you, respected Saintess?" Yin Nanyu lightly hummed in agreement. The Raven cultists escorted the Saintess, leaving the inner city all the way. "This is far enough." After Yin Nanyu finished speaking, a pair of black wings emerged from her back, she leaped, and quickly disappeared from sight. As Master Zhang watched her leave, he turned around enthusiastically, rubbing his hands, planning a grand scheme to live up to the Saintess's expectations. A man who had just woken up happened to walk by, opening his shop with a bird perched on his shoulder. "This person looks familiar, isn't he the guy who rejected me on the street last time?" A bright idea struck him. "Now I've got you. How dare you reject me last time? So it is decided then. You. This man is handsome and appears to be a prominent figure here. To have him join the Raven sect would be quite beneficial. Wait here, I already have my first candidate in mind." "Yes." After giving his instructions, he immediately followed the man. The symbol on his neck began to move, and the phantom of a raven emerged in his pupils. As long as the man looks back at him, he would fall into an endless admiration for Lord Crow Immortal. He gathered true chi, reached out to grab the man's shoulder, and pulled him over. He went straight for spiritual suppression. However, not long after extending his hand, it was caught by the man's firm grip. The handsome man turned around and questioned, "Ambushing me? What's your intention?" The dissatisfaction in his tone was evident. Seeing this man's reaction, Master Zhang was stunned for a moment before unleashing the spiritual power of Crow Immortal, attempting to force his way through. The invisible raven power burst forth. However, it was blocked by a solid wall and directly rebounded back. And the handsome man merely narrowed his eyes. A terrifying aura spread out, like a surging dragon, directly entering Master Zhang's mind, unleashing a furious roar. It was deafening, like continuous thunder, a seemingly dimension-shattering attack. Master Zhang quickly retreated several steps, his face pale, and his eyes widened. He thumped onto the ground, passing out. "What kind of weakling is this?" The handsome man shook his head and went back home with his sesame seed cake. When the other cult members found Master Zhang on the ground, they discovered that he had become completely dull-witted. Chapter 75, Sun Observing Swordsmanship. Going out to distract the mind, seeking follow-up reading. Zhao Huai sat at the entrance of the pawnshop, eating a sesame seed cake and listening to the constable who was passing by talking about a cult leader, dementia, the impact of words, and the clear vocabulary of the distribution of grain due to drought-induced famine, which attracted the attention of the government. It was said that the imperial court allocated some grain, but it was not quite enough, and it would not last until autumn. By next month, it would run out. Zhao Huai heard just bits and pieces. He had finally managed to get up early today, wanting to buy a sesame seed cake, when a person rushed towards him as if he were sick and tried to take action. Fortunately, Zhao Huai had his divine insight and noticed the man's actions early. What was even more outrageous was that the man actually wanted to brainwash him. That fluctuation in spiritual power was obvious to anyone with clear eyes. He showed no mercy and directly activated the insanity technique, shocking the man into a stupefied state. The insanity technique was a spiritual power magic technique. Once cultivated to the initiation stage, it could impose pressure and also protect the mind. This awakened Zhao Huai to the fact that cults were never up to any good. Their outward humility was feigned, and they were all secretly hatching some sinister plan. Whenever the cult was mentioned, his mind would mysteriously think of the White Lotus and the Fragrance sect. He didn't know if this Raven sect was doing something rebellious like them. But in the end, it didn't concern him. After finishing his morning meal, Zhao Huai was still idle. His wife had worked late into the night, and at this point, she hadn't gotten up yet. So, he could only enter his daily cultivation. He took out a vigor-gathering pill and slowly circulated his true vigor. The magical power in his body steadily increased. This vigor-gathering pill was specifically used to improve the cultivation of magical power for cultivators in the initiation stage. After taking 3 vigor-gathering pills in a row, he found that his magical power had increased a lot, and his cultivation had reached the bottleneck of the first layer of the initiation stage. However, he suddenly realized that each time he took a pill, its effect would be suppressed and greatly reduced. Almost all pills produced such effects. However, because of the spiritual wood's friend destiny, Zhao Huai could help himself dispel the impurities in the pills and panacea, absorb their essence, greatly enhance their efficacy, and avoid side effects. Thus, the benefits of the 3 vigor-gathering pills far exceeded the general situation. Now that I'm 23 years old and have already broken through the initiation stage, the speed is indeed fast, Zhao Huai couldn't help but exclaim. Ordinary people often reach the initiation stage around the age of 80, and their lifespans are generally exhausted before they die. Moreover, there are no resources accumulated, so it is unknown whether they can break through the bottleneck of the initiation stage. Disciples with spiritual roots and aptitude from the sects could break through the initiation stage around the age of 30. As long as they reach the initiation realm, their lifespan will double, gaining a significant amount of time. The condensed liquid formed by true vigor gradually solidified and became a symbol of the golden core, but he was still far from that step. The reason why he was able to break through the initiation stage so quickly was entirely due to the diligent reader destiny and the initiation pill's advantage. When mentioning the initiation pill, Zhao Huai couldn't help but ponder. He always felt that the black ring he got had an extraordinary origin. There were so many kinds of pills mixed in one bottle. Would ordinary people do this? There were pills for healing wounds, pills for replenishment during closed-door cultivation and consuming essence and blood. It also included spiritual sword and secret techniques. Could these be the remains of a sect cultivator who had gone out? Soon, Zhao Huai shook his head and didn't think too much about it. It didn't matter who it belonged to, all that mattered was that he liked it. For the rest of the time, he focused his mind on swordsmanship. With the sword skill genius destiny, he never fell behind in his comprehension of swordsmanship. Zhao Huai found that although his current sword drawing skill was useful, it was somewhat monotonous because it was a sword technique comprehended in the refining chi stage. If he encountered a large number of enemies, or special circumstances like pursuit or long-range attacks, it wouldn't be enough. In other words, now that he had broken through the initiation stage, he needed an even stronger sword technique. Now that a week had passed since his swordsmanship enlightenment, it was excellent, providing a state where he could immerse himself in a deep meditation time of man and sword as one, greatly speeding up his sword skill practice. Practicing swordsmanship daily was essential since it was through the sword that one gained true knowledge. However, subsequent comprehension and summary of sword techniques were equally important. Zhao Huai sat cross-legged, silently contemplating. In his mind, images slowly evolved, and the small figure formed by spiritual power constantly wielded sword techniques, representing the sum of Zhao Huai's swordsmanship learning in his lifetime. Sword techniques learned from others were, after all, created by others. It was inevitable that there would be flaws in the match, but those created by oneself were undoubtedly most suitable for oneself. With sword skill genius and crystal clear sword heart working together, Zhao Huai was confident that he could comprehend the swordsmanship most suitable for him. At this moment, it was morning, the fierce sun was rising, and the day was just beginning. Pure sunlight poured into the pawnshop, casting its rays on Zhao Huai's face. He slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the sun as if in deep thought. Not knowing how long he had been contemplating, a streak of crimson chi flow suddenly appeared in his mind at a certain moment. The crimson chi flow revolved around the spirit figure in his mind, dancing and weaving patterns. Eventually, it merged into the figure, and in an instant, the sword technique it wielded changed. New sword moves evolved from it. The crimson chi flow concealed within the long sword, building up without releasing for a moment until it finally unleashed a brilliant light with boundless sword chi erupting in all directions. Success! A glint flashed across Zhao Huai's eyes, the corner of his mouth curling into a smile. Since it originated from observing the sun, let's call it sun observing. Swordsmanship. First move, Fierce Sunday. At noon, in the bedroom of the pawnshop. Zhao Huai sat by the bed while Yu Qinghan sat in front of a bronze mirror with various bottles and jars spread out on the cabinet, carefully applying makeup to her face. Madam, why didn't I see you taking such care before? I thought you would not know how to do this. Waiting and watching, Zhao Huai couldn't help but ask her curiously. Before they got married, he barely saw his wife put on makeup, usually wearing a plain face. Even without makeup, she was beautiful as a fairy. Yu Qinghan, upon hearing his question, smiled lightly and said, I didn't used to put on makeup because there was no need. When going to the battlefield, my face would be covered in blood, so even if I wore makeup, it would get smudged. Nowadays, life is peaceful and I have more leisure time. Besides, don't I need to dress up well when going out with my husband? Hearing that, Zhao Huai couldn't help but smile. Yes, he planned to take a break today, close the shop, and give himself a good vacation. Ever since his sister-in-law left last night, he had noticed that his wife was feeling out of sorts. So, today he took the initiative to propose going out for the day to relax. Besides, the two had been married for over a month and had not gone out together yet for a honeymoon, which would be a wonderful experience. I think Madam looks beautiful even without makeup. Staring at his lovely wife's back, Zhao Huai's words trailed off, his eyes fixating on her. Husband, do I look beautiful? At that moment, Yu Qinghan turned around with a slight smile on her face. She deliberately applied rouge to her lips, making them a bright and vivid red. Her eyebrows, nose, and everything else were drawn exquisitely, and her slanted eyes sparkled brightly. Wearing a pink pleated skirt, with a plum blossom jade hairpin on her head just so, she exuded an air of royal elegance. Boasting an overwhelmingly stunning charisma compared to her plain look before, she was now even more pleasing to the eye. Taking her out like this would bring him so much pride. Let's go, let's get out ot near. Zhao Huai closed the door of the pawn shop and, grabbing Yu Qinghan's delicate hand, headed straight for the streets. Chapter 76, A Day of Dating, Please read on. Zhao Huai held Yu Qinghan's hand as they walked down the street. A gentle breeze carried the faint orchid scent from Yu Qinghan's body, involuntarily entering the nose, making the mood pleasant. At this time, on the official road, there were passing carriages, cargo-carrying laborers, hurried pedestrians, and numerous stores one after another, creating a lively scene. Suddenly, Zhao Huai blinked and saw under Yu Qinghan's thin gauze shirt, the outline of a koi fish swimming among blue lotuses, wrapping and curving smoothly, making it form-fitting and showcasing the figure perfectly. He glanced quickly and casually remarked, "Madam seems to like this style of underwear, it looks suitable for you too. Why don't we buy a few more?" Yu Qinghan lowered her head and looked down, smiling slightly. "It's because my husband has good taste. This is enough, buying more would just be a waste of money, wouldn't it? It doesn't matter. As long as Madam likes them, we can buy as many as we want. Beautiful clothes can never be too many. If those elegant young ladies can wear dozens of them, why can't my wife?" Zhao Huai said earnestly. He wouldn't mind at all having a new look every day was pleasing to the eye. Having said that, he led Yu Qinghan to the clothing store they visited before. It seemed to be a shop called Huachun Room. As soon as the couple entered the store, the shopkeeper greeted them with a smile and recognized Zhao Huai. "Oh, if it isn't the young master from last time? Welcome, welcome. You still remember me, shopkeeper?" Zhao Huai couldn't help but laugh. The shopkeeper's eyes curved in a smile. "Of course, there aren't many men who come to our store to shop, and with the handsome looks of the young master, how could I forget?" In her eyes, Zhao Huai was a valued customer. His last purchase had significantly boosted the store's sales. How could she not welcome him? The shopkeeper had sharp eyes and noticed Yu Qinghan following behind, smiling as she praised her. "I presume this must be Madam." "Indeed, as beautiful and enchanting as they say. Such a lovely aura, I'm really envious." Yu Qinghan, accustomed to the compliments, only gave a faint smile. "You flatter me, shopkeeper." Although she was in her early 20s, she had long lost the greenness of a young girl, and her distinguished elegance was evident in every gesture she made. Both had high cultivation levels, which added an ethereal and dustless aura to their appearance. The shopkeeper shook her head in heartfelt admiration. Such a handsome couple with a fated connection, a match made in heaven, and truly rare. "Today, whatever the two of you want in the store, I'll give you a great price." Zhao Huai simply regarded it as the shopkeeper's ability to do business and didn't decline. He then began to select clothes in the store. Suddenly, he noticed a box of white silk stockings displayed on the counter. Curious, he picked them up and asked, "What are these, shopkeeper? I didn't see them last time." The shopkeeper glanced and explained, "These are the latest trend, jade silk mesh socks. With summer solstice coming, wearing these will protect you from both mosquitoes and heat. The breathability of the jade silk is excellent." Zhao Huai held the mesh socks, nodding slightly. It seemed like the phrase "treading on gentle waves, mesh socks stirring up dust" was referring to these. "Madam, what do you think?" He then asked for Yu Qinghan's opinion. Yu Qinghan felt the material of the socks and couldn't help but nod slowly, softly smiling. "Yes, they're quite nice. We'll take them." "All right." The shopkeeper smiled and quickly packed them up. Afterward, Zhao Huai continued to select clothes while Yu Qinghan tried each one on. During the process, he feasted his eyes. No doubt, with a martial background, Madam's physique was perfect. No matter the outfit, she could pull it off and fill it out. She was like a living clothes hanger. How could he let her down? He had to buy them all. At first, Yu Qinghan was worried about spending too much money. But after Zhao Huai's persuasion, she let go of her worries. His extensive property could easily afford a dozen or so outfits. It didn't hurt at all. Since he had obtained 100 medium-grade spiritual stones from Lu Wangqiu, his financial strength had become even more impressive. Buying these clothes was just a drop in the bucket. Later on, Yu Qinghan no longer held back and started trying on clothes actively. It seemed that shopping for clothes was indeed a woman's nature. Zhao Huai watched his wife in front of a bronze mirror in the store, feeling inexplicably happy. "To marry such a woman, young master is truly fortunate," the shopkeeper joked in a flattering tone. Zhao Huai glanced at the packed jade silk mesh socks, pondered for a moment, and beckoned with a smile, "Come here, shopkeeper. What can I do for you, young master?" The shopkeeper approached, and Zhao Huai whispered, "I feel the mesh socks you have here are still too conservative." "You mean, the shopkeeper seemed puzzled, not understanding his words. Zhao Huai hooked the corner of his mouth and smiled faintly, I have a new type of mesh sock. If you can make it, I guarantee it will sell like hotcakes. Is it true? Hearing his words, the shopkeeper's face was full of surprise. Of course. Do you have paper and a brush? I'll draw it for you. Certainly. The shopkeeper brought paper and a brush, handing them to Zhao Huai. Zhao Huai dipped the pen in ink, relying on his memories, began to draw. The shopkeeper watched the object on the paper become clearer, and her face became increasingly strange. When Zhao Huai finished, she couldn't help questioning him, the object you drew is similar to the mesh socks, but much longer and goes all the way up to the waist. Zhao Huai slowly explained, its use is not small, depending on the material used, and it will have different functions, such as cold protection, preventing swelling, and sun protection. Of course, these are not its most important functions. Its most important function is to have a magical power that will make couples and lovers fall deeper in love and be more harmonious. The shopkeeper exclaimed, is it really that magical? What is this item called? Black silk. Does this black silk really have such magical powers? The shopkeeper asked curiously. Make it and sell it, then you'll know, Zhao Huai replied with a smile. He added, furthermore, if you can make another item I mention, you might even be able to open a branch store in the capital city. The shopkeeper's breathing grew rapid, and she quickly asked, what is it? Underwear. For the rest of the time, Zhao Huai discussed with the shopkeeper about how to make underwear, its advantages, the benefits it would bring to women, and so on. All in all, the shopkeeper remained half-doubting but did not fully believe in it. Zhao Huai wasn't in a hurry, he told her to make the items first, and then they could discuss the sales strategy later. They also agreed to check the merchandise in a few days. Chapter 77, Fishing and Hot Spring Bath, Seeking for Follow-up Reading. Take care both of you. As Zhao Huai and Yu Qinghan left Huachun room, the shopkeeper saw them off with a smile. Yu Qinghan put all the clothes she bought in her storage necklace, and then looked at Zhao Huai curiously with her eyes. Husband, it seems that you talked to the shopkeeper for a long time. What were you talking about? Zhao Huai mysteriously smiled, nothing much, just a little business. If successful, we won't have to worry about spending spiritual stones in the future. Yu Qinghan understood in her heart and thought that it must be a big business deal. Oh, I see. Where shall we go next? Come, let's go fishing with your husband. The two walked out of the inner city and arrived at the outer city, where a large number of earth-built houses appeared. Compared to the inner city, the outer city changed dramatically, with generally low and poorly built houses, and not much vitality on the streets. The pedestrians, dressed in simple clothes, rarely showed smiles on their faces. They sat at the wooden doors of their houses, watching Zhao Huai and Yu Qinghan pass by, and curiously observed their attire. Zhao Huai glanced at them one by one, and most people couldn't help but lower their gazes. He found that the people here were all very thin, and their eyes were different from those in the inner city. That timid look was a barrier they could never cross in their lifetime. Yu Qinghan, who was beside him, also noticed this detail, and a trace of doubt appeared in her eyes. Noticing her reaction, Zhao Huai explained. There has been a great drought in the Sul Lake area this year, the crops planted in the spring didn't yield any harvest, so there is a famine. Yu Qinghan nodded and frowned, the government didn't take any action, which is absurd. The government simply doesn't have the ability to take care of this, they still have so many troops to feed, they can't manage even if they want to. Zhao Huai shook his head with a smile after hearing this. Xia country is ultimately ill-gotten, and people's grievances still exist. I don't know when the explosion will occur. The reason Zhao Huai said this was that Yu Qinghan was treated unfairly by the emperor of the Xia, which led to grievances. Thus, these words were not harmful, even somewhat gratified by others' misfortune. Hearing his words, Yu Qinghan didn't refute them but instead fell into deep thought. Let's go. There's a small stream ahead in the bamboo forest. There was a small stream flowing through the outer city, which seemed more like a huge village than a city. The houses were mostly made of wood and clay, surrounded by dense forests. The location was obviously well chosen since it was by the sea and prone to typhoons. The surrounding forests provided protection, reducing the wind and rain that the village needed to withstand. Arriving at a quiet bamboo forest, they listened to the gurgling stream. Zhao Huai took out the fishing rod he prepared earlier. Seeing Yu Qinghan lost in thought while looking at the stream, he couldn't help but ask curiously. "Madam, what's wrong?" Yu Qinghan gave a faint smile. "I was just thinking about the past. After encamping with the army, besieging, and fighting, I would hope for a small stream like this to appear before me, so I could take a bath and have a full meal. Now that I think about it, the present days feel like a dream." Zhao Huai stuck the fishing rod in the mud and comforted her, saying, "Xiang Yun told me everything. The past is the past, and there's nothing worth lingering over." "What did she tell you?" Upon hearing Pei Xiangyun's name, Yu Qinghan turned her head, her eyes flickering slightly. "She told me some stories about your past, including the emperor's treatment of your family and the unfair things your two brothers did to you." Zhao Huai sighed and thought that although these were things Madame didn't want to hear, they had to be faced eventually. Talking about them would help solve the problems better. Yu Qinghan lightly smiled. "That girl, she just likes to talk. There's no such thing as grinding and unfairness. It's just that our circumstances were beyond our control." "Circumstances beyond our control," Zhao Huai muttered quietly. Speaking solemnly, Yu Qinghan explained, "Both serving in the army and managing family affairs were never what I wanted. But being born into a family, we can't control our lives. How can we easily break free? So it's correct to say that. Has Madame really let it go? Lve long let go of it, they are no longer important." Yu Qinghan's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled. "Didn't my husband say that cultivating immortality leads to a carefree, happy life? I think it makes sense. In the end, these things amount to nothing, it's better to focus on cultivation and enjoy the happiness of living a carefree life." Zhao Huai nodded. Indeed. He had told his wife about his immortal cultivation philosophy more than once, and it seemed, step by step, she had taken it to heart. Yu Qinghan looked deeply at Zhao Huai and sighed, "Now I think I understand why you didn't want to marry me initially. It must have been because you were worried about this, right?" She now understood Zhao Huai's decision-making attitude and naturally showed understanding for his actions back then. Steer clear of worldly affairs, mind your own business, and live a long life. That must be the experience her husband has gained from his cultivation thus far. "My dear, you're still bringing that up." Zhao Huai let out an awkward chuckle. "Since that's the case, let's not talk about it anymore. Let's go fishing," Yu Qinghan said with a playful smile. "However, I'm afraid there are no fish in the river. The crystal clear water and the sediment indicate that the common people outside the city must have caught all of them." She pointed at the small river, her expression extremely serious. Zhao Huai glanced at the small stream, his divine insight quickly sweeping through the water in front of him. He found that as his wife had said, there were no fish in the river at all, not even small fry were left. It seemed that it was true the fish had all been eaten due to the famine. "Sure are unexpected troubles." Zhao Huai gave a bitter smile, but soon cheered up again. "Don't worry, I have other plans." "What?" "Soak in a hot spring." Zhao Huai grinned. "A hot spring? Are you talking about a heated spring?" Yu Qinghan naturally knew what kind of thing he was talking about, and she, too, had heard about this so-called hot spring, essentially nature's source of hot water, albeit a rare one. "To my knowledge, there seems to be no hot spring around Jinzhou like the one you mentioned, right?" Zhao Huai shook his head, smiling, "They just haven't been discovered yet. Once, by chance, I found a hot spring in the mountains. It's definitely a sacred place for relaxation." He had stumbled upon the hot spring when he first fled to Jinzhou, passing through the mountains. Every month, he would go there for a soak and felt quite contented. Shameful! Shameful! At this moment, a white-furred bird fluttered out, flying past his head. That stupid bird again, Zhao Huai could tell without looking that it was the Mina bird and couldn't help but curl his lips. The treasure-seeking Mina was quite peculiar. It should bring back something good every day, but after getting some low-grade spiritual grass and panaceas, it often returned empty-beaked. It was considered fortunate to have some spiritual stones occasionally. He speculated that all the good stuff in the vicinity had already been plucked. Clean by me, Mina. To find treasure, there must be treasure in the first place. Failing to find anything in just one location in Jinzhou was normal. That Mina bird has become smarter and smarter. It can now fly out of the house by itself and find me. Zhao Huai touched his forehead, speechless. Yu Qinghan smiled gently, "It's a good thing to be smart. All creatures have spirits. Maybe it will bring good luck to my husband in the future." The Mina perched on Yu Qinghan's jade finger, its feathers looking more lustrous and its bean-sized eyes brighter. Yu Qinghan stroked its feathers, smiling, "Little bird, what do you say?" The mynah chirped innocently, "Yes, madam is the most beautiful." He he he. Yu Qinghan couldn't help but laugh as the bird amused her. Chapter 78, Great Events in the Court, a Grand Celebration for the Entire Nation. Xia's Imperial City. The vermilion gates exude an ancient charm, the white jade steps are covered in fallen petals that break one's heart, the colorful glazed tiles reflect dazzling brilliance, pavilions and terraces, small bridges and flowing water, all arranged with care. Layer upon layer of exquisitely carved jade reliefs of palace buildings, countless elegantly designed corridors, and lush gardens adorned with exotic flowers and plants. Even little eunuchs and palace maids, who had lived in the palace for several years, often had the amusing experience of taking the wrong path. It showed the vastness of the imperial palace. However, this palace was originally built by the Yan country, which had spent a great deal of resources, cutting down all the tall trees within 100 miles radius. Now it had become the wedding dress for others. Golden Dragon Palace. All civil and martial officials held tablets in their hands, standing on the left and right. The hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Emperor Xiaoyu Daokang sat on the dragon chair, his old face looking down at the officials with bright eyes. "Your Majesty, you can start the morning court session now," whispered the eunuch in charge standing beside the dragon chair. Yu Daokang glanced over the officials and slowly opened his mouth. "My beloved ministers, what has happened lately? If there's nothing, let's adjourn the court." His voice was calm, yet authoritative without anger. "Your servant has a report to present." A minister in a crimson robe slowly stepped forward. "Speak, Minister Fan." The one who spoke was Fan Yan, Grand Secretary of Wenchang Pavilion. Fan Yan began solemnly, "This year, we suddenly encountered a great drought. I have asked your Majesty to allocate grain from all over the world to So Lake. However, there is a cult in the south that has repeatedly disrupted the grain transport route, causing the grain transportation plan to be abandoned." "A cult?" Yu Daokang narrowed his eyes with a hint of doubt. Apparently, it was the first time he had heard of it. "Yes, your Majesty, this cult is called Raven Sect and has been growing rapidly in the south, causing great difficulties for our administration. Even in the capital, we can see their presence." Another minister stepped forward to explain. "Just a mere cult, send people to eliminate them. Issue my decree to have the Black Guards thoroughly investigate the Raven Sect and exterminate them." Yu Daokang said lightly. "Yes, your Majesty." The minister nodded in agreement. The Black Guards were specifically established as the Emperor's eyes and ears, somewhat like the guards before the Emperor, but of a higher rank and more intimate. There were many talented people in it, including dissatisfied cultivators, guest officials from immortal cultivation sects, and cultivators struggling at a bottleneck. Those who really couldn't make it would join the Black Guards and receive a generous salary. Among them, the most famous were the 4 constables in black cloth, who all were at the initiation realm with considerable skills. Their status was even higher than that of the commanders in front of the Emperor. They were the Emperor's personal bodyguards and only obeyed Yu Daokang alone. "Your servant also has a report." A crimson-robed military official with a chest emblem of a lion stepped forward and spoke loudly. "There is a small country in the west called Gulan, which has repeatedly harassed our borders and plundered our spiritual mines and iron mines in the western edge. They are extremely arrogant." "Gulan country?" Yu Daokang muttered. "If I remember correctly, wasn't that country driven to the west by the northern alien races? They even sent envoys to pay tribute 2 years ago." "Your Majesty is right. In recent years, the people of Gulan have settled down after crossing the west, and this year a new king has taken the throne. However, this king has wild ambitions and turned a blind eye to the theft on the border, insisting that he is unaware of the bandits and the chaos." After listening, Yu Daokang pondered for a while, tapping his fingers on the dragon chair, and then said, "Such a despicable small country, to destroy it will cost us. If we don't destroy it, it will be a pity. Let the Western Border Army clear up the situation." The crimson-robed military official bowed and solemnly said, "Your Majesty, the Western Edge lacks generals, and I fear it may lead to disaster." Yu Daokang slowly nodded, knowing the meaning of his words. Now, the army of the Xia country was evenly distributed, with the Crown Prince garrisoning the northern border, where the army was ranked first in strength, defending against the northern alien races. They couldn't be moved. In the central capital area, including the Eastern Pass, more than 100,000 imperial and garrison troops were stationed, which also could not be moved. Not long ago, he had transferred part of the 5 armies of the southern princess to the western edge to fill the western gap. It seemed that having troops without generals was not enough. No matter how many troops there were, about 100,000, they couldn't be entrusted to just any general. At this time, Minister of Revenue Lu Longqing, who was the first among the officials, saw the change in Emperor Xia's face and stepped forward slowly, saying, "Your Majesty, frequent troop movements will consume a lot of grain and manpower. It would be better for Your Majesty to send a trustworthy person to command the army in the western edge." "I also thought so, but I couldn't find a suitable candidate." Yu Daokang glanced at Lu Longqing, very pleased that Minister Lu had thought of the same thing as him. "Why not let King Yan handle the border defense in the western edge? He has been with Your Majesty since before the founding of the country, and he has both the qualifications and ability," a minister suggested. "But King Yan is responsible for commanding the troops in the capital city, how can he spare the time? Can you find anyone else then? This is just a temporary reassignment, and it's not like he can't be transferred back." Listening to the heated discussion among the ministers, Yu Daokang fell silent and began to ponder. He had specific reasons for assigning his eldest son to guard the north and his second son to guard the capital city. His eldest son had been afraid of him since childhood and always listened to him. He was well aware that as long as he was alive, his eldest son would not dare to cause trouble. As for his second son, he had been quiet and reticent since childhood, extremely intelligent and had his own opinions on everything, second only to his daughter. Therefore, his second son could only be confined in the capital city under the guise of commanding the capital region army, though in reality, it was an empty title. Regarding his headstrong daughter, it could be considered the most helpless choice. Having his second son go to the western edge to prepare the border defense might not be a bad idea. After several months, it would not cause too much trouble. He could be recalled at that time. This was indeed the optimal solution. "All right, stop arguing!" Yu Daokang shouted, and the ministers in the hall immediately quieted down. He glanced around and announced the decision: "Tomorrow, let King Yan set out to the west to handle military affairs." "Yes." The ministers responded in unison. "Why do I only hear about troubles? Isn't there anything pleasant to report?" Yu Daokang seemed a bit dissatisfied. Minister of Revenue Lu Longqing stepped forward with a smile. "Your Majesty, it's time to hold your 60th birthday celebration. The event was postponed because you were seriously ill some time ago. Now that you are on the mend, it is time to resume preparations. Don't you agree, Lord Wang?" The Minister of Rights standing nearby also stepped forward and chimed in. "Lord Lu is right." He paused and then added, "Furthermore, 2 days ago, a disciple from the Limitless Immortal sect presented a longevity pill, claiming that it could prolong your lifespan, nourish your health, and help you recover." Hearing the idea of a grand birthday celebration, Yu Daokang's wrinkled old face finally showed a trace of a smile. "Oh? Thank them on my behalf." Limitless Immortal sect was one of the 5 immortal sects from ancient times. If the history of the sect was to be traced, it would predate the immortal calendar. It was rumored that immortals had ascended from their sect, making them a truly great sect. The relationship between Xia country and the sect was quite close, and they generally cooperated with each other. One managed the mortal world, and the other managed the cultivators. They didn't interfere with each other and took what they needed. The sect wouldn't care who sat on the dragon chair, as long as the mortal world was stable. Occasionally, they would send gifts to show friendly intentions, which was sufficient. Xia country wouldn't interfere with the sect, as they already had enough headaches with people's affairs. Lu Longqing bowed and said, "According to the rituals, Your Majesty should invite the elders to the capital for a feast during the nationwide celebration. On one hand, it showcases your virtuous character by respecting elders, on the other, it demonstrates your youthful spirit and far-reaching ambitions to the world. Furthermore, it exhibits the benevolence of our Xia country in respecting and valuing the elderly." After listening, Yu Daokang nodded approvingly, feeling that it made sense. But Fan Yan immediately objected, "Most old people are inconvenient to move around. Traveling long distances could cost them their lives. Besides, the disaster has not yet passed, so it is not advisable to hold a grand celebration at this time, as it would cost money and burden the people." Lu Longqing sneered and retorted sarcastically, "So are you suggesting that we don't celebrate His Majesty's 60th birthday, Lord Fan?" Or is it that you don't have His Majesty in your heart? How could I mean that? I just don't advocate for a grand celebration. Fan Yan rebutted angrily. Seeing them start arguing again, Yu Daokang frowned and said, feeding a few more people won't matter much. I'll foot the bill if necessary. Lord Lu made a valid point about educating the younger generation to value filial piety and respect the elderly. Those who can attend the feast will, but those who cannot need not be forced. Is that acceptable? Paying out of his pocket still meant taking from the people, and the nature of the matter remained unchanged. However, Fan Yan had learned his lesson from the previous occasion and became smarter, not outright refusing but taking a detour. This servant believes that the issue requires further consideration. Yu Daokang waved his hand. There's no need for further consideration. Lord Lu and Lord Wang will be responsible for handling matters related to the banquet and arrangements. Let's conclude the court session. Chapter 79, Decadent Life starts with hot springs, please follow. The forest cast its shade, and the birdsong filled the air. Near the slippery path to the hot spring, green sprouts caught the remaining droplets, and plants sprouted fresh foliage. The refreshing, earthy fragrance was invigorating. Zhao Huai led Yu Qinghan to the valley where the hot spring was situated. All the way, Yu Qinghan played with a bird and laughter was heard intermittently, which brought her immense joy. Seeing this, Zhao Huai couldn't help but smile. It seemed that Madame really enjoyed the mynah bird very much. The hot spring is just ahead. In the depths of the valley, a billowing heat rose up from the hot spring. Even from a distance, it could be seen. As Yu Qinghan approached, her eyes brightened by the sight. The clear water was like a mirror with green duckweed floating on top. The reflection showed the Taoran's peaks, blue dine trees, and green zirasses that surrounded the hot spring lined with large boulders. A spring mouth was gushing clear water, making a gurgling sound. Let me check. Yu Qinghan bent down with her jade hand stretched out, feeling the hot spring water. The water's temperature was just right, lukewarm with a touch of heat, which made the skin feel utterly comfortable. Not bad, right? It's even more comfortable when you soak in it. Zhao Huai grinned, having soaked in the hot spring countless times and never forgetting the sensation it brought. With that said, he removed his robe, took off the black ring, and dived into the hot spring water. The warmth spread across his thighs and made him feel like floating on cloud nine, tempted to moan in pleasure and wishing his entire body could be submerged in the hot spring. After several busy days, any troubles could be forgotten the moment he relaxed in the hot spring. Oh my goodness! It's really so comfortable. Zhao Huai leaned against a large stone in the hot spring, his head above the water and eyes squinted with satisfaction. He then grinned at Yu Qinghan, Madam, why are you still hesitating? Hurry and come down. Yu Qinghan bit her lip, looking at the steamy hot spring, her demeanor somewhat coy. It's not like I haven't seen it before. Zhao Huai chuckled. But that was at night, and here's out in the open. It's a little embarrassing, said Yu Qinghan, her cheeks blushing. Don't worry, no one's around. Zhao Huai's divine insight could reach 100 meters, and any human presence or the slightest rustle of grass could not escape his perception. The place was deserted, and it was absolutely safe. Yu Qinghan took off her outer garments, leaving her in thin, intimate underwear. She then revealed her perfectly proportioned long legs, stepping into the water cautiously, testing the temperature with her transparent, enticing jade feet. Zhao Huai glanced from the side, seeing her like an exquisite back of condensed jade. As the water rippled, Yu Qinghan quickly submerged herself into the hot spring, then let out a relaxed breath. How is it? I didn't lie to you, did I? Zhao Huai smiled. It's indeed not bad, but it would be better with some flower petals. Yu Qinghan tucked a wet strand of hair behind her ear and softly replied. Zhao Huai approached her silently while she was unaware. Ah, husband, what are you doing? Yu Qinghan quickly noticed and let out a surprised cry. Ah, well. I saw a scar on the back of Madame's neck and wanted to take a closer look, Zhao Huai explained. Indeed, he had seen a scar the length of a finger hidden beneath her long hair, right under her delicate collarbone. Yu Qinghan turned her head, touched the scar with her hand, and recalled. This is an old wound left from my time in the military. Actually, I have many scars on my body, but most of them have been treated with herbs, so they're not visible. This one's different, for it was left by a cultivator in the initiation realm. Oh? Madam, you've encountered a high-level cultivator before. Zhao Huai expressed a look of surprise. It wasn't feigned, but genuine. Madam's cultivation was even higher than he had imagined. Her cultivation had already surpassed the vast majority of ordinary people, and she could vaguely catch up with the elite disciples in the sect. Now encountering the initiation stage and still being able to retreat with only a scar was indeed too outrageous. Even he didn't have the courage to fight the initiation stage while refining qi. Yu Qinghan nodded slightly. It was a fierce battle. I burned my essence and blood and went all out, barely managing a draw. If the opponent hadn't lacked the intention to kill, I'm afraid I wouldn't have made it. Zhao Huai listened intently, then couldn't help but ask, Madam, I've always had doubts about your strength. Just how far are you? He could feel Yu Qinghan's strength, but what he saw might not be accurate. Some people could fight beyond their level, while others were weak at the same level. People were different. 9th stage of refining qi, almost reaching initiation stage. The next breakthrough shouldn't be too far off. Yu Qinghan didn't hide it and honestly told him. Don't you need an initiation pill to help? Zhao Huai was surprised. Yu Qinghan smiled slightly, I don't need the initiation pill to break through. I have been cultivating with very few pills, and most of the time, things just fall into place. After hearing this, Zhao Huai couldn't help but smile bitterly. Madam is really a genius. If he didn't have destiny in his body, he wouldn't even be able to catch up with the hairs on her body. She revealed her cultivation details to him so openly, yet he was still hiding his own. Wasn't that a bit too dishonest? Upon considering this, Zhao Huai hesitated for a moment and slowly spoke, Madam, there's something I want to tell you. But Yu Qinghan pressed her jade finger against his mouth, laughing softly. Some things should remain unspoken between us. I understand your difficulties, so there's no harm in not mentioning them. As long as both sides understood, there was no need to bring it up. It would only spoil the beauty of it. When did Madam find out? Zhao Huai's expression was somewhat unexpected, but thinking about it carefully, he did have a lot of flaws. You were careless with the things under the tree in the backyard. Upon being reminded by her, Zhao Huai suddenly remembered and couldn't help but scratch his head, smiling awkwardly. I was careless. Regarding Zhao Huai's cultivation, Yu Qinghan was actually more pleasantly surprised. This meant that she didn't have to worry about him aging and didn't have to worry about being eternally youthful alone. Of course, this was based on the premise that they had built a relationship and understood each other. If they didn't know each other well and someone with hidden cultivation suddenly approached, they would naturally be more wary. The atmosphere was slightly silent for a moment. But accompanied by Zhao Huai's fiery gaze, staring at the misty enchanting figure in front of him, he realized that she was almost sitting on his lap. The atmosphere quickly turned romantic. After being soaked in the spring water, her lingerie clung tightly to her tender and smooth skin. Despite the clear water, one could still see the extraordinary curves. Although she had a cold and aloof face and an air of someone not from the mortal world, being in such a posture, nobody could resist her. Madam, do you think there will be any miraculous effects if the two of us cultivate together? Zhao Huai asked with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Yu Qinghan actually began to think seriously. I'm not sure, I've never tried. Why don't we give it a try? Yu Qinghan hesitated for a moment, then looked away, only to find Zhao Huai's face had approached, and his big hand reached over to hold hers, fingers intertwined. Zhao Huai stared at her eyes, as deep as autumn water, yet filled with surprise and embarrassment on her lovely face. Feeling the warmth at the corner of her mouth and the faint fragrance at the tip of her nose, Zhao Huai screamed inside. This is so exhilarating. Let the debauched life begin with the hot spring. He couldn't care about anything else, and his other big hand couldn't help but start to move. Hey, don't! Before Yu Qinghan could finish speaking, accompanied by a splash, she sank into the water. Below the mist, spring blossoms were in full bloom. Chapter 80, Clear Spring Flowing Over the Rocks, please follow. No one knew how much time had passed when a figure finally emerged from the pool. Woohoo dash! Zhao Huai's head rose out of the water, his face full of unabated enjoyment. While Yu Qinghan was lazily lying in the spring water, her smooth forehead covered with sweat, cheeks flushed, she gave him a slightly annoyed look. Now I understand why my husband is so energetic. Her voice was full of complaints. Zhao Huai laughed out loud, obviously taking her remark as a compliment. They both got up, got dressed, and used true vigor to dry their clothes soaked with spring water. Zhao Huai felt refreshed all over. Scoundrel! Scoundrel! Unexpectedly, a mynah bird quickly flew by, as though scolding Zhao Huai. You damn bird, stop running! Zhao Huai was irritated, intending to catch it and smack it on the head, teaching this bird what can be said and what can't. He caught the mynah bird, fluffed up its white static feathers. Soon, he noticed something was wrong. The bird's eyes were fixated in the distance with its beady eyes continually spinning around. Zhao Huai had experience with this and knew what it meant. Have you found another treasure? Thus, in the next second, he let go of the mynah bird. The mynah bird flapped its wings and quickly flew towards the mountains behind the hot spring. Don't bring back something weird again. Zhao Huai thought, naturally not forgetting the previous lantern woman, which was quite a hassle. So, he took out a copper coin and threw it up. Misfortune befalls those with fortune, let's wait and see. Hexagram 1, bright moon shines between the pines, and clear spring flows over the rocks. Going into the rock cave, the guidance you gain is fortune. Trace guidance, this object can be used for cultivation. A clear spring flowing over the rocks is a rock cave? And it can be used for cultivation, that's indeed a valuable thing. Zhao Huai paused but quickly stood mid-air and followed, calling out to Yu Qinghan below. Madam, stay close to me. Husband, what are you going to do? Yu Qinghan, who had jumped more than 10 meters high and landed on a tall pine tree, couldn't help but ask. Zhao Huai looked back and smiled faintly. You were right, our bird seems to have found something. Can my husband understand bird language by any chance? Yu Qinghan teased, raising an eyebrow. Zhao Huai just smiled and didn't answer. Both of them followed the mynah bird to a hillside. This area was wide open with a steep cliff. It was just above the hot spring where they had been soaking. Actually, it was not that far away, right inside the rear mountain of the hot spring. The rock cave was just in the crevice of the cliff. Looking around, Yu Qinghan was puzzled. The spiritual qi here is thick, there must be something unusual, could it be a spiritual thing from the universe? Each spiritual object from the universe is naturally formed and extremely rare and valuable. It is a precious chance for cultivators to grow wealthy and it has significant benefits for cultivation. We need to blast the cliff open to know. Zhao Huai pointed below, chuckling. Yu Qinghan smirked, no big deal. As soon as she finished, a halberd appeared in her palm that rapidly gathered true qi. A blast of bluish halberd qi gushed out extremely violently. Boom! There was a loud noise, and all the rocks on the cliff shattered into fragments turning into rubble. A massive pit appeared on the ground. So powerful! Zhao Huai was taken aback at this sight. It was the first time he had seen his wife attack with a halberd. The halberd user was a bit too ferocious, wasn't he? The dust settled, revealing a spacious rock cave. The cave was filled with a dense spiritual qi, so dense it was like mist compared to the outside. The two quickly entered the cave, and Zhao Huai looked at the strangely shaped stalactites and marveled at the sight. It seems like this is the source of the clear spring? Now Zhao Huai finally understood why there was a hot spring deep in the mountains. It turned out to be due to the existence of such a cave. Glancing at it, it appeared unusual. He wondered what treasures it could hold. The sound of water flowing rang in his ears, gradually getting louder as they moved forward. There was a sudden appearance of a warm pond. Why would I call it warm? Because the steam was so dense that it blurred his vision, making it unclear which was the spiritual mist and which was the water mist. Well, I see. So, this is how hot springs come about. Only upon seeing the source, did Zhao Huai have an epiphany. The hot spring at the bottom of the mountain was the water flowing down from this boiling pond here. Ultimately, the source was this cave. Husband, look, seems like there is something in the pond. Yu Qinghan spoke, pointing at something shiny in the center of the pond. Zhao Huai looked towards it, and sure enough, amidst the dense steam, there was a flickering red light. That should be the thing pointed out by the copper coin. Could it be, if he took this object, would it mean taking away the hot spring? He couldn't help but think about it. If he could set up a hot spring at home to soak in whenever he wanted, he would, of course, be willing to. Without any hesitation, Zhao Huai lunged forward to the edge where the red light source was found, discovering that it was a red spiritual stone of excellent quality. As he pulled it out with force, a burst of spiritual qi broke out. The energy originally accumulated in the pond instantly retracted, like a black hole, sucking all the energy into the red spiritual stone. The spiritual mist in front of him visibly disappeared. The moment Zhao Huai pulled out the red spiritual stone, a colorful light flashed into his mind. Unlike before, the 7 colors were brilliant, belonging to no particular destiny grade. A line of text appeared in his mind. Lucky opportunity, can upgrade a destiny of the mysterious grade. Seeing this line, Zhao Huai couldn't help but be surprised. Did he trigger some special condition again? Just like triggering misfortune into blessing when he received the heavenly destiny grade. If he chose to upgrade to a destiny of the mysterious grade, this would be a great improvement. He was understandably excited, but he had to suppress his emotion for the moment, till he got back home. Zhao Huai quickly returned to Yu Qinghan's side with the red spiritual stone. Yu Qinghan looked at the blood-red stone and thought it seemed familiar. This seems to be a heavenly bloody spiritual stone. Heavenly bloody spiritual stone. Yes, a heavenly bloody spiritual stone is a type of spiritual stone. Though rare, its value is equivalent to top-quality spiritual stone. In addition to serving as the core of the spirit-gathering formation, it also activates blood, enhances the activity of spiritual qi, and accelerates the speed of spiritual qi entering the cultivator's body, influenced by the thread of heavenly blood within the stone. Yu Qinghan explained in detail. Zhao Huai understood. No wonder, even being near it, I can feel the true vigor in my body gradually increasing. Yu Qinghan pondered. The development of a heavenly bloody spiritual stone generally requires strong origin energy, fermented over a long period. Could it be that someone has been here before? That doesn't matter anymore. We've got the treasure now, Zhao Huai said with a grin. Good job, silly bird, he praised the mynah bird on his shoulder, feeding it a spiritual stone and stroking its little head. Yet, the moment he touched it, the mynah bird's feathers ruffled up, effusively squawking. Knock you grandma! Knock you grandma! Zhao Huai's smile froze, fists clenching. Even if the bird wasn't his, he had picked it up. It only ever spoke nicely to madam, and towards him, it cussed. Could he bear this? Chapter 81, The Ghostly Shadow of Jinzhou, seeking more readers. Jinzhou City. Finally, the first heavy rain of the summer solstice arrived. In the inner city, the scattered pavilions felt a bit desolate as they looked at each other through the rain. Under the fluttering bead curtains and lanterns, only a fruit vendor wearing a bamboo hat and pushing a cart was returning home alone in the pouring rain. At the mottled city gate, pedestrians hurried past. Only a girl in a green skirt and a beautiful mature woman stood out, as they walked slowly, stepping into the city. The beautiful woman wore a black silk dress, her shoulder-length hair secured by a spider silk hairpin, adorned with a few bells. Her walking posture was graceful and captivating. What was strange was that the raindrops, as if they had eyes, all seemed to avoid landing on the woman's skirt. "Grandma, can we succeed this time?" the girl in the green skirt asked with a frown. "Hard to say." The beautiful woman shook her head with a light laugh. "Grandma is afraid of the sect disciples causing trouble again." The beautiful woman's eyebrows furrowed and her eyes instantly turned cold. "If it weren't for the advantage of the magical weapon, would I be afraid of?" Then, as if remembering something, her eyebrows relaxed and she let out a coquettish laugh. "Black Wind Cave can be destroyed for a while, but not forever. We've been hidden for so long, it's time for us to rise up. As long as we take Jinzhou, the demonic wind will follow. When the time comes, the human sects want to eliminate us, they will have to expend great effort. But why have we failed so many times before? In other states and counties, our infiltration has been very successful, except for Jinzhou, where there has been trouble." The girl in the green skirt looked quite puzzled. The beautiful woman's face was indifferent, looking at the small alleys of the streets, and said calmly, "Jinzhou has a hidden expert. The death of Pig Commander's subordinate is not a big deal, but Hu Xiang'er, who is under my command, has infiltrated several cities without any missteps, only to be caught in Jinzhou. This means that there must be a powerful expert hidden here." The beautiful woman's tone was very serious, clearly still holding a grudge about the failure of the last operation. Hidden in plain sight, she was even more bothered by those powerful cultivators hiding among the human world than the sects on the surface. Their strength was often unfathomable, invisible, and able to detect any demonic aura. "Grandma, will we encounter a powerful human expert this time?" After hearing about Hu Xiang'er's story, the girl in the green skirt was a bit apprehensive about this so-called human expert. The mature beautiful woman shook her head. "No need to worry. This time we will not make a big fuss, but lie low for a while. We'll wait until the human world is in chaos. In chaos? Yes, according to the Demon King, the Big Xia country seems to be unstable. Perhaps by that time, it will be our chance to turn things around. When the beautiful woman said this, her eyes were full of confidence and determination. She firmly believed that as long as they stayed hidden and waited for the day when chaos would break out, they, the so-called demons in the human language, might not be unable to overturn the human world. Let's leave the overall arrangements to the Demon King. For the rest, let's do our part. The girl in the green skirt smiled and agreed, looking very cute. The most pressing matter is to find a place to stay. Soon, the two arrived at a neighborhood and gently knocked on a door. It's so late, we are not doing business anymore. An impatient voice came from inside, and the door was opened by a carpenter. With an impatient look on his face, the carpenter's eyes widened when he saw the two stunning women standing in front of him. He especially liked the more mature one. Oh my, those hips and buttocks! The beautiful woman wearing the spider hairpin saw the lascivious look on the old man's face, and a touch of disgust flashed in her eyes. But she still maintained a warm smile and spoke softly. Well, my daughter and I are heading south to visit relatives, but we suddenly encountered heavy rain. Could we come in and shelter from the rain? Oh, I see, the carpenter understood and nodded with a smile on his face, almost immediately agreeing. Dad, it's raining. The wind is strong, who is it? The carpenter's son in the house saw the door open for so long, shivering from the cold wind, and couldn't help swearing. He walked up, and just in time to see the lovely girl, he was momentarily stunned. Young man, is it okay for you to let us in to avoid the rain? The girl in the green skirt had big pleading eyes, making the carpenter's son so embarrassed that he could only respond with a goofy grin and awkwardly scratch his head. He had never been called young master in his life. Such a title was reserved for the cultured and wealthy. Dad, it's no big deal, we can't let them get drenched. The carpenter's son generously waved his hand, directly agreeing to the two people's request. Thank you, young master. The girl in the green skirt squinted and smiled. It's cold outside. Come, I'll close the door for you. The carpenter's son, elated and smug, walked over with great consideration and shut the wooden door. This cooperative gesture was quite unexpected for both the beautiful woman and the young girl, who exchanged surprised glances. At the very moment he closed the door, suddenly there was a hissing sound, as if something had been shot out and stuck in something else, making a soft whining sound from time to time. The sound of fluid dripping quickly lasted for a few seconds, followed by a plop sound, as if two things had fallen to the ground. The old man's taste is so bitter. Giggling, this young lad isn't bad. When Zhao Huai finished soaking in the hot spring and came out of the cave, it was actually raining outside. The continuous drizzle kept falling without stopping. Fortunately, he was a cultivator, so he wasn't slowed down or bothered by the cold raindrops. It took half an hour to get home, with him pulling his wife along and surrounding them with true vigor to keep the rain away. There were hardly any roadside stalls left, and from time to time people hurried by on the street, the raindrops hitting the sign of Huai's pawnshop, making a ticking sound. Finally home. Zhao Huai stood at the entrance of the shop, occasionally emitting hot air from his body, which was the heat of true vigor evaporating the rainwater. Using the same method, Yu Qinghan went into the bedroom, changed into a set of dry clothes, and came out saying, "We've been playing for a whole day, you must be hungry, it's time to cook." "Thank you, my dear." Zhao Huai smiled warmly. He sat at the entrance of the counter, legs crossed, watching the raindrops slide down from the sky, feeling inexplicably relaxed. The world outside was chaotic, but it had nothing to do with him. Life was small and couldn't accommodate much, but it was enough for an ordinary person. In the midst of the turmoil in the Xia country, they still led a peaceful life, with each day passing like flowing water, witnessing the mundane world. As Zhao Huai was lost in thought, a knock at the door interrupted him. The door wasn't locked, but there was a man standing at the entrance who deliberately knocked on the door to attract attention. "May I ask who you are?" Zhao Huai frowned. "The pawn shop is closed today, it says so on the sign." "I'm not here to sell anything, I'm here for something else." Standing at the door was a man with a resolute face, wearing a green martial arts robe, flowing cloud boots, a jade belt with a tiger's head, and a chest embroidered with a mythical beast. Zhao Huai slowly stood up, patted his sleeves, and asked suspiciously, "Where are you from?" "From the capital city." The resolute man showed no change in expression as he took out a token with the word pass written on it. Chapter 82, 4 Great Masters of Kyoto, Seeking Reading Continuation. Looking at the token in front of me, it feels like the dead memories in my head have come back. It's been a long time, but Zhao Huai still remembered. Wasn't this token taken from the corpse while burying it in the backyard exactly the same as this one? So, this person is also an assassin, and they belong to the same group? It has been so long since then, and now they come for revenge. Assassins shouldn't act like this. Thinking of this, Zhao Huai looked at the man in front of him again. The man had a rugged face with a beard and stood upright, his blood and chi surging, his palms calloused, and spiritual chi flowed into him. He was a cultivator at the initiation realm. Seeing that Zhao Huai had been staring at the token for a while, the resolute man couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said, "Do you recognize this token?" "I don't." Zhao Huai shook his head and then added, "I just feel this token is very unique, with only the character M engraved on it." Hee. The resolute man chuckled lightly, put away the token, glanced at Zhao Huai, and said leisurely, "With this jade token, one can travel smoothly throughout the Xia country's cities, and local officials must follow orders." After hearing this, Zhao Huai realized, oh, so that's how it is. If you say, officials, anything I know, I'll definitely tell you. This token turned out to be so powerful, allowing smooth passage and even requiring officials to follow orders. It sounds like an imperial envoy. Could it be that the assassin back then was sent by the emperor? But no, why would the emperor want to kill his wife? Could it be because of the extermination of her family? But now, his wife's family is still fine. The resolute man said indifferently, "I was ordered to investigate the Raven sect. I checked the police station's records and found that sect members appeared in your shop before, so I came to investigate." Ever since Emperor Xia issued the decree, the Black Guards had gone out in full force to eradicate the hidden Raven sect members. Many innocent people were implicated, while the real Raven cultists went underground and didn't reveal themselves. It wasn't surprising for someone from the Black Guards to be seen in Jinzhou, where there was a Raven sub-bureau. Zhao Huai pretended to think for a moment, then shook his head and said, "That morning, I had just gone out to buy a sesame seed cake, and when I came back, I saw someone lying on the ground, but I didn't see anyone else." The resolute man nodded indifferently and then asked, "Isn't there another person in your family?" "You mean my wife?" "She knows nothing about this, she didn't even wake up that morning." Zhao Huai knew he was talking about Yu Qinghan, and explained with his hands spread out. "Husband, the soup is almost ready, what's going on?" At this moment, a woman's voice sounded from inside the house. Yu Qinghan wiped her hands with a towel and walked out. But when she saw the resolute man, her eyes became ice cold. The resolute man was unfazed. He smiled slightly at her. He came from the capital city to investigate the cult. As Zhao Huai said this, he noticed the change in the expressions of the two, realizing that this matter wasn't that simple. "Do you know each other?" Zhao Huai turned his head and asked Yu Qinghan. "I met him in the capital city." Yu Qinghan reluctantly smiled, knowing she shouldn't have acted that way. The resolute man's face showed a faint smile. "Let me introduce myself, Black Guard, Yun Long. I had met your wife before." Yu Qinghan frowned but didn't say anything. She naturally knew who this man was and knew the origins of the Black Guards. That's because she had established the Black Guards in the past. Originally, the Black Guards were just an intelligence organization, specializing in undercover operations behind enemy lines, stealing military intelligence, and assassinating spies. However, after the unification of the Great Xia, the wars ended, and they gradually transformed into an agency under the emperor's control. Before the founding of the nation, the Black Guards had already left her hands and were under her father's control. After a few years of development, the well-known four imperial guards emerged: Yun Long, Qin Hu, Black Turtle, and Ying Ke. They were not only collectively known as the Four Images in Black Cloth, but also the top four skilled fighters in the capital city. As four imperial guards, their primary responsibility was to protect the safety of the imperial palace. This Yun Long was originally a sect disciple and was expelled from the sect for violating its rules. Later, he joined the Black Guards and worked under her. However, due to his bad character and unclean hands, he was repeatedly punished by her. They used to be in a superior-subordinate relationship, but times have changed. She has now retired, while Yunlong has continued to rise and sits in one of the top positions in the Black Guards, having even broken through to the initiation stage in his cultivation. The atmosphere in the air was very subtle. Zhao Huai watched carefully and could tell at a glance that the relationship between the two was more than just a simple acquaintance. It looked more like they were enemies, and enemies with a history at that. Were they sworn enemies? He had heard of the reputation of the Black Guards. Weren't they the eyes and ears of the Emperor? They supervised the officials and arrested this person and that person. But he felt that this Black Guard seemed more like looking for his wife. Leave once the investigation is done. Yu Qinghan looked at Yunlong, not having much to say, her attitude very cold. Standing at the door, the tall figure of Yunlong spoke sincerely, "Miss, your family asked me to pass on a message, visit home more often. It's all over, there's nothing worth seeing." Yu Qinghan said indifferently. "Yet, since you've driven her away, don't say those hypocritical words. Let's talk about something practical. Sending the dowry is the right thing to do." Zhao Huai stood in the middle, speaking very seriously. Yunlong glanced at Zhao Huai, frowning involuntarily. Gurgle, gurgle. Suddenly, the bubbling sound of hot soup echoed in the room. "Oh, the soup's ready." Zhao Huai turned around and exclaimed. After taking a quick look at the two of them, he shook his head, knowing their conflict wasn't resolved yet. "Fine, you two talk." He then went inside. "My princess, do you really not want to visit home for the Emperor's 60th birthday?" Yunlong's gaze was very deep. He was increasingly unable to understand the person in front of him. What did she really want to do? "No need, I may attend his funeral though." Yu Qinghan spoke with a deep gaze. "You?" Yunlong did not expect her to say such a thing. Wasn't this her own father, after all? Sigh, what's the point of marrying such an ordinary man? Yunlong sighed heavily. "It's none of your business." Each of Yu Qinghan's sentences stifled the opponent's words, her gaze always calm. Yunlong's expression became increasingly solemn, saying, "You need to understand. Now, you have nothing to rely on. Your army, your informants, all gone. All you have left is your title as a princess. Apart from that, you are nothing." After hearing this, Yu Qinghan did not get angry. Instead, she sneered, "Oh? So you've finally shown your true colors. Are you here to mock me? Unreasonable." Yunlong felt helpless. She was immune to both soft and hard approaches, leaving him with no choice. "The Emperor just wants to see you, it's that simple." Those are his exact words. With a heavy heart, he said one last thing. "It's been 3 years. You need an explanation, and I always remember. I will not dwell on the past, nor will I disturb your current life. Qing'er, your father just wants to see you once." Upon hearing this, Yu Qinghan's gaze couldn't help but falter. Qing'er was her childhood nickname. When she was a child, and practiced martial arts late into the night, her father would call her by that nickname to console her. As she grew up, she rarely heard that nickname anymore. Back then, everything was perfect and carefree, unlike now, with changed people and things. She shook her head, and when she looked up again, Yunlong had vanished without a trace. At this point, Zhao Huai came out of the house with a bowl of steaming chicken soup, placed it on the table, and glanced at the door. "Madam, has he left?" "He's gone." Yu Qinghan responded calmly. Just then, the rain outside stopped. A craftsman appeared, hanging a lantern on the green tree by the street. Seeing this, Zhao Huai couldn't help but call out. "Old Zhang, why are you hanging lanterns when it's not even New Year's?" The craftsman called Old Zhang turned around, grinning. "Didn't you know the Emperor is having his 60th birthday? The government asked us to hang them up for the celebrations." 60th birthday? Celebrating at this time, the Emperor will always be the Emperor. Zhao Huai clicked his tongue. Chapter 83, Advancing the Thunder Technique, Newcomer Earth Grade. The next day, Zhao Huai woke up well rested, conducted several business deals, and acquired several valuable items at a low price through the pawnshop. Seeing that his warehouse was full of treasures, he thought it was time to sell them at the black market. Nowadays, the pawnshop's funds were plentiful. Aside from various miscellaneous items that could be sold, there was also the share of the deceased swindler. By processing those ill-gotten gains, he could earn another tens of thousands of taels. The small pawnshop was richer than an entire state, which was not an exaggeration to say. As a person, with money, anything is possible. Zhao Huai then went to the Heavenly Treasures Trade Association and bought nurturing god grass, vigor nurturing pills, and other spiritual medicines and elixirs that could enhance spiritual power, spending thousands of low-grade spiritual stones. He went through such great lengths because today he wanted to study the 3000 Thunderbolt technique in depth. These Thunder Talisman techniques were divided into 4 categories: Basic Thunder Talismans, 5-Word Thunder Talismans, 3 Sky Thunder Talismans, and finally, the Heaven and Earth Thunder Talismans. Basic Thunder Talismans were the simple talismans drawn on ordinary talisman paper that Zhao Huai had long mastered. 5-Word Thunder Talismans were those with extremely long names and had special uses. He had also almost mastered these talismans. Now, by further enhancing his spiritual power, he would have to inscribe the 3 Sky Thunder Talismans a few more times. Compared to the first 2 categories, the power of the 3 Sky Thunder Talismans was significantly higher and their degree of difficulty more profound. These talismans no longer relied on talisman paper and primarily incorporated drawing them with the user's own Thunder Chi. It was a very useful method. Drawing the talisman with Thunder Chi meant using the cultivator's own Thunder Chi, which was quite simple for Zhao Huai to learn after looking at the instructions. First, he took all the purchased spiritual medicines and elixirs, absorbed them by circulating his true vigor, and made perfect use of the effect of the spiritual wood's friend to absorb the medicinal power. The rich medicinal power soared, nourishing his sea of consciousness, and gradually strengthened his spiritual power, making his mind more agile. A strong spiritual power was characterized by the ability to not leak any chi while keeping the explosive power like a pressure that could crush everything. Now, Zhao Huai's task was to draw the talismans efficiently. Ball Talisman with Wind and Thunder, a ball-shaped thunder talisman with extremely fast speed, invisible and traceless. Thunder Palm Talisman, the most convenient thunder talisman to use, just inscribe the seal on the palm, and unleash it with palm power to exert remarkable strength. Original Sound Thunder Talisman, a sound wave thunder talisman that condenses true vigor into a thunder chi within the flesh body and uses thunderous sounds to eliminate evil. Ordinary ghosts and demons cannot withstand it. Zhao Huai practiced the inscription again and again, and each time he practiced, he gained different insights. The 3 Sky Thunder Talismans were derived from talisman inscriptions and could already be regarded as real thunder techniques. With its high degree of freedom, it could be combined with sword skills, palm techniques, or fist techniques to create different effects. When combined with the throat, a rolling thunder sound could be released. It took him half a day to practice the 3 Sky Thunder Talismans thoroughly. Fortunately, he achieved results at last and was able to use them at a basic level. However, it would still take some time for him to use Thunder Chi at will. As for the final Heaven and Earth Thunder Talisman, Zhao Huai could not study it for the time being, not because he could not understand it, but because it was only an incomplete fragment that he couldn't learn anyway. After studying the thunder techniques, he shifted his attention back to his destiny. He had not forgotten the opportunity to upgrade a mysterious level destiny/life grid that he had obtained in the rock cave. Choose a mysterious level destiny/life grid to upgrade at will. The only difficulty was that he had many mysterious level destinies to choose from, which required much thought. There were destinies for sword cultivation, strengthening the flesh body, stabilizing the Taoist mind, as well as those with special effects, such as the auxiliary destiny of the spiritual wood's friend. Each of them played its role to varying degrees, but there was one particular destiny that no longer had the same effect it once had, the Peak Ultimate's Intention. Peak Ultimate's Intention, which was his most useful destiny during the refining chi stage, could increase the stacking strength of flesh body. Basically, no one could compete with him in physical strength, as anyone who tried would be crushed. Now that he had broken through to the initiation stage, this destiny seemed somewhat insufficient. After all, the initiation stage was different from the refining chi stage, as it no longer relied on physical strength but focused on magical power and the prowess of magical abilities. Whoever had the most powerful magic would win. With this in mind, Zhao Huai immediately made a decision. I'll upgrade the Peak Ultimate's Intention. He was actually quite looking forward to it, as the previous effect of the Peak Ultimate's Intention, once it was upgraded, would undoubtedly become even stronger. Zhao Huai entered his sea of consciousness and looked around. In the pitch-black sea of consciousness, various colored lights of different sizes bloomed like stars in the sky. There were warm bright yellow lights, a large number of dazzling dark blue lights, and a few clusters of shining orange lights dot above the numerous balls of light. There was a giant purple light ball, which, like the sun, illuminated the entire sea of consciousness. Looking at these destinies, Zhao Huai couldn't help but sigh with emotion. When he first obtained the gold and bronze coins, his sea of consciousness was pitch black like the night. Looking back now, it was full of stars in the sky. Each star represented a destiny. A deep blue light fell from the sky of his sea of consciousness and came to his face. After a gentle touch from Zhao Huai, the deep blue light shrank inward and emitted a dazzling orange glow. Then the light became brilliant. A line of text floated in front of his eyes. 1,000-mile lone rider, superior earth grade, 1,000 miles to ride alone, one person can equal 1,000. If you are victorious in battle, your magic power, flesh body and vitality will continuously increase, stacking infinitely. At the end of the battle or if defeated, the momentum will collapse. 1,000-mile lone rider. Zhao Huai murmured. In ancient times, the martial Saint Guan Yunchang made his 1,000-mile journey with a single sword and horse, mastering the technique of dragging a knife with one hand. Through 5 passes and slaying 6 generals, it was all about a vigorous fighting spirit. This 1,000-mile lone rider and the so-called sword momentum on his body can be said to be of the same kind, full of energy at first, then declining, and finally exhausted. If the momentum stacked enough, his cultivation could continue to climb, becoming stronger in battle and fiercer in victory. Even if he was the only one to defend a point, it would be unsurpassable by thousands of men and it was not an impossibility. After reading this destiny, Zhao Huai couldn't help but marvel. Wasn't this a killing sword? Just keep stacking. After 1,000-mile lone rider appeared, it hung high in the sea of consciousness. Zhao Huai exited his sea of consciousness. He hadn't noticed any change in his body yet. He guessed it would require battle before he could feel it. After carefully counting, he had quite a few Earth-grade destinies, but when could he finally witness the Emperor and Immortal grades? As for the top 2 tiers, he couldn't imagine how powerful they were. He felt that even the Earth and Sky's power was already terrifying, let alone the more powerful now could FATED to an extent. Shaking his head, he decided not to ponder further. Sooner or later, he would get there himself. Having practiced for a while, Zhao Huai also felt a bit tired. He yawned and stood up, feeding the goldfish on the shelf with bait. He took the opportunity to water the flowers and plants in the corner as well. As he got up, he saw many people passing by on the main street outside the door. Basically, the street was crowded with elderly people, all of them over 60 or 70 years old. Zhao Huai found it strange. What were these old people doing? Setting out for a collective walk? He had seen elder women gathering to dance in the square, but he had never seen so many elderly men and women going for a walk together. Zhao Huai stepped out of the pawn shop and caught a familiar blue-robed clerk, asking, "What are all these old people doing?" The blue-robed clerk had a record book in his hand and added a stroke to it with a brush, giving a bitter smile. "It turns out to be Boss Zhao. His Majesty the Emperor is holding a national banquet for his 60th birthday, taxpayers are specially invited, and now they are on their way to the banquet. I am counting the number of people. So troublesome." Zhao Huai was startled after hearing it. He had not heard of this custom before, and did not know which scoundrel came up with it. These old people were already advanced in age and needed to rest. If they went through long journeys, not to mention the bumps on the carriage, where would they get the strength to attend banquets? Jinzhou is located in the Far East and has a considerable distance from the capital. Can these old folks hold up? The little blue-robed clerk glanced around and whispered, "I heard some news that the Emperor's original decree was for able-bodied people to participate, so there was no need to force them. However, after waiting for a long time without any movement, the high officials in the capital couldn't bear it and forcibly recruited them." Zhao Huai listened and frowned at the staggering septuagenarians on the street. He didn't speak for a long time. Chapter 84, The Storm at the State Banquet, requesting votes at the end of the month. Several days have passed. Finally, the capital city has welcomed the 60th birthday. Today, at the morning court, the officials pay their respects, and red lanterns are hung in streets and alleys. From the main gate of the capital city to the Tianwu Gate in Imperial City, and then to the Imperial Palace, as well as the east, west, south, and north gates. Along the way, lanterns and colorful decorations were put up, and song and dance filled the air. Festive arches and pavilions filled the city, and the view was filled with brilliant colors and a scene of prosperity and celebration. All the people in the capital city knew what today meant, and they were all looking forward to the arrival of the night. Only the elderlies who entered the city seemed out of place with this scene. After they entered the city, some of them sat exhaustedly in the government sedan. Some elderlies who just arrived in the capital city felt dizzy and fainted directly, and they had to be supported and carried away, lying in the medical clinics on the streets to recuperate. Only a few people could arrive here in bright and colorful carriages. Each time an elderly person arrived, the officials in the capital city would record their condition, whether they could attend tonight's banquet, whether they would embarrass the emperor, and which table and seat they should be assigned to. Of course, these were things that officials should think about. The common people in the capital city only knew that today a very distinguished person would be celebrating his birthday, and they would have the fortune of receiving food from the government tonight. Besides, they could also tag along to watch the specially invited opera performance together. Neighbors and friends would stroll through the streets, chatting about various topics. The general consensus was that everyone should stay put tonight and watch the opera together. Normally, the hardest job at this time would be the imperial guards stationed on duty without taking a step away. However, the imperial guards also had their ranks. Those who were idle and didn't work were often from influential backgrounds, while those who guarded the city day and night were now stationed on the city walls of the imperial city and the various city gates. Standing on the city wall at the Tianyu gate of Imperial City was an 8-foot-tall man with a strong build, dark-skinned face, a touch of vicissitudes, wearing a green martial robe with a tiger head embroidery on the chest, and powerful arms like a bear. People said his power was equal to that of a bear. This man's name was Qin Hu, one of the top 4 skilled fighters in the capital city and one of the 4 chiefs of the Black Guards. Today, he was responsible for ensuring the security at the entrance of the Imperial City. He had to protect the safety of the emperor, and the pressure was not small. However, this was his responsibility, and he was willing to die for it. Qin Hu leaned on the wall, arms crossed, motionless like a mountain, with no trace of qi. If one didn't sense it carefully, they wouldn't have discovered him at all, as if he was hiding within. However, his tiger-like eyes stared fiercely at the entrance of the Imperial City and the crowd outside the city gate, observing people entering and leaving. If anyone suspicious was spotted, he would order the soldiers to arrest them immediately. Suddenly, a magnificent carriage arrived at the city gate. This caught his attention. The more magnificent the carriage, the more things it carried, the more people it had, and the easier it would be to fish in troubled waters. The imperial guards at the city gate carried out their routine checks. The people on the carriage needed to get off, and the items they brought with them had to be searched before they could enter the city. A woman wearing a turban got off the carriage, pinching the hem of her skirt, her movements light and delicate, like the young lady of a prominent family. From the side view, she also wore a white veil. Either she was unseemly or she had something to hide. Qin Hu thought to himself. Take off the veil. The sergeant of the imperial guards, holding a long spear, stopped the carriage sharply. Take it off. The guard remained unmoved and coldly demanded. This. The servant still had a bitter expression on his face, but the woman beside him obediently took off her veil. Is that enough? The woman spoke softly with a hoarse but gentle voice. The guard saw the woman's face and his pupils shrank, pausing for a moment. The woman looked weird. On an otherwise fine goose-egg-shaped face, there were 2 black patches on her cheeks, looking like birthmarks, sticking tight to her skin, even covering half of her lips. The middle of her entire face was a dark purple and black, with some of it on her forehead and mouth, making her look ugly. The only thing that people could look at was her big bright eyes, which were as charming as the stars. No wonder she had to wear a veil. Take off the scarf as well. The Imperial Guard soldier maintained his professionalism without showing much reaction. Upon hearing this, the woman complied and pulled off her black scarf. A head of soft white hair fluttered in the wind. Under the sunlight, it looked stunningly beautiful. This is... The soldier had never seen hair of such color before. The servant by the side explained, my lady has had this hair color since birth. The doctor said a prenatal deficiency caused it. The soldier nodded and was about to let them pass. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Hu appeared behind them. Greetings, Commander. Seeing him, the soldiers saluted respectfully. Although the man's rank was higher than a real commander's, they didn't know that and just addressed him as such. Qin Hu squinted his eyes and fixated on the mistress in the middle. The woman didn't avoid his gaze, looking somewhat scared and pitiful. "Excuse me, General, did I do anything wrong? Why are you staring at me like this? Where are you from and where are you going?" Qin Hu spoke slowly, his voice as loud and powerful as thunder. "This is our invitation." Seeing the situation, the servant quickly handed over a letter. Qin Hu opened it and saw, mumbling, "Jinzhou Merchant Group, Zhang Family. Assistant Minister Wang's household. Yes, my master has been granted the third-grade position in the Ministry of Rights. We have come to the capital to pay our respects to the Emperor." The servant bowed and replied with a smile. Qin Hu returned the invitation and his expression became calm. He said indifferently, "Let them pass." The elite guards at the gate opened their long spears, making way for them. "Thank you, General." The woman thanked him, put on her headscarf and veil again, and entered the carriage. Qin Hu watched the carriage in the distance and sneered. "Really can't face people, huh?" The grand carriage slowly entered the imperial city and finally arrived at a mansion. The mansions here belonged to high-ranking officials, which lower-ranked officials could not enter. In the mansion, the veiled woman got off the carriage, and a middle-aged man stepped out of the house, bowing deeply. "Wang, paying his respects to the saintess." I rise." The veiled woman responded softly. At this moment, her gaze showed no trace of fear. The servant on the side had already put on a solemn expression and said, "We can't wait any longer. The damned emperor has taken action against our sect, and many of our members have been uprooted. Fortunately, we went into hiding in time and didn't suffer too much damage, but if we continue to let this go on, it will be unfavorable to us." The middle-aged man nodded. "Not long ago, King Yan was transferred out of the capital and sent to the western edge. Now, the only force in the capital capable of stopping us is the Black Guards. As long as Emperor Xia dies, the power of the Raven can rise." The veiled woman's eyes flickered slightly, and she calmly said, "We cannot have any mishaps tonight. We only have one chance. Don't worry, everything has been arranged. Tonight is the best opportunity. Lord Crow Immortal will bless us." Chapter 85 A Great Drama, Shaking National Fortune, 4,000 chapters seeking follow-up reading. Nightfall descended, making the already brightly lit capital city even more resplendent. Xia country's imperial capital welcomed the liveliest moment since its founding, even surpassing the Ten Xinyan's ascension ceremony. The theater stage in the center of the imperial city had already been set up, incredibly spacious, capable of accommodating over 100 people. Famous actors, drama masters, and old masters from all over the country were backstage, preparing their makeup, tools, and voices for their unique performances. Their excitement was palpable, as being able to perform their masterpieces in front of the emperor was something that no amount of silver could buy. Anyone who performed well today had the prospect of boundless wealth and glory in the future. Young children had already carried benches and secured the best seats for their families, eagerly waiting for the grand performance to begin. Emperor Xia, wearing a 9-clawed golden dragon robe, sat on the city wall, surrounded by a yellow canopy umbrella, palace maids holding lanterns, and various colorful consorts, chatting about palace gossip. High-ranking officials who had been invited to the banquet wore proud expressions. They were all prominent figures, and being able to enjoy the grand banquet and beautiful night scene with the emperor was an exceedingly glorious event for them. Yu Daokang's hair was already mostly white, and his face showed signs of fatigue and aging. However, looking at the scene in front of him, his eyes couldn't help but sparkle. His eyes shone with brilliance, and he was very satisfied with the current prosperous situation. After 10 years of fighting, from a small soldier to a commander, from a commander to a lord, and finally, to the 3rd year of his reign as emperor, it was time for him to enjoy some peace. "Is your Majesty satisfied?" Minister of Revenue Lu Longqing and Minister of Rights both stood before the emperor, smiling faintly. "Both of you have done a good job. Come, have a seat." Yu Daokang laughed and gestured for a palace maid to bring 2 wooden stools. After Lu Longqing sat down, he continued with a smile, "Respected elders from all places have arrived, all of them admiring your Majesty's benevolence and clamoring to see you." After hearing this, Yu Daokang's smile deepened. "I have spent quite a lot of silver on this meal. Tell them that I accept their goodwill." Just as the emperor was in high spirits and getting along well with his ministers, a clear female voice sounded from the side. "Emperor, I came to visit you." A beautiful young girl with apricot eyes approached the city wall. It was Princess Xiang Yun, Pei Xiangyun. At this moment, she was wearing a rosy pleated skirt and walked over briskly. Seeing her arrival, Yu Daokang chuckled, "Oh, it's Xiangyun. Come, have a seat." The imperial guards by his side made way, as everyone knew how prestigious Princess Xiangyun was in the capital city. Pei Xiangyun smiled and bowed before Yu Daokang, "I couldn't miss your great birthday celebration." Her father was once a close commander and brother-in-arms of the emperor, so according to their relationship, she should be the emperor's niece. Looking at the lovely and lively Pei Xiangyun, Yu Daokang couldn't help but feel sentimental. "It's been so long since I've seen you. You've grown so much and become more sensible. If only your sister could be as worry-free as you." Pei Xiangyun understood Yu Qinghan's thoughts as soon as she heard them. The emperor was missing his family. "I'll keep you company. My sister is lost among the common people, she'll probably come back someday." Pei Xiangyun softly smiled and comforted him. In reality, she knew that her sister might never return. Last time, even her personal visit couldn't persuade her to change her mind. "All right, I appreciate your kindness." Yu Daokang expressed his gratitude and gently patted Pei Xiangyun's head. Come to think of it, on such a grand birthday celebration, the emperor was alone without any of his children by his side. Anyone in his place would feel inexplicably melancholic. "Your Majesty, the play is about to begin." Lu Longqing, noticing the personal moment between the emperor and his family, hadn't intruded earlier. But now that the play was starting, it was time to remind him. "All right, let's watch the play together." Yu Daokang nodded and watched the play with Pei Xiangyun, feeling as if his daughter were by his side. The grand performance began with an acrobatics troupe showcasing various skills such as fire breathing, blindfolded knife throwing, juggling wine jars, and sword swallowing. The audience was in awe of their incredible talents. The common people thoroughly enjoyed the spectacle, cheering and applauding. The emperor was also pleased, granting them a generous reward. Only 2 people were the exception, attentively watching both inside and outside the play. One was a stocky, round-headed man carrying a shield and axe, while the other was a tall woman with a red bow and a mask. Both of their green robes bore either a black turtle or a vermilion bird emblem on the chest. These 2 were none other than the remaining martial experts, Black Turtle and Ying Ke. Qin Hu watched over the heavenly prowess gate while they stuck close to the emperor's side. Now that 3 of the most skilled fighters in the capital city were gathered together, it was a rare sight indeed. After the acrobatics concluded, a large curtain was raised, and several masters held small paper puppets. Lu Longqing explained with a smile, "Your Majesty, up next is the shadow puppetry." Yu Daokang nodded gently, instructing, "Give them some extra rewards. These performers don't have it easy, coming here from faraway places." "I understand, Your Majesty." Lu Longqing bowed his head in acknowledgement. Soon, the entire stage in the center of the imperial city darkened, with even the lanterns on the walls extinguished. Only the high platform overhead had some light. Shadow puppetry required the surrounding area to be dark, with no other sources of light, so the shadows on the screen could be seen clearly and the viewing experience wouldn't be affected. Chapter 86, A Good Show, Shaking the National Fortune, looking for more readings at the 4000th Grand Chapter. _2. In this pitch-dark situation, inevitably something could go wrong. The imperial city was entirely in darkness. Nobody knew what was happening, everything was carried out in absolute silence. The Black Turtle and Ying Ke were both intently watching. The surrounding imperial guards were shrouded in darkness. Only the lamplight by the emperor was casting light. The guards, due to the darkness, became more cautious and apprehensive. The emperor wanted to watch, as for how the imperial guards could react, their only option was to enhance the protective measures. The shadow puppetry show was about to start. Delicate puppet figures were moving back and forth on the background fabric, manipulated expertly by experienced old masters from the back, making it exceedingly lifelike. The common people underneath were watching intently. When the plot climaxed, deafening applause erupted. Even Yu Daokang couldn't help but praise, "This shadow puppet dance is indeed excellent, so lifelike as if it was happening right before our eyes. The performance is outstanding, it is a feast for the eyes. Excellent performance. Give them a reward." Lu Longqing immediately acted as a messenger, loudly instructing the officials under his command. The shadow puppets were performing well-known classical scenes of Chang'e flying to the moon and Ho Yi shooting the suns. Especially the figure of Hou Yi was made extremely realistically. It was the size of an infant, and even the big bow used was made of excellent animal skin and carefully painted with lacquer. The parts made from wood were from utmost quality century-old trees. Everything was made of the best materials. Since the performance was held in the emperor's presence, it couldn't be careless. In the sky were 10 suns. When Hou Yi arched backward, pulling on his bow, full of determination, it was as if he announced, "One shining sun is enough." At a crucial moment, Hou Yi aimed the arrow to shoot at the sun. "Everyone, pay attention." All people held their breath. Suddenly, the figure of Hou Yi turned around, drawn an arc perfectly with his arrow, but aimed in an extraordinarily wrong direction. With a whoosh, the arrow shot out at an astonishingly fast speed, like a shooting star. Headed straight for the emperor in front of the castle. Everyone at the banquet, including expert cultivators, high and low-ranking officials, common people, as well as Ying Kai and Black Turtle, all had their hearts leaping, their faces showing shock. This is bad. Someone is trying to assassinate the emperor. No one expected that a small shadow puppet would suddenly come alive and try to assassinate the emperor. Even Ying Kai and Black Turtle, both expert cultivators at initiation stage, were caught off guard. By the time Ying Kai reacted, the arrow had already reached the emperor. The people around wanted to save him, but they were too late. The bow wasn't large and the arrow wasn't thick, but the shot arrow carried an eerily fast speed, exuding a dreadful aura. This absolutely wasn't shot by a commoner. The presence of a cultivator at the pinnacle of the initiation stage was vaguely felt. But it wasn't possible, since Qin Hu had already checked everyone thoroughly. At the crucial moment, the arrow was about to reach Yu Daokang, potentially killing him. Above the royal city of Xia, an enormous silhouette of a dragon opened its eyes, dominating the capital city, shielding Emperor Xia. This was the incarnation of the fortune of the Xia, and the Xia dynasty was associated with fire. So it was a red-eyed golden dragon. The red-eyed golden dragon roared towards the sky, disallowing any nearby demons or evil spirits. The terrifying arrow collided with the dragon's shadow and was immediately deflected, deviating from its path and penetrating an imperial guard's skull, causing his head to explode. No matter what, Xia was a unified dynasty in the central state, dominating the 9 states. The sovereign of the Xia had the protection of the national fortune and the heavenly mandate. Unless the nation was on the brink of collapse and turmoil, any feeble assassin trying to assassinate the emperor of the Xia was merely dreaming. Protect the emperor! Protect the emperor! All the imperial guards and protectors reacted, immediately surrounding the emperor while the fully armed guards encircled the central stage. Yu Daokang quickly recovered from his initial shock, standing up and shouting towards the stage, "I, the emperor, am heaven-supported. How dare these assassins behave presumptuously?" At this moment, the 2 expert cultivators, the Black Turtle and Ying Kai, did not hesitate. They disappeared momentarily and reappeared with axes and shields in their hands, aiming at the central assassin. The old master on the stage, resentment burning in his gaze, screamed up to the sky, "Damned emperor! If I can't take your life, Lord Crow Immortal can." As soon as he finished speaking, the evil curse mark of the raven rose from his neck, promptly covering his entire face. A tall phantom slowly rose, humanoid with a crow's head, 3 heads and 6 arms, his gaze fierce, gazing at the red-eyed golden dragon. The trident in his hand was abruptly thrust forward. The red-eyed golden dragon roared and lashed its tail in retaliation. Yu Daokang's body trembled, his complexion turned pale. The national fortune was shaking, the dragon image was in precarious situation. An invisible battle unfolded, one that nobody could see or hear. Black Turtle and Ying Kai stepped forward from the left and right respectively. The red bow pierced the assassin's heart with a single arrow, and the large axe chopped off the assassin's head. "Long live Lord Crow Immortal!" the assassin shouted wildly before he died. Black Turtle approached the corpse, touched it, and exclaimed in surprise, "He was just a mortal. Your Majesty, what's wrong with you?" At this time, the concubines and ministers on the city wall were all in panic. Yu Daokang spat out a mouthful of dragon's blood with a spurt, his face turned deathly pale, his lips were devoid of any color, he fainted, insensible to anything, regardless of how much people called him, his breath grew weaker and weaker. The giant shadow of the Crow Immortal in the void disappeared slowly. However, the dragon shadow of the imperial city was completely dim and disappeared slowly. In this battle, no one has won. After all, the Xia country just established itself not long ago. This blow significantly impacted the already shaky national fortune. It would not be an exaggeration to say that its foundation was shaken. If it were a golden age, it would be fine given that the national fortune would continuously replenish, and the dragon's chi would never cease, thus it could be made up. But now, Yu Daokang might not be able to hold on for much longer. Arrest the assassin's accomplices. Execute them all. Seeing the emperor in this condition, the head of the imperial guards drew his treasured sword and roared with lead. If the emperor died after this battle, everyone involved in this banquet would not be able to escape responsibility, including the shadow puppetry troupe, the officials of the Ministry of Rites, the guards of the imperial city. Everyone was in danger. She. A troop of black-armored imperial guards moved forward with their spears, confining everyone in the field, including the officials in multicolored brocade. They were all weeping bitterly, crying for injustice, and a lot of people were also cursing the assassin, daring to assassinate the emperor at the 60th birthday banquet. You are not afraid of death, but we are. It seemed that the members of the shadow puppetry troupe were kept in the dark, and with the assassin being apprehended, all these people could do was kneel on the ground, begging for mercy. The Minister of Rites was so scared that he was directly paralyzed on the ground, let alone his official hat. He was even afraid that he had lost his life. Arrest them all. The head of the imperial guards did not have any sympathy for these officials and coldly ordered. The Minister of Rites, staring blankly as if he had lost his soul, was arrested and taken away by the imperial guards without any resistance. The officials and concubines on the city wall were also pale with fright, fearing that they too would be taken away. Thus, some fled, some slipped away, and some ministers went up front to check on the emperor's condition but were stopped by the imperial guards. Minister of Revenue Lu Longqing's eyes were flickering, his arms pressed down by the imperial guards on his left and right, but there was no panic in him. He just murmured from the corner of his mouth. It's all in chaos, all in chaos. He was one of the organizing officials and would definitely be held accountable. A perfectly fine 60th birthday celebration, where the whole nation was celebrating, had turned into a scene where everyone was crying and calling out for their relatives. Pei Xiangyun watched the chaotic imperial city without reacting. Until the emperor was assassinated, she was stunned, her mind blank. When the emperor vomited blood and fell to the ground later, she hadn't had time to take a look before he was taken away by the court physician. She was stuck with a single terrified idea. If the emperor dies, what will happen to Nia? The lively crowd in the imperial city scattered quickly, some left, some escaped, some were taken away. The street quickly became deserted, a stark contrast to the happy scene an hour ago. There were only various lanterns left, flickering in solitude. For the imperial city, tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. A woman wearing a headscarf and veil walked into a deserted corner, swept a glance over the messy stage, looked at the piles of broken shadow puppets on the ground, and the dirty curtain, and slowly approached. She picked up an unnoticed shadow puppet, and took out a neatly folded black charm from the back of the shadow puppet. We were a bit short, but it's enough. Although the crow charm can enhance a person's strength, it demands a life. It's a bit of a pity. She glanced at the desolate street and said lightly with a smile, the national fortune has been drastically damaged, let's see if you can survive tonight. Chapter 87, A Storm is Coming. The next day. Jinzhou City, the backyard of Huai's pawnshop. Thud. Thud. Zhao Huai held a wooden hammer and kept working on the wooden boards. A wooden shed has already been erected here, initially showing its scale. Inside the shed was a small pool made of pebbles, surrounded by flowers and plants, full of vibrant greenery. He planned to set aside a separate area in this backyard for a hot spring. As soon as he returned, he thought about doing this. After half a day of hustle, a small hot spring resort finally took shape. Pour in well water, and then Zhao Huai buried the heavenly bloody spiritual stone at the bottom of the pond. In no time, a red light emerged from the bottom of the water, and endless heat soon spread out, causing the water in the pool to bubble gurgling. A steaming mist rose, and soon it looked like a hot spring. Not bad, now we have a man-made hot spring to soak in, but changing the water is a bit troublesome. Zhao Huai grinned and laughed. He was glad that he had created a big garden back then. His garden had multiple uses and was even bigger than the backyard gardens of those wealthy mansions. Illegal construction? Just give some silver and let it go. There is nothing that money can't solve. Zhao Huai couldn't wait to try the effect of his homemade hot spring right away. He didn't take off his clothes and sat directly inside. The water in the pool became crystal clear and shimmering due to the catalysis of the heavenly bloody spiritual stone. The hot spring contained a pure energy. It was this energy that increased Zhao Huai's cultivation speed once again. The qi in his pubic region barely needed to operate, and the surrounding spiritual qi kept pouring in and was very active, greatly shortening the time consumed for one circulation of qi. At this speed, he could cultivate much faster than those cultivators with spiritual roots. Moreover, thanks to Zhao Huai's planting of the spirit-gathering grass, the spiritual qi in the backyard garden was very rich, far exceeding the outside. The environment was also great. The accumulations from taking the nourishing pills before gradually showed their effects, and Zhao Huai's realm gradually improved. Immediately, a wave of small tidal energy was drawn in by the true vigor within his body. Second level of the initiation stage. Zhao Huai's eyes suddenly opened wide, feeling his increasingly powerful cultivation. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. If he continued to cultivate at this speed, reaching golden core would be possible. He stood up, dried his clothes with true vigor, walked into the house, glanced around, but didn't see anyone. Where did Madame go? Looking at the sky, he thought that she might have gone shopping for groceries since it was almost mealtime. At that moment, he stared at a passing carpenter carrying a cloth bundle as long as a person, and greeted him with a smile from a distance. "Mr. Wang, it's so late, and you're still going out to work." However, after hearing his words, Mr. Wang turned his head awkwardly, revealing an ugly, stiff smile, and nodded. He immediately left, and in the blink of an eye, he was nowhere to be seen. With such agility, he didn't look like a 50-year-old man at all. Strange, why didn't he answer? Zhao Huai expressed his doubt. At the entrance of the market, Yu Qinghan held a basket in one hand while staring at the blue-robed man in front of her with an emotionless expression. "Yun Long, haven't I already said that I won't repeat myself?" Yun Long spoke solemnly, "This time I came, not to persuade you, princess." Yu Qinghan's eyebrows frowned, and she asked, "What do you mean?" Yun Long's face became even more serious and said, "The emperor met with an assassination attempt." "What happened?" Yu Qinghan's frown deepened, and she asked sternly. "The emperor was assassinated last night. I just received the news today as well, and his life or death is unknown now," Yun Long said hoarsely. Yu Qinghan's eyes flashed with an indescribable surprise, and then she fell silent. After a long time, she asked a question. "Is there no other information? Are you lying to me?" Yun Long shook his head. "The incident happened suddenly, and even I only received a single sentence. I'm not clear on the specifics either. My purpose in informing you, my princess, is to repay your favor from the past. Whether you believe me or not is entirely up to you. The two places are thousands of miles apart, and it is already as benevolent and righteous as it could be for him to have obtained the latest news and informed her. After all, he is the emperor's eyes and ears, and can only do his tasks for the emperor." Facing the princess, he felt pity, to be honest. What he lost was only temporary, while the princess lost her father. Even if the emperor dies, the status of the Black Guards will not waver. As long as the Xia country is there, they will be there. On the other hand, my princess's faction had officially dissolved since the 5 armies of Senior General were withdrawn en masse, leaving her seemingly alone and without support. Now she's about to lose her only remaining support. Could she not be pitied? The air fell silent for a long time, and Yun Long was the first to break the silence. He took out a golden edict-like order from his pocket. After handing over the edict, he said solemnly, "Your Highness, take care of yourself. I have to return to the capital." With that, he jumped and disappeared on the spot. Yu Qinghan took the edict, opened it slightly, and saw the words written on it were the same as Yun Long had personally relayed her father's words a few days ago. Between the lines, she could see her father's longing for her. She put away the edict, picked up the vegetable basket, and walked down the street with a complicated expression. Her heart was comforting herself. Her father's health was excellent, so he couldn't have died so easily. Perhaps it was a fake news created by her father to deceive her into going back, and he must be alive and well. Yes, it must be the case. She won't go back, definitely not. But despite thinking this way, Yu Qinghan's mind couldn't help but consider another possibility. What if her father was really gone? What should she do? Filial piety comes first, after all, he is her father. Should she go back to see him for the last time? Moreover, if her father died, her elder brother would certainly be without supervision, and no one could suppress her second brother. Who could successfully ascend the throne is still an unknown factor. They can't fight each other. If her elder brother seizes the throne, he has to mobilize troops. The northern alien races have always been eyeing their lands, and they say his head is not smart, but she hopes he won't be so foolish by then. Wouldn't such a struggle in the Central Plains give the southern cult an opportunity? If they took advantage of the situation, it would be really hard to clean up. If this happened, the whole Xia country would be finished. She didn't even notice that her train of thought had taken a strangely smooth path. The very reason she can live in seclusion is that the world is peaceful enough that she doesn't have to worry about it anymore. Who would have thought things would take such a sudden turn? The emperor is in his prime, and he takes longevity pills every year. He just doesn't seem like someone on the verge of death, so she must be overthinking. Yu Qinghan resumed walking, sighing with relief. She hoped that the worst situation she had just considered was only a speculation. I still haven't gotten over the habit of overthinking. Maybe I should think about making some dumplings tonight. Huai's pawnshop sign gradually became clear in front of Yu Qinghan as she smiled and prepared to go home. A fiery flying horse galloped on the official road, bringing with it a large cloud of dust. Fiery flying horses are notoriously expensive, and not something an ordinary person could afford. The person riding the fire horse was a woman with her ponytail bouncing as she rode. Her posture gave an inexplicably dashing and heroic feeling. Yu Qinghan saw the person and frowned, hearing a distant voice. "Sister! The emperor is dead." Yu Qinghan's pretty face turned pale when she heard it. This news was like a thunderbolt on a clear day. Chapter 88, The Fall of the Emperor Star. Immortal Yearning Sect. Located atop a group of peaks, this place seems like a completely different world compared to the mortal realm. The deep, resonant chime of the bell rang, echoing through the entire sect. Atop one of the immortal peaks, spiritual fog surrounded the area, with rainbows arching everywhere and fairy cranes dancing in the air. An elder with white hair and a white beard stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the sky. His turbid eyes seemed calm, yet filled with an ancient, vicissitudinous aura. One could not tell his age just by looking, but there was an unfathomable depth to him. "Master Lord, you've been standing here for half a day, what are you looking?" Lu Wangkaiu, dressed in a lotus green skirt, walked gently up to him, bowed gracefully, and curiously asked. "I'm looking at the stars." The elder stroked his beard and gave a faint smile. Lu Wangkaiu was perplexed and asked with some confusion, "Stars? Is there anything special about today's stars? Among the multitude of stars, what is different about the one in the center?" The elder pointed to the sky and spoke with a gentle smile. "I see. Why do the rest of the stars revolve around such a dim star?" Lu Wangkaiu furrowed her brows. The elder explained, "That is Emperor Star, and the other stars of the Big Dipper revolve around it. Now the Emperor Star has fallen, and naturally, it has become dim." "The Emperor Star has fallen." Lu Wangkaiu muttered, about to ask about the specifics, but her Master Lord had already vanished from sight. Only a faint echo reached her ears. "Call your senior brothers and sisters out of seclusion. The mortal world will fall into chaos. Demons will lurk in danger, so take precautions before it rains." Evening. Huai's pawn shop was unexpectedly still open late, with Zhao Huai grabbing a stool and a handful of melon seeds as he sat outside for the entire afternoon. He cracked seeds and pondered. His wife hasn't returned this late, did she get lost in the market? Could something have happened? But after a careful thought, that's not right, within hundreds of miles, he didn't believe anyone could match her. Idiot! Idiot! The mynah bird flapped its wings and flew past Zhao Huai's face. "Hey, looking for a beating, right? Tomorrow, I'll buy you a cage and let you experience being a caged bird." Zhao Huai scolded, pointing at the mynah bird. This silly bird was lazy and gluttonous, not venturing out to find treasure, instead, it lazed around at home and ate a lot. Who was serving whom? Who was the master, and who was the pet? The roles have become unclear, it seems. That's why pets should never be spoiled. If you raised a pet with a willful attitude, the pet becomes the master. "Boss Zhao, I brought your stuff over." A shout came from outside the door, and an attendant carried a bag of items, throwing it to Zhao Huai. Zhao Huai took a look, smiling with satisfaction, "Thank you." Don't mention it." Next time, just give me a little more money when I sell something. I'm off. Fine. Zhao Huai chuckled at the words, watching the attendant leave. Did they really make it? These stockings are quite elastic. He opened the cloth wrapping to find a bundle of black silk stockings. Although the material was different, they both felt and looked quite authentic on touch. Not bad. I'll have a treat for my eyes tonight. Zhao Huai couldn't help but laugh. His mind had already begun filling in the visuals. Soon after. At this time, in the dusk, a slender figure finally emerged. Madam has returned. Zhao Huai finally saw Yu Qinghan, so he immediately stood up to greet her and adjusted his clothes. Nothing happened today, right? He paused for a moment and asked, what's wrong, is there a problem? Yu Qinghan shook her head gently, her emotions surprisingly indifferent. Usually, she would be smiling, but now she seemed much more subdued than usual. She no longer teased the bird when she entered the room, and wouldn't talk about the rare and interesting things she saw that day. Instead, she sat in a chair, her face expressionless as she stared blankly. Zhao Huai's brow furrowed even deeper, just as he was about to speak. There is indeed something. Yu Qinghan finally spoke, but her tone was very calm, so calm it seemed unlike her. I may have to go back to my parents' home for a while. It shouldn't be long, I'll be back soon. Yu Qinghan stood up, looked at the goldfish in front of the counter, and gently touched the myna bird on the table, her expression unchanging. It was a strangely eerie sight, as if she were trying to carefully take in every detail of everything she had used, touched, and stayed before her departure. Her tone was also completely different from usual. What happened at home? Under normal circumstances, Zhao Huai would never ask such a question because he supported whatever she did, but today was different. His wife was acting very unusual. Another conflict has erupted at home. I need to go back and deal with it. Yu Qinghan seemed to have noticed something and revealed a reassuring smile. However, to Zhao Huai, that smile seemed forced. He wasn't a fool, didn't he have the ability to read between the lines in such situations? Is it a big problem? Can you handle it? Do you need my help? Zhao Huai asked gently. Yu Qinghan shook her head, lowered her gaze, and remained silent for a moment before softly saying, no need, I can solve it, it's a small matter. I won't speak of it. I'll pack up now and prepare to leave tomorrow. After finishing, she went straight into the room. Zhao Huai didn't speak either, just watching Yu Qinghan pack. However, she was clearly avoiding looking at him, obviously hiding something from him. Finally, he broke the silence and added, you're lying to me. You're not planning to come back. Yu Qinghan's movements stopped, her hands trembled for a moment, but then she resumed packing. Zhao Huai tried to keep his voice friendly, what could be so serious that we can't talk about it? We promised each other before. He felt a strange sense of unfamiliarity towards the Yu Qinghan in front of him, as if she were a different person. Yu Qinghan picked up her bundle, feeling guilt and sadness in her heart. But thinking how she could never let her husband get involved in the world's chaos made her believe that doing so would put him in inescapable danger. She turned around, holding back tears, and said forcefully, I'm sorry, I lied to you. I was born a daughter of a military family, my duty should be to restore the nation, not to live in peace. It was all my fault before, I was too sentimental and didn't think it through. Are you satisfied now? After saying these harsh words, Yu Qinghan got up, left and walked out of Huai's pawnshop. Zhao Huai stood still in silence, not attempting to stop her, simply watching her walk out of the street and disappear into the night. This was the first time they had ever argued. At the gate of Jinzhou City, Pei Xiangyun watched Yu Qinghan leap onto the fiery flying horse with concern. Sister, are you sure what you said won't hurt brother-in-law's feelings? Yu Qinghan's expression was calm, I'm doing this for his own good. In the chaos of this great epoch, everyone is at risk. One misstep can lead to a bottomless abyss. Pei Xiangyun sighed, brother-in-law must be doing it for your sake as well. The one who is in the game is blind, the bystanders see it clearly. In her eyes, her sister and brother-in-law cared too much for each other, loved each other too much. Qinghan didn't want her husband to be involved in the chaos, so she chose to face everything alone to protect his safety. Zhao Huai, on the other hand, was incredibly respectful of Qinghan's decision, not even trying to stop her or help when she refused him. Both wanted to do everything for each other, helping each other succeed. You stay here in Jinzhou, your brother-in-law will take good care of you." With a neighing sound, the fiery flying horse galloped away, soon vanished from sight. Riding on the horse, as the night grew darker, Yu Qinghan could no longer hold back the sadness and grievances she felt when parting from Zhao Huai. Her eyes reddened and tears uncontrollably streamed down her face. "Husband, I'm sorry." How she wished she could have stayed. Compared to the responsibility of national affairs, the bloody battles, she loved the worry-free haven of their life together even more. However, some things cannot be chosen, just as when she began practicing martial arts at 8 and joined the sex army at 13. The more people grow up, the more they become like the person they hated when they were young, because there are too many constraints in this world, making it nearly impossible to seek solely their happiness. Just like her now, she couldn't help but act when she saw the kingdom she had built with her own hands was about to be destroyed. Chapter 89, Turning the World Upside Down. The next day, at Huai's pawnshop, the atmosphere was as oppressive as water. The mynah bird was particularly quiet tonight, crouching in its nest, not daring to curse. The basket filled with vegetables from last night was still sitting by the door, motionless. Today's kitchen was spotless, without a trace of any aroma. Zhao Huai lay on the bed with a cold expression. He had never felt so desolate before, a feeling that was akin to a fucking heartbreak. How could people turn their faces so easily? He could still smell the faint fragrance at the tip of his nose, and see strands of black hair on his pillow. But the person who used to be on the pillow was long gone. After lying there for an unknown length of time, Zhao Huai finally gets up. He couldn't figure it out and hadn't slept all night. He lazily opened the shop, then laid his head on the table, watching the hustle and bustle of the street outside. He kept laying there until noon, when it was time for lunch. He didn't have an appetite, nor did he want to eat. There was no one to cook, wash vegetables or do the dishes, no one to tell interesting love stories, and the mynah bird had no one to take care of it. What's the point of eating? In short, he was unused to it. After getting used to a life with two people, it was too difficult to return to his previous state. He had to find out what had happened. Suddenly, a person appeared in Zhao Huai's line of sight. A woman. She lurked by the window opposite his, staring sneakily at him. Zhao Huai expressionlessly stood up and walked straight over. "Hey, hey, hey! Put me down!" Pei Xiangyun was lifted by her collar like a little chick and brought into the pawnshop. Passers-by couldn't help but look and think. Did Boss Zhao take a concubine? Come here, sit down. Zhao Huai threw Pei Xiangyun onto a chair, his face void of expression. Seeing his cold demeanor, Pei Xiangyun swallowed the insults she was about to hurl. Her sister had told her to stay in Jinzhou last night. She immediately found an inn to stay in, choosing one right across from the pawnshop so she could keep an eye on her brother-in-law. This was the only remaining thing she could do for her sister as a younger sister-in-law. But unexpectedly, she was grabbed by this guy and brought in front of everyone, holding her by the clothes. She was a senior chi refining cultivator, after all, with years of cultivation in her sect. Did she really have no power to resist? It seems her sister was right, this guy truly had the cultivation of the initiation stage. Pei Xiangyun sat in the chair, under Zhao Huai's cold gaze. With her almond-shaped eyes, she couldn't look at him directly, feeling an inexplicable tension in her heart. Sweat formed on her forehead, her palms clenched tightly, fearing he would do something crazy. "Speak." Zhao Huai finally uttered a word. "What do you want me to say?" Pei Xiangyun feigned ignorance. Her sister had instructed her not to reveal anything before leaving and never to let this man risk his life. She had also vowed that she would never say it and wouldn't let him do anything foolish. "Tell me about your sister." Zhao Huai hesitated. Because he realized he didn't know her as well as he thought. "My sister is fine. She just went home for a while." Pei Xiangyun forced a dry laugh and an ugly smile. The man before her wasn't someone to be trifled with, he was in the initiation stage, with the same cultivation as the top 4 skilled fighters in the capital. Tell the truth. Zhao Huai spoke solemnly, seeming very much like an elder. "Brother-in-law." Pei Xiangyun hesitated and found herself never thinking that the man in front of her would seem so masculine. "Don't you know your sister is in danger?" Zhao Huai said sternly again. His playful demeanor from their previous encounter had completely vanished. Pei Xiangyun fell silent for a moment, then asked, "You're not going to take action, are you?" What do you think? Zhao Huai clenched his fists. Pei Xiangyun swallowed and honestly recounted everything about her sister. All about her sister's life. From childhood, how her sister started to practice martial arts, how their father persuaded her, how she joined a sect, the hardships she endured every day, the battles she fought, the people she killed, to eventually being expelled from their home and the conflicts with her two brothers. Even about the chaos this time with the emperor's death, how their family was to be liquidated, and how everyone's lives were about to end, she told him everything in a torrent of words. Basically, except for the princess's identity, she told him everything. However, what Zhao Huai asked the most about was her sister's little hobbies and the small details in her daily life. From noon till the sun had set, they discussed nearly everything about Yu Qinghan's life, leaving Pei Xiangyun feeling as though her voice was about to give out. After listening, the night had fallen for Zhao Huai. He looked at the darkening sky outside. Although it was summer, the wind had a strangely cool feel to it. Had she thought everything was for her own good? What a fool! Zhao Huai stood in the pawn shop for a long time, looking at the calligraphy paintings hanging in the shop, and on one of the paintings was written, "Alone in a foreign land, an alien among strangers." At first, he really liked the painting, but now, his enthusiasm had diminished. After staring at the painting for a while, he took it down, threw it into the kitchen stove to be burned as fuel, and turned to ask a question. "Is it in the capital city?" Pei Xiangyun nodded blankly, yes. Her sister must be in the capital city. The night before, she informed her sister about the matter, and her sister reacted violently, saying that she must take action before it happened, or else everything would be too late. Although she did not understand the meaning of her sister's words, she could foresee that the capital city would undoubtedly be a place of conflict. "Husband, you're the best." At this moment, the mynah bird spoke inappropriately. The voice had a 90% similarity, as if it had come from Yu Qinghan's own mouth. Pei Xiangyun let out a small "oh," but was abruptly carried away by Zhao Huai's large hand. "Children shouldn't eavesdrop. I'm not little." Looking at the night sky, Zhao Huai took out the golden bronze coin from his waist and threw it forcefully. "Misfortune and good fortune are intertwined, let's see how it goes." Hexagram 1, the boat is light and swift, the wind is fluttering and blowing clothes, staying in Jinzhou, the sign you receive is good fortune. Trace guidance, adapt to changes effortlessly. Hexagram 2, the hidden dragon soars in the sky one day, through the 10,000 li of heroic path, the journey to the capital city, the sign you receive is misfortune. Trace guidance, after the matter is settled, hide yourself and your name deep. After reading the hexagram, Zhao Huai felt indifferent, his mind clearer than ever before, and ideas began to form. In a murmur, he said, "Misfortune and fortune are intertwined, even if it is misfortune, let's turn it into fortune." Staring at Zhao Huai's back, Pei Xiangyun's heart was also in turmoil. She didn't know what this man intended to do. She hadn't accomplished any of the tasks her sister had assigned her. What could she do? She watched Zhao Huai take a bamboo hat, a long sword, and the mynah bird, grabbed some panacea from the backyard, locked the house's doors and windows, and pasted many talismans. Pei Xiangyun froze and asked cautiously, "Brother-in-law, what are you saving your sister?" Zhao Huai locked the pawn shop door, his face serious. Then he stepped onto the sword, flew away with sword control, and left behind half a sentence. "And, by the way, turn the Xia country upside down." Selective response, no knife, watch with peace of mind. Chapter 90, The Great Power Changes, one after another, seeking initial subscriptions. On a street in an ancient city near the capital region. There were no ordinary people in sight, only hundreds of men dressed in black robes with raven patterns, standing in rows on the street. They were looking up at a cold woman in a black cloak. The woman was stunningly beautiful, with thin, delicate lips and a graceful figure. Her hair was incredibly a pale and ethereal white. She wore a white veil, revealing only a pair of extraordinarily beautiful indifferent eyes. There was a mysterious radiance in her eyes, captivating anyone who saw them. She glanced at the crowd and opened her lips slightly, using her qi to transmit her voice. "On the 7th day of the 7th month, a day of great fortune. Following the orders of the Crow Master, I have learned of Crow Immortal's death notice. The Xia dynasty has come to power illegitimately, exploiting the common people, resulting in heaven's wrath and unstable national fortune. It's time for our strategical operation, Raven, to act on behalf of heaven. It takes 1,000 days to train soldiers, but just 1 moment to use them. Now, I gather you all for today. Tonight, the sect members in the capital city will rise secretly, and you will lead the sect members from different regions to expand our forces, seizing the opportunity to act. Be sure to follow the orders and do not make any mistakes. Among the crowd, several bureau masters at the forefront solemnly vowed, "We shall obey the orders of the Saintess." Yin Nanyu looked at the fanatic eyes of the crowd and nodded in satisfaction, raising her arm and shouting, "Raven Operation, act on behalf of heaven." The sect members underneath echoed. "Raven Operation, act on behalf of heaven. Raven Operation, act on behalf of heaven." A horse galloped across the road, stirring up a cloud of dust. Yu Qinghan stood, holding the reins, as the horse whinnied beneath her. The distant capital city appeared in her sight. It still looked like the city she remembered, without any change. But who knew what was going on inside? Yu Qinghan did not hesitate, riding her horse forward to the entrance of the capital city. Halt! 2 lines of heavily armed imperial guards stood, long spears blocking the road, only their eyes visible to her. Nowadays, the whole city was under curfew, entry and exit were extremely strict. Yu Qinghan's expression was indifferent as she took out a black jade token from her waist. The 2 leading imperial guards saw the characters on the token, glanced at each other, and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Both stepped back half a step, saluting with their spears and shouting, "Greetings to the senior general." The surrounding imperial guards followed suit, their voices buzzing through their helmets. "Greetings to the senior general." Although the seal of the senior general had been removed, her prestige still remained. Back in the day, under her command were several armies, countless military generals, and soldiers ingrained in her memory. This title of senior general represented respect, a deeply rooted reverence for her past reputation. Yu Qinghan gave a slight nod, looking at the open road before her, and stepped forward with a calm expression. Leading the horse, she went straight to the imperial city. Below the Tianwu gate in the imperial city, a burly man in a green robe stood at the city wall, strong as an iron tower, seemingly waiting for her arrival. Qin Hu, the city's guard, saw the approaching figure and said with squinted eyes, "So it's my princess. It's been a long time." Yu Qinghan glanced at him casually and raised an eyebrow, "Are you going to stop me?" "Not at all, not at all. I wouldn't dare to do so. Besides, I've heard of my princess's reputation." Qin Hu waved his hand, making his position clear. Yu Qinghan said indifferently, "In that case, get out of the way." Qin Hu did not get angry, but instead made way for her. Then, his smile disappeared, and he said seriously, "My princess, let me remind you, once you enter the gate, you won't be able to leave. If your father died, what would you do?" Yu Qinghan didn't look at him, strode forward, and left a sentence in a flat tone. Qin Hu shook his head lightly, shrugged his shoulders, and well, he was just a gatekeeper, already doing everything right. Imperial Palace. This main hall is entirely bronze yellow in color. Countless years have made this bronze yellow even deeper, with an ancient breath emanating from each stone slab, causing one to feel the profound silence of years gone by. Yu Qinghan finally reached. But in front of her, it was a vast expanse of darkness. Rows of black armored soldiers were ready to fight, holding bright iron spears and wearing helmets with tightly sealed ghost face masks. Applause. A round of applause rang out from the entrance of the main hall, and a handsome, upright young man in armor walked out, followed by 3 guards in green robes, 2 men, and a woman. It was the King Qin of the Xia, Yu Shuang. With a smile on his face, Yu Shuang delivered a sarcastic speech. "My good little sister, you finally came back, and you didn't disappoint my expectations, you got here smoothly. But don't you think it's too late?" Yu Shuang sneered. Yu Qinghan's face did not change, asking, "Where's father?" Upon mentioning his father, Yu Shuang's mouth curled, his face showing leisure. "Father? I told you, you're too late. He was already buried in a coffin last night." Yu Qinghan frowned, her fists clenched unconsciously. Seeing her like this, Yu Shuang's laughter grew even stronger, and he could not help feeling a sense of satisfaction. Since childhood, his sister had always been ahead of him, whether in the military, cultivation, or overall vision. It had almost caused him to lose his father's trust, but he managed to make up for it in time, thanks to his position. Yu Qinghan still felt something was wrong. The capital city was too quiet along the way, and everything was silent. Even if Yu Shuang was the firstborn son, would her second brother willingly give up the throne? Where is Yunping? King Yan Yu Yunping, the second prince of Xia country. Hearing this name, Yu Shuang couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, are you talking about my silly little brother? He's been out of the capital for a long time. What could he get from me? I'm afraid he's still eating dust in Western Edge by now. Controlling the narrative in the imperial court, then disbanding the 5 armies of the senior general, and expelling King Yan from the capital, you've calculated every step cleverly. Yu Qinghan said coldly. Thank you for your praise. It's not easy to win your approval, Yu Shuang said, laughing smugly. But you're not that clever. Who's helping you? In Yu Qinghan's opinion, her eldest brother had always been a hot-headed brute since childhood. He was never good at calculations or strategies. There must be someone behind him supporting him. Your Highness, the numerous netherworld armored soldiers in the city are ready to be deployed. This matter, a tall, thin strategist in black cloth came to Yu Shuang's side and bowed slightly. Yu Shuang nodded with satisfaction and sneered, "My dear sister, you're still so smart. You guessed it right. Allow me to introduce you to my chief military counselor, Mr. Wang. Thanks to him, I could rush to the capital city one step ahead of time." The strategist in black cloth stroked his goatee, shook his feather fan lightly, and laughed, "Your Highness is too kind." Yu Qinghan glanced at the strategist in black cloth and narrowed her eyes. Judging from every step of King Qin's usurpation, the strategist was far from being a good man. Father's dead, who can stop me now? You want to cause discord between us? You're not worthy. Yu Shuang scoffed disdainfully and waved his hand. Guards, take her down. Chapter 91, Suppressing Chaotic Situation, the puppeteer behind the scenes, looking for first subscription. At the command. Surrounded by the ice-cold black armored soldiers with iron shields, Yu Qinghan was encircled in the center, each soldier holding a sharp long spear in their other hand. Despite the murderous atmosphere, Yu Qinghan's eyes remained calm. The crystalline droplet pendant shimmered slightly. A full, cyan long halberd with a frost-like tip, wrapped in chilly true qi, appeared in mid-air, parallel to the ground. Bang! Yu Qinghan grasped the halberd in mid-air and stabbed it down, making a deafening sound. Boom! A torrent of murderous aura swept out, rippling open with her as the center. The surrounding soldiers carrying shields were blown away, creating a fearsome wave of turbulent air that swept away everything in front of them. Seeing such terrifying murderous aura, many soldiers' hearts trembled with fear. Seeing their fear, Yu Shuang couldn't help but burst into a curse, "A bunch of rice buckets, attack!" With the military order given, they had no choice but to charge. The black armored soldiers also gave their all, stabbing their spears one by one. Yu Qinghan's face was expressionless as she wielded the giant halberd, gathering her true qi and striking forcefully. Roar! A halberd qi, like a shooting star, cut open the center of the soldiers, leaving a wide, empty path. Yu Qinghan held the halberd, stepped forward slowly, and said indifferently, "When father was alive, you were nothing. Now that father is gone, do you think you're something?" Hearing those words, Yu Shuang's face turned extremely ugly, almost gnashing his teeth, and cursed, "You guys attack too." At this point, 3 men in black cloth stepped forward and blocked her path. Yun Long, Black Turtle, and Ying Ke. "Do you also want to be my enemy?" Yu Qinghan raised an eyebrow and asked. "That's right, we can only swear to defend it to the death," Ying Ke chirped clearly. "What a sworn defense!" Seeing their nostalgic expressions, Yu Shuang's face darkened as he roared at the 3 masters, "What are you waiting for? Get on with it!" "My apologies, Princess," Yun Long said in a sharp tone, his gaze sharp, spear like a dragon, and true vigor surged throughout his body. The spear moved at incredible speed, aiming for vital points. Black Turtle and Ying Ke quickly sprang into action as well. Black Turtle pulled a giant axe from his shield, the iron grinding sound piercing to the bone, while Ying Ke's red bowstring tightened and an arrow knocked, 2 fingers filled with powerful true vigor. All 3 masters struck at once. Yu Qinghan's face grew solemn. She hadn't expected King Qin to settle in the capital city and seize control of the situation so quickly. In other words, they were lagging behind in martial arts speed, missing a step. Now, she could only fight desperately to the death. She thrust the halberd in her hand into the ground. The cold true qi dispersed outside her body, forming a barrier. The spear, the axe, the sharp arrow. All struck at the same time. Two extremely powerful forces clashed violently. However, it didn't take long for Yu Qinghan to eventually lose the battle. She knelt down in defeat, spitting out a mouthful of blood, her face instantly turning pale. The gap in cultivation was ultimately too great. Moreover, the three masters had held back some of their strength, fearing they would take the princess's life. Had they exerted their full force, Yu Qinghan would have had difficulty surviving even a single breath. However, even so, it was extremely difficult for Yu Qinghan to withstand a half-incense stick of time, and no one could compare. "My princess, you are no match for us. Give up." Yun Long stepped forward with his spear, a hint of pity in his eyes. King Qin had already arrived on the night of the emperor's burial. The city's gates and passes had long been taken control of. Princess would find it difficult to enter the capital city without King Qin's command. What difference was there between my princess entering the capital and her going to her death? With King Qin's ruthless methods, her life was likely in danger. Yu Qinghan supported herself on the ground with the long halberd in her hand, squatting down, her gaze still firm and unyielding. Things are unpredictable in this world, a slight mistake could lead to 1,000 miles of deviation. If she had arrived one step earlier, perhaps the situation would have been different. Yu Shuang had someone move the dragon chair out of the hall and sat on it comfortably. Seeing Yu Qinghan in this state, he couldn't help but laugh. "Do you know our father's last words?" Yu Qinghan looked up at him coldly. Seeing this, Yu Shuang sneered. "The old man said that the future of Xia country depends on me. He asked me to chance MV reckless waves and earnestly inherit his territory, doing something worthy. And you?" Pausing at this point, Yu Shuang smirked. "Not a single word. Because Xia country doesn't need you right now." Yu Shuang's words, every single one of them, struck Yu Qinghan's heart, causing her gaze to look blank for a moment. Yu Shuang saw Yu Qinghan's appearance and continued, "Without you, Xia would still function properly. Why couldn't you just stay in Jinzhou? You had to come back, your pawnshop husband must be heartbroken. To kill the person, one must also remove their heart. It's as normal as it gets. Killing her?" What he really wanted was to crush her heart and deny his little sister her existence, even more important than taking her life. Upon hearing this, Yu Qinghan was silent for a long while. She shook her head. "You don't understand, you're not qualified." "Qualified or not, we'll see." Yu Shuang sneered. "Don't worry, after I ascend the throne, Xia will undoubtedly become even more prosperous. Guards, imprison the princess in the dungeon. On the day I ascend the throne, I will console our predecessor emperor." The strategist in black cloth looked at Yu Qinghan, who was being taken away with her cultivation sealed, and could not help but reveal an interested smile. "I am tired, and I need to rest. After that, I will leave the rest to you." Yu Shuang waved his hand. The strategist in black cloth bowed. "Yes, the ascension ceremony will definitely be held on time." Afterward, the strategist in black cloth exited the imperial palace and arrived at an inconspicuous courtyard. The courtyard was desolate and empty, except for a cage containing a white carrier pigeon. The strategist in black cloth stuffed a pre-written paper strip into the carrier pigeon's leg. He then opened the cage and released the pigeon. The strategist in black cloth gently waved his feather fan and smiled faintly. "King Yan, our grand plan will be successful." The carrier pigeon flew high and entered a low house on the outskirts of the capital city. A thin youth in a dark python robe stood by the window, not particularly outstanding in appearance, but with eyes unusually deep, as if they could penetrate people's hearts. He was King Yan, Yu Yunping. Everyone thought that King Yan had been transferred to the west, but they didn't expect him to still be hiding in the capital city. The carrier pigeon landed on Yu Yunping's hand. He took the paper strip, glanced at it, and smiled. "My brother is still too naive. With just a bit of success, he becomes arrogant, forgetting his past, and his tendency to celebrate doesn't change. Without my assistance, how could he have taken control of the capital so quickly? Only the throne can tempt him to leave the northern army and make the long journey to the capital city. I will give my brother a surprise tonight. This cult is a bit tricky, but it doesn't affect the overall situation. The common people just have to suffer a little. Just feeling sorry for my little sister, who also gets implicated." Yu Yunping gently stroked the carrier pigeon, sighing regretfully. Chapter 92, Going to the Gathering Alone with A. Single sword, entering the capital by oneself, seeking first subscription. Zhao Huai rode his sword along the way, looking down at the mountains and rivers. The journey was desolate, with few people in sight. Most houses he passed were empty, and the surrounding trees sparse. This all began with a famine, causing the common people to flee south for refuge. Famine was a great disaster in ancient times, and if not handled properly, it would greatly damage a country's national fortune. The trip from Jinzhou to the capital city was long, and when Zhao Huai arrived, it was already dark. He could vaguely see the lights of the capital city. Perhaps only under the emperor's feet would one witness such a scene. Halt! Zhao Huai arrived at the city gate, where he was stopped by imperial guards on both sides. No one is allowed to enter the city during curfew. Zhao Huai nodded lightly and then took out a human skin mask from his black ring, slowly putting it on. The mask had a long history and came from a fox demon. He never thought it would come in handy in this situation. The guards noticed the man's strange behavior and hesitated, ready to scold him. Suddenly, a sharp white light appeared in front of him. With a thud, two figures fell. At the moment when the two guards fell, Zhao Huai felt an invisible force surge inside him. This gave his already jade-like bones an additional layer of spiritual light. It was the effect of the 1,000-mile lone rider destiny, constantly enhancing his magic power, physical strength, as well as chi and vigor. In an instant, the true vigor consumed by sword control was replenished. Without hesitation, Zhao Huai strode towards the tightly closed city gate, waving his hand. Quickly, a deep black talisman inscription was engraved. Break! As the word was spoken, the talisman gleamed with a powerful thunder element, shooting a lightning bolt into the sky. Cracks spread out like a spider web on the majestic vermilion gate. Boom! With a blast, the city gate crumbled and collapsed, turning the guards behind it into a bloody mess. The gatekeeping general was startled awake by the explosion, his eyes filled with horror. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Imperial guards sounded the alarm, shouting frantically within the city. The night in the capital city suddenly became lively. Where did the enemies come from? The gatekeeping general couldn't fathom it. The gatekeeping general put on his helmet and casually asked, "How many enemies?" Just one person." The guard stuttered his answer. "Nonsense, don't talk rubbish!" The gatekeeping general yelled angrily, slapping the soldier across the face. "General, it's true." The gatekeeping general was also baffled after hearing this and then led his troops forward. In the moonlight, the white buildings under the silvery hue, the smoothly paved streets in the capital city saw a figure slowly emerging. Dressed in white with a jade belt, the figure stood with a tall posture, however, the face was horrific, that of a fierce ghost, with bared fangs, invoking fear at just a glance. Is it a demon? Surrounded by the guards, the gatekeeping general was shocked by the appearance of the figure. At this moment, countless talisman papers appeared overhead, falling from the sky in all directions. The white-robed ghostly figure rose into the air, waving his hand gently. Boom! A loud noise spread, and all anyone could see was a flash of white light. It was late at night, and many commoners heard the noise and commotion outside but dared not open their doors, fearing they would be implicated. It seemed they also knew that the capital city had been uneasy these days and it was not suitable to go out. They all hid inside their homes, not venturing out. Qin Hu, the first constable in black cloth, stood atop the Tianwu gate in the imperial city, frowning as he looked at the talisman papers that had mysteriously appeared in the sky. In a courtyard in the city, a carriage was parked. As a night breeze lifted the curtains, the raven-clothed and white-haired Yan Nanyu and the crow immortal statue that was placed inside the carriage were revealed. "Saintess, are those your people?" The sect members beside her, also hearing the commotion from the city, asked in puzzlement. Yan Nanyu's voice was emotionless as she replied lightly. "No, someone has come to stir things up, and their background doesn't seem small. How shall we deal with them? The plan will continue as usual." As soon as Yan Nanyu spoke, the crow immortal statue before her came to life. She seemed to have heard something and an incredulous look appeared in her eyes as she stared directly in the direction of the city gate. "Respected Saintess, what's wrong?" The sect members couldn't help but ask. Lord Crow Immortal said that this individual is an unpredictable variable and the capital city is likely to be turned upside down. "Well, what should we do?" Yan Nanyu squinted her eyes. "Let's just wait and see. I'm curious about this person's abilities." Our plan to erode the fortune of the Xia is at its most crucial stage now. It would be such a pity to depart now. Although Yu Dao Kang is dead, the Xia is still a colossal entity, abundant in martial virtue. It's impossible for it to perish yet, we must proceed with caution. Zhao Huai got rid of the imperial guards at the city gate, swaggering to the entrance of the imperial city. Now, he had never felt better. Layers of spiritual light enveloped his body, boosting his aura, and a sense of prideful sword chi could be felt in his every move. His fleshly body was robust, and his sword chi had condensed into a layer of light and shadows. As the sword chi shielded him, his state of mind surged, and the area covered by his divine insight expanded rapidly and continued to extend. His magic power reached the peak of the middle initiation stage. A strong gale constantly surrounded him. Zhao Huai had arrived at the entrance of the Tianwu Gate in the imperial city, where a towering figure in a blue robe was blocking his path. The attire looked familiar, a member of the Black Guards. Bold demon! Daring to attack the imperial city at night, reveal your name quickly. Qin Hu glared solemnly, not letting his guard down. This demon managed to break through the outer city and easily defeat the imperial guards at the entrance. His strength was definitely not weak, and such an arrogant demon hadn't been seen for a long time. Besides, could ordinary demons enter the palace, which was protected by the national fortune? Zhao Huai sized up Qin Hu's appearance, fisting his weapons, and bulging arm muscles. He looked mighty and taller than Zhao Huai, apparently, a formidable man. Just you guarding the city gate? How much silver do you get each month? Is it worth risking your life like this? Upon hearing this, Qin Hu was startled before his eyes narrowed, scolding back, I serve the nation and the people. How can you measure that with silver? What a righteous man, serving the nation and the people. Zhao Huai laughed, then operated his true vigor, loudly questioning, can you see the many homeless commoners outside the city, the famine-stricken states and counties with corpses all over the ground? Insanity technique. Mental oppression. Qin Hu felt an overwhelming force rushing towards him, riveting in his mind. His aura involuntarily diminished, and a hint of fear emerged from within. If a person tells the truth, they have a clear conscience, if they tell lies, they must feel guilty. Throughout his journey, Zhao Huai's aura had already taken shape, making anyone standing in front of him look up to him. Just like that, Qin Hu couldn't bear it anymore. His brain buzzed, nearly ending up with a concussion. Get out of the way! Zhao Huai shouted furiously, his oppressive aura washed over Qin Hu like a tsunami. The spirit turned into a dragon, directly rushing into Qin Hu's mind. He spat out a mouthful of old blood. His eyes widened, and his body collapsed feebly. Chapter 93, Ghost Face in White, Sword Slaying the Imperial City, Seeking First Subscription. At the moment when Qin Hu fell, Zhao Huai felt that his momentum suddenly soared. His magic power directly skyrocketed to the late initiation stage. His insight also surged. Zhao Huai suddenly realized, it seems that the effect of the 1,000-mile lone rider depends on what kind of enemy is defeated. As it was said, when the enemy is weak, I am strong, and when the enemy is strong, I am stronger. He had fought thousands of people, plus the fool in front of him, and at this moment his magic power was boundless. After dealing with Qin Hu, Zhao Huai still had not found where Madame was. It seemed she was still in the imperial palace. He had to keep searching until his divine insight found her. The golden palace was splendid. The lights were dim, and the window papers of the palace were still bright. But outside the walls of the imperial palace, a vast and oppressive army of elite soldiers surrounded the palace layer by layer, so tight that not even a mosquito could enter. In the courtyard, Wang Juyan, you betrayed me. Yu Shuang, wearing armor, looked pale and pointed angrily at the strategist in black cloth, surrounded by soldiers with spears aimed at him. The strategist in black calmly waved his fan and said with a faint smile, Your Highness, I have never sworn allegiance to you, so how can I betray you? You're despicable and shameless. Cunning and treacherous. Haven't I been good to you? I gave you titles, beautiful women, and gold. And now you let people hold swords against me. The strategist in black remained unmoved, stroking his beard and speaking leisurely, whatever you've offered, King Yan can also give me. King Yan. At the mention of this name, Yu Shuang was suddenly shocked. So you're King Yan's man? But isn't he in the western edge? At this point, even if Yu Shuang was a fool, he had finally realized. He had been played, deceived. King Yan had never left the capital city. The person who had initially proposed the strategy of relocating King Yan was none other than the man before him. They were in the same group. Moving King Yan out of the capital was just a ploy to make Yu Shuang drop his guard, so Yu Yunping could personally come to the capital to inherit the throne, and their target was Yu Shuang. My foolish brother! Finally, King Yan Yu Yunping, who had been hiding in the shadows, stepped out. Although his appearance was ordinary, he was skilled at manipulating others' hearts and schemes. Do you think that with your mind, you could have come this far without me? Can you calculate my little sister? Yu Yunping's gaze was deep, with a hint of playful intent. Greetings, King Yan. The surrounding soldiers, including the strategist in black, bowed in respect. I'll fight you to the end. Yu Shuang drew his sword and rushed forward, but he was directly blocked by 3 black guards, who sent him flying. Black guards? Yu Shuang clutched his chest, furious. He had not expected the 3 black guards to betray him as well. Stop deluding yourself, father didn't leave any last words. Since the night of father's funeral, there has only been one winner. That's me. Yu Yunping's tone was full of self-satisfaction, completely displaying the posture of a victor. Report! Report! A soldier ran all the way to the courtyard, shouting and kneeling in a panic. Demons have entered the capital. The outer city, inner city, and the gates of the imperial city are all in crisis. Zhao Huai frowned and asked. Demons? Where did the demons come from? Do not lie about the military situation at this time. The soldier looked quite helpless. We just received the news, half an hour ago, the outer city gate had already been breached. General Qin, whose life or death is uncertain, and the demons are approaching the imperial palace. Zhao Huai and the strategist in black cloth looked at each other, both seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. You all follow me. Zhao Huai waved to the 3 black guards while Zhao Shuang was carried like a dead dog by soldiers. Everyone climbed to the highest point of the imperial palace, a towering pavilion. From this vantage point, tens of thousands of troops surrounded the entire palace. It was hard to imagine how many people were densely packed in the darkness. I have tens of thousands of elite soldiers, even if there are demons, what can they do to me? Zhao Huai snorted coldly, with a mocking expression. He didn't believe anyone could break through their defenses. The imperial palace was defended by tens of thousands of troops, it was not something a single demon could breach. The strategist in black cloth echoed, Your Highness is right, even if the demons are powerful, the immortal sect will come soon. No matter what kind of evil creatures they are, they will be wiped out in front of the immortal sect. These words were not a boast, but the truth, because no matter if they were human beings or demons, none could achieve this feat. Even the strongest cultivator in the initiation stage would be unable to do so because human power has its limits. However, it didn't take long for Zhao Huai, the strategist in black cloth, the 3 masters Yun Long, Black Turtle, Ying Ke, and the tens of thousands of soldiers to have their calm and mocking expressions replaced with surprise. In the next scene, the people present witnessed the miracle of a mortal body, shoulder to shoulder with the gods. Boom! The night sky shook, and thunder rolled. Above the sky, a vortex of clouds formed, and below the clouds, a small figure slowly rose. It was a swordsman in a white robe and ghost face. In front of him was a spiritual sword with a black scabbard suspended in midair. The swordsman stretched out his hand, firmly grasped the spiritual sword, and slowly steadied it. The ghost-faced swordsman glanced at the imperial palace and the tens of thousands of troops below, then shouted. The sun observing. In the next instant, a sword cry that shook the 9th heaven resounded above the sky. The sound was like thunder, and the hum echoed incessantly above the imperial city. Finally, the spiritual sword was unsheathed. Its sword chi shattered the darkness, and its sword radiance illuminated the sky. It left a meteor-like trajectory on the night sky before a dazzling sun slowly rose. Zhao Huai's mocking gaze instantly turned into horror. The moment the shadow unsheathed his sword, a shocking vision of the sun appeared in the sky. At this moment, the imperial city was as bright as day, unexpectedly gaining an additional sun in the sky. Cultivator in the Golden Core realm. Even the Raven Sect's holy maiden Yin Nanyu, who was outside the imperial city, was astonished and shocked when she saw what happened within. No, he's not at the level of a Golden Core cultivator. The most important thing is his terrifying momentum is unmatched. Yin Nanyu had seen Golden Core cultivators in action before. Although they also exhibited extraordinary power, their momentum was far from comparable to this one. For a while, even she couldn't see through him. No wonder Lord Crow Immortal considered this person an unpredictable variable. Now, it appeared to be true. However, what intrigued her even more was, what was his purpose? Every force in the capital had its own motives. Was this person, who had broken into the imperial city with a single sword, merely trying to cause destruction? She didn't really believe he was a demon. Even if it was a powerful demon, a demon king level demon, the immortal sect would have already arrived, which meant there would have been no opportunity to wreak havoc. Yin Nanyu looked at the shocking scene in the imperial city, pondered for a moment, then ordered the nearby sect members. Pass on my command. Due to the sudden incident, tonight's plan is cancelled. Continue to lurk and wait for the opportunity. Yes. Chapter 94, You treasure it, but I don't it, seeking first orders. Clang. A sword cry that shook the sky rang out. Unsheathed, this sword carried an incredibly terrifying power which cut through and seemed like a sword-chi divine dragon. Whoosh! In an instant, the century-old wall of the imperial palace was severed in half, and the densely packed army on the ground collapsed in heaps, with a straight path appearing through the center. After executing this sword stroke, Zhao Huai gently landed, his eyes tightly shut. He carefully savored the gains brought by this sword. After experiencing Thousand-Mile Lone Rider's infinite stacking, his magic power soared to the heavens, like a vast ocean, boundless. As his cultivation surged like a rising tide, his sword-drawing skill, under the influence of crystal-clear sword heart, broke through the limit of the sword technique. Combined with sword skill genius S-man and sword as one state and, at last, a wisp of sword cultivating chi from the earth-grade destiny sword. Cultivator, it increased the power of the spiritual sword several-fold. With multiple layers stacked together, this resulted in an astonishing sword stroke. This sword just now had completely drained his essence, chi, and spiritual power. Fortunately, Thousand-Mile Lone Rider's destiny was still active, allowing him to recover a little bit. However, it would be extremely difficult for him to duplicate the same power of this sword. Even if his true vigor and spiritual power recovered, he couldn't shake off the fatigue. Next, Zhao Huai stepped forward, heading straight for the imperial palace. The soldiers outside the palace were either dead or injured, but without exception, they were all terrified, staring fearfully at Zhao Huai in front of them. Especially that ghostly face, it was as if it could scare someone to death. As Zhao Huai continued forward, nobody obstructed his way, and it was smooth sailing, finally resulting in no one blocking his path. The palace maids and eunuchs inside the imperial palace were terrified when they saw such a killer enter, all of them hiding in their rooms, not daring to say a word. As Zhao Huai walked into the imperial palace, the familiar scenes in front of him brought back memories of the past, which surged through his mind once again. He still remembered how excited he was when he first came to this world. Wearing an imperial robe and surrounded by palace maids and eunuchs, how vast and magnificent the imperial palace was, and how beautiful the pavilions were. Realizing that he was the crown prince of the Yan country, ranking second only to one and above tens of thousands, he was simply overjoyed. But the very next second, he could no longer smile. That was because his personal eunuch told him that his father had hung himself, and the enemy had already invaded the capital city, causing him to flee with his head in his hands. He had to change into a eunuch's clothes and crawl through a dog hole to escape. He fled all the way to Jinzhou. 3 years, 3 whole years. He was back, and in this manner. It was hard not to feel a sense of inexplicable emotion from this. While the imperial palaces east and west hadn't changed much, the people inside had already been replaced. After witnessing so many storms, his mindset was different from what it had been 3 years ago. Was he still taken with this place now? The answer was, he wasn't. That sword strike not only cut the imperial palace and tens of thousands of soldiers but also made his Taoist mind stronger. People are still too insignificant. They are nothing in the face of power. A dynasty teeters for 100 years, but it is merely a flick of the immortal's fingers. Tens of thousands of soldiers, in front of even stronger cultivators, are also nothing. Only cultivation is the right path. But cultivation is lonely, and on the indistinct immortal path, there is only one person, which is inevitably too boring. A person's world may be small, but having one more person in it is enough. This was a principle he had recently cultivated. Accompanied by his great strides forward, with these thoughts in mind, 3 people appeared in front of Zhao Huai. Yun Long, Black Turtle, and Ying Ke. Although the three of them were nervous and afraid, they had no choice but to face it, for protecting the royal family was their responsibility. Zhao Huai looked at the three people who suddenly appeared in front of him, facing them across the air, and said expressionlessly, "Aren't you afraid of death?" As long as he was still fighting, his momentum would not dissipate, and the effect of destiny would continue. "Stop being arrogant, demons!" Yun Long mustered his courage, and his red-tasseled spear was like a snake shadow, whistling through the wind. Xian Gui and Ying Ke also seemed ready to take action. However, Zhao Huai shook his head, and the next second, an imposing force suddenly erupted from his body, sweeping away all oppression. Shock showed in Yun Long's eyes. "What? This power? It's so terrifying!" The three of them were directly blown away, vomiting a mouthful of blood. Boom! Their bodies slammed into the main hall of the imperial palace, shaking the entire hall. The golden glazed beams were broken, and a huge spider web-like crack appeared on the ground where they landed. The ground caved in, as if they were buried in it. After fighting thousands of imperial guards and challenging many cultivators along the way, Zhao Huai, with the help of Thousand-Mile Lone Rider, had reached an unprecedented state of power, a new level where he could only temporarily rest. He himself did not even know which realm he had reached. It could be Golden Core, but he hadn't formed the core yet. He was uncertain, so uncertain. Zhao Huai stepped into the main hall and finally saw the dragon chair. He also saw a crowd of frightened people. Yu Yunping, the strategist in black cloth, and others were huddled in the corner, shrinking as Zhao Huai entered, not daring to make a sound. Where was their arrogance from the high plateau? Zhao Huai walked in, swept the crowd with his divine insight, but did not see Madame's trace, so he coldly asked, "Which one of you is the new emperor?" People looked at each other, and finally, all their gazes landed on Yu Yunping. They all took a step back in unison. Seeing this, Yu Yunping's face turned pale and said, "What do you want to do?" "I am the future emperor of the Xia country, with the national fortune on my side." Zhao Huai sneered, and with a mere squint of his eye, an overwhelming pressure swept over. Yu Yunping's spirit trembled, his head buzzing, constantly being washed over, as he was on the verge of becoming a fool. Zhao Huai withdrew his power at a critical moment and said indifferently, "Answer my question." As soon as Yu Yunping's heart sank, he became obedient and said honestly, You ask. "Have you seen a beautiful woman, like from a general's family?" asked Zhao Huai indifferently. "A woman?" Yu Yunping's eyes lit up, very ingratiating, "I can give you anything you want, no matter what kind of woman or her status." "Answer." Yu Yunping was immediately choked, his mind spinning desperately, but he could not remember any woman. Why would this demon want to find a woman from a general's family? Yu Yunping had no choice but to say helplessly, "She might be in the imperial prison. All the disobedient generals and ministers have been locked up there. If it's someone from a general's family, she should be there." "Imperial prison," Zhao Huai murmured and then slowly sheathed his sword. But when Yu Yunping saw him raise his sword, he thought he was going to be killed, and muttered, "Spare my life. I'll hand over the country." In the face of life, everything else is illusory. Without life, there is nothing left, even for him, there is no exception. "Get lost. You all value this throne, but I don't." Zhao Huai coldly stared at them for a moment, kicked the dragon chair over and shattered it. As he turned to leave, he only left a sentence. Yu Yunping heard this and was slightly stunned. Watching his departing figure, he couldn't recover for a long time. Chapter 95, Husband and Wife Reunite, Let's Go Home, please subscribe. Zhao Huai stared at the figure disappearing from his line of sight, finally daring to exhale heavily. After all, the atmosphere had been too suffocating just now, and he couldn't catch his breath. Apparently, his opponent's target was never him in the first place. Who exactly is this demon? Just the terrifying aura emanating from their body is enough to make one shudder. In Yu Yunping's mind now, all he could think of was that terrifying sword from before, causing him to shudder at the thought. It was earth-shattering and comparable to a godly figure. This was an army of tens of thousands. These were not inanimate paper figures or the old, weak, or disabled, every single one of them was a carefully chosen, strong soldier. Just a slash to kill them all. He feared that tonight when he sleeps, he would be haunted by that ghost face. Plop! Plop! At this moment, a myna bird suddenly appeared in everyone's sight, perched atop a collapsed jade pillar of the Golden Dragon Palace, looking around from east to west. Yu Yunping looked at the peculiar bird with its white crest, black body, and shiny feathers, and couldn't help but ask. What kind of bird is this? A strategist in black cloth nearby walked out from the rubble, squinted, and replied, Your Highness, it seems to be a myna bird. This bird symbolizes good fortune. Yu Yunping murmured, this is an auspicious sign, a harbinger of good fortune. He kept comforting himself. The imperial palace can be rebuilt, and the army can be re-recruited, as long as his people are alive, for life is the real victory. It's okay, it's okay. I am still the son of heaven's mandate. Am I right, little myna bird? Yu Yunping smiled warmly at the myna bird and even held out his finger. The myna bird cocked its head, its lively, bean-sized eyes constantly shifting, seemingly unappreciative, and then it spoke human words. Knock on your grandma. Knock on your grandma. After calling out once, the myna bird immediately flew away with a plop. Only Yu Yunping was left standing in the ruins of the palace, dazed and disoriented. On the other side, Zhao Huai's divine insight had locked onto the entire imperial city and finally found the location of the imperial prison. The prison of the imperial palace was situated in the most remote and deserted corner of the imperial city. Cold gusts of wind blew out of it as he stood at its entrance. Indeed, it was very secluded. No wonder Zhao Huai's divine insight had never detected it. The prison guards were few in number and their combat strength was subpar, so he subdued them easily in no time. Zhao Huai's divine insight had already located Yu Qinghan, who was indeed here. As he walked through the cold and dark corridor, he didn't know why, but his heart felt a little nervous for some reason. After going through many battles, and destroying countless large armies, his mind was still calm and composed when he struck the palace gates with a single sword. But now, in this place where he was about to confront his loved one, he became anxious. Perhaps it was because he hadn't figured out what to do, and this nervousness was like the guilty feeling of facing his wife and admitting his mistakes. However, upon further thought, he didn't seem to be in the wrong, and the person needing to apologize shouldn't be him, right? Right, that's it. He must take her home later and properly educate her. Moreover, how would he convince her? After all, the two of them had quarreled, and the chances of a friendly meeting were low. If Madame refuses to go with him, what should he do? Forcefully take her away? That wouldn't seem right, as it would be offensive. For the first time, Zhao Huai felt that he was being too fastidious. As he thought about it, he had already arrived at the entrance to the prison cell. He had his speech prepared when he turned his head and looked. The slender figure in the cell stood by the bed, gazing at the skylight, her hands shackled, her hair slightly disheveled, and her whole appearance somewhat haggard. The tear stains at the corner of her side profile were rather obvious, indicating that she had cried. Yu Qinghan stared at the window side, her eyes filled with reminiscence, and murmured continuously, husband. Even in the prison cell, silently waiting for the countdown to death, what she thought of was not Xia country, nor the throne, nor the so-called great cause, but the man she cherished the most. However, when faced with Yu Qinghan's aggrieved appearance, the seemingly appropriate explanation and preaching that Zhao Huai been thought of were stuck in his throat, unable to come out. He removed the ghost face, and the lock on the door silently shattered, and the cell door opened. Hearing the noise, Yu Qinghan suddenly turned her head. At this moment, the two finally met each other again. Amazement and a touch of pleasant surprise were revealed in Yu Qinghan's eyes. When the person she thought of day and night finally appeared before her, the overwhelming joy surpassed everything else. With her arms wrapped tightly around Zhao Huai and unable to stop crying, the fragrance of incense filled his arms. Feeling the soft warmth in his arms, Zhao Huai's heart welled up with a myriad of complex emotions. He wanted to say many comforting, light-hearted, and persuasive words to Madame, but in the end, they all turned into one sentence. Madame, I have come to take you home. Zhao Huai also reached out his arms and tightly hugged her, not letting go for a long time. If it were an ordinary day, he would tell many jokes, or some anecdotes, to amuse his wife. However, today, he had no interest in doing so. Because he knew, nothing could compare to a tight embrace. They had cried, they had hugged. They sat like this in the cell, occasionally looking at their toes, and then secretly glancing at the person across from them, only to find the other was also looking at them. 1,000 words, all in one single glance. How is everything at home? Have matters been settled? In the end, it was Zhao Huai who broke the silent atmosphere. Yu Qinghan's eyes dimmed and she was silent for a while, then smiled resignedly. Home? It has been gone for a long time. Zhao Huai held her hand, their fingers intertwined as he comforted her. It's still there. During the time she was locked in the imperial prison, she had already faced everything. At first, her mind kept thinking about the so-called layout, who the mastermind behind the scenes was, and how she could save Xia country from peril. But she gradually realized that these things were all meaningless. There were more important things that could outweigh all of the above. She began to think about how great it would be if she hadn't come to the capital city and whether it would have been better if she had stayed with her husband in Jinzhou all along. While waiting for death, people's minds are often filled with the most beautiful and desirous memories, as well as a sense of relief from the regrets of their lives. As Yu Shuang said, could Xia country still not turn without her? Although his words were intended to provoke her, in some ways, they were not wrong. She had been bound by her father's so-called ideals for more than 20 years, was she going to spend her entire life like this? Rather than saying that Yu Qinghan had come to her senses, it was more accurate to say she had become disillusioned with her present life in Xia country. From the moment her father died to the moment she was locked in the dungeon, she had nothing left to cherish in Xia country. Let's go home. It was still Zhao Huai who took the initiative. He said the words, stood up to leave, but his sleeve was caught. The grip was not strong, but it was enough to stop Ghost Face in white clothes, who was capable of tearing through tens of thousands of armies and wreaking havoc in the imperial city. Yu Qinghan whispered softly, I want to say goodbye to this place for the last time. Upon hearing this, Zhao Huai was rather surprised. He had thought that he would have to persuade her, but now it seemed unnecessary, so he smiled and said, Yes, let's bid farewell, because I like the way you are at home more. At these words, Yu Qinghan's pretty face couldn't help but blush. Chapter 96, Immortal Sect Visitors, First Battle with the Golden Core. Please subscribe. Tonight, the capital city was destined to have a sleepless night. The glazed tile and the dazzling imperial palace had been destroyed by more than half. The plaque at the entrance of the palace was toppled over, destroyed and displaced. At this moment, there was a heavenly light flickering in the distant night sky. It came closer, standing upright in the void, overlooking the capital city below. It finally converged into a human shadow. This was a youth in a black Taoist robe, with a yin-yang fish pattern on his chest. It was unmistakably the 8 diagrams. He murmured to himself. The spiritual qi in this world is so vast, it must be related to the previous reversal of spiritual qi. I didn't expect there to be such a cultivator in the mortal world. The youth in the Taoist robe was named Su Muchen, who was this year's gatekeeper of the limitless immortal sect in the mortal world. The so-called gatekeeper refers to the important positions set up by the 5 immortal sects in the mortal world. They are held by powerful cultivators, replaced every 10 years, and their role is to observe the situation in the mortal world. The immortal cultivation world doesn't interfere with the mortal world, but it still supervises. If there is a powerful cultivator doing whatever he wants, damaging the mortal world and creating bad influences, it will elicit cleanup from the immortal sect. The major events of the mortal world are reported regularly by the gatekeepers. This is the reason why Su Muchen came here. Just now, while he was cultivating stealthily, he sensed strong fluctuations of spiritual qi within 1,000 miles and came to investigate. Su Muchen elegantly landed on the ruins of the imperial palace, sweeping his divine insight over the entire palace, but found nothing. Senior, you've finally arrived. Seeing a familiar figure from a distance, Yu Yunping's face lit up with joy. Of course, he recognized the person in front of him. He was the gatekeeper of the limitless immortal sect. He rarely appeared in these 3 years, but each appearance left a deep impression on him. Unfathomable and incredibly powerful. Although he appeared young, he was actually over 100 years old. He was a genuine cultivator in the Golden Core realm. What happened? With an unruffled expression, Su Muchen remained indifferent towards Yu Yunping's attitude. Even if the founding emperor of Xia country stood in front of him, his attitude would remain the same. But Yu Yunping didn't care at all. He immediately poured out all his sorrow, expressing his dire circumstances. He told the other party everything that had happened, including the white-robed ghost face, the astonishing sword, how the city wall of the imperial palace disappeared, the terrifying scene, and the frighteningly powerful person responsible for it all. Listening to all this, Su Muchen furrowed his brow. Are you saying that all of this was caused by demons? Yes, that person's ghost face is extremely frightening, gloomy and terrifying. Everyone present can testify. Yu Yunping nodded repeatedly, clearly not recovered from the shock. But after listening, Su Muchen shook his head. Impossible, if it were a demon, I would be able to sense it instantly, I would never let them run wild. There are top-level treasured weapons in the immortal sects specifically for dealing with demons. As long as there is any powerful demon appearing, any small movement, he would be able to sense it instantly. Su Muchen said, describe his appearance to me again. He's dressed in white, holding a luminous sharp treasured sword, with a fearsome ghost face, and astonishing methods. Are you talking about him? At this moment, Su Muchen's eyes narrowed, focusing on a white-robed man walking from 100 meters away with a ghost face. It's him. Recognizing the familiar ghost face, Yu Yunping was very sure and nodded. Su Muchen didn't say much, and directly ascended, locking onto the stranger. What was strange was that he seemed unable to see through the stranger's cultivation level. Could it be that his cultivation level is higher than his own? Impossible, the mortal world has such thin spiritual qi, how could there possibly be cultivators at the rebirth metamorphosing realm? He could only conclude that the other party possessed a magic weapon to conceal their cultivation level. Meanwhile, Zhao Huai, who was floating in the sky, also seemed to sense something. Within the area covered by his divine insight, there was an unexpected guest. He wasn't there before, he must have just arrived. Both their divine insights detected each other at the same time. Husband, what's wrong? Yu Qinghan, who was next to him, saw the change in Zhao Huai's face and asked softly. Something is wrong, someone is blocking our way, you wait here. Zhao Huai felt his palm tighten slightly, so he soothed her, don't worry, I can handle it. Your husband is stronger than you imagine. In the past, you protected me, now it's my turn to protect you. After hearing this, Yu Qinghan let go of his hand. Upon thinking about it, it made sense. Her husband actually managed to infiltrate the capital city alone, his strength must be higher than she imagines. In fact, she was only half right, Zhao Huai wasn't sneaking in, he fought his way in. After placing his wife in a safe spot, Zhao Huai moved forward alone, and soon a youth in a 8 diagrams Taoist robe appeared before his eyes. The powerful can always sense each other. Especially Zhao Huai, whose imposing aura hadn't faded away, the killing sword was still unsheathed, with a faint spirit of aura radiating from his body, and his bones were surging with spiritual light. Therefore, in Su Muchen's eyes, the approaching man was a formidable opponent. Su Muchen stood in mid-air, even though he was a golden core cultivator, he was not careless at all. He stretched out his right hand, a soft green light condensed in his palm, forming a transparent spirit sword, pointing diagonally to the ground. He directly took out his life-bound magical treasure, showing his seriousness. Seeing this naturally formed spiritual sword, Zhao Huai instantly understood. The person in front of him was a golden core cultivator. The true vigor of the initiation stage condenses and solidifies to form the golden core, by fusing essence and qi. The higher the quality of true vigor, the stronger the golden core. Simultaneously, the golden core can be used to create life-bound magical weapons, that are very compatible with oneself. The life-bound magical treasures can be constantly refined, going up to the point of ascension is not a problem, and you can fly without borrowing any magical weapon. The golden core stage is an extremely important realm on the path of cultivation, emphasizing the concept of representation. The golden core of a cultivator is the representative of true vigor. Powerful golden core cultivators also have strange images that can intimidate enemies without any effort. After stepping into the golden core stage, the effect of the spiritual root will weaken a lot, and the speed of cultivation depends entirely on the quality of the golden core. Brother, looking at your attire, you should be a sect disciple. Why are you wading into the muddy waters of the mortal world? Zhao Huai held the momentum of being able to eliminate thousands of enemies with a single hand, and in his light conversation, he aimed to suppress the opponent's momentum. In response to Zhao Huai's display of power, Su Muchen's expression remained unchanged, and he calmly said, I am already 100 years old, it's not appropriate for you to call me brother. Zhao Huai slightly smiled, seeing his opponent showing no flaws, he couldn't use the insanity technique to break the deadlock anymore. In his white robe, he made no excess movements, he just placed his hand on the sword handle at his waist, adopting a sword-drawing posture. The people on the ground, seeing the postures of the two men, were so nervous they could hardly speak. Some people strive all their lives to merely reach the initiation stage and don't even know what the golden core stage looks like. So, this confrontation before their eyes was beyond their imagination. Chapter 97, Honoring the Purple Sky Grade. Dragon Shaking Heavenly Mandate, please subscribe. So it's someone from the Limitless Immortal Sect. Yu Qinghan had sharp eyes and quickly recognized Su Muchen's attire and origin. The Limitless Immortal Sect was one of the 5 great immortal sects in ancient times. Its history traces back even before the immortal calendar. It is said that there was an ancestor who ascended to immortality within the sect, making it an undeniably powerful existence. Yu Qinghan spent her childhood in the sect, so she was very familiar with these common knowledges of the immortal cultivation world. Although a fierce battle was imminent, the two in the sky remained in the same place and didn't take any action, as if time had stopped. This scene was, to say the least, bizarre. In the courtyard of the Raven sect. Respected Saintess, why aren't the two in the sky making a move? A sect member asked curiously. Yin Nanyu observed the sky with her divine insight and replied with a faint smile, both of them are waiting for the other to reveal their weakness. They are carefully concealing their power and are very steady in their techniques. This duel is going to be very interesting, and it's worth looking forward to. Under the moonlight in the Imperial City, thousands of people were standing on the ground, silent and focused intently on the two tiny figures in the sky. Su Muchen emanated an icy and terrifying sword power, which spread from the sky and suffocated ordinary people and cultivators at the initiation stage, causing them to unconsciously step back. He had a serene expression, as he lifted his spiritual sword, letting his left hand slide across the sword edge. His posture was like a sturdy pine that stood tall and unmoved for 10,000 years. Su maintained a calm aura, completely unaffected by Zhao Huai's momentum. Instead, he tried to affect Zhao Huai. Such composure came from real strength. Zhao Huai's gaze was extremely serious, without any distractions. He could not easily make a move. Because sometimes, even a slight difference could mean the difference between life and death for a sword cultivator. He had to maintain his momentum as the 1,000-mile lone rider. If it were leaked, all his previous achievements would be wasted. Zhao Huai finally understood the meaning of the hexagram's misfortune at that moment. A dragon can ascend to the sky eventually, and heroes travel 10,000 li. The meaning of this phrase was that while there were opportunities, if he couldn't win continuously and couldn't reach 10,000 li, then it wouldn't be a heroic path. As Zhao Huai figured this out, the hexagram in his mind suddenly changed. The result changed from misfortune to fortune. A deep purple 5-clawed dragon roared and fused into his mind, causing his consciousness to tremble. The dragon soared and hovered in the starry sky of his destiny in his mind, eventually turning into a dazzling purple light. As the light disappeared, the word destiny emerged. Dragon Shaking Heavenly Mandate, Superior Heavenly Grade. The national fortune wavers, the dragon wants to rise, one sword from heaven and earth suppresses the dragon's head. Able to shake national fortune, receive flowing chi from heaven and earth, granted heavenly fate protection, and eligible to be worshipped by the masses. Having not seen a heavenly grade destiny for a long time, this purple light surprised Zhao Huai. This turned out to be a destiny of flowing chi. As the dragon shaking heavenly mandate was absorbed into Zhao Huai's consciousness, his momentum began to increase. With the heavenly mandate and the protection of heavenly fate, no one could spy on Zhao Huai's heavenly fate, and the chi from heaven and earth fell upon him. As a result, ordinary spirits and demons couldn't even get close. From Su Muchen's perspective, this was definitely not a good thing. All the opponent had to rely on was that momentum. If it was broken, everything would be fine. However, instead of waiting for the momentum to dissipate, it increased. Not waiting any longer, it was time to take action. In the void, Su Muchen struck first, turning into a white shadow and sending a dazzling sword radiance soaring to the sky, rushing towards Zhao Huai. The sword aimed at his right chest, with his golden core inside releasing a large amount of pure true vigor. This sword strike was an all-out move, with absolutely no holds barred. In that instant, Zhao Huai's hand gripping the sword finally moved. The whole body's spiritual power gathered, the gleaming light in the meridians began to flow rapidly, and the sword cultivator destiny was activated. The pure and unadulterated sword skill essence infused the Yahuan sword's edge, making the spiritual sword incredibly translucent, and the sword drawing skill's mind, chi, and spirit also became one. Clang! The sword's hum sounded like the roar of a sea dragon. Although this sword strike wasn't as clear and pure in sound as the sun observing, and its momentum wasn't as concentrated, it had much more power. The sword was drawn. It dragged a long trail of dark sword chi, hundreds of meters long. Seen from the ground, it was like a meteor streaking across the night sky. Facing this powerful sword, Su Muchen experienced a moment of shock and his eyelids twitched. Could this person only have one sword? In the deserted courtyard, Yin Nanyu, although not a sword cultivator, couldn't help but feel amazed and astonished as she witnessed the powerful sword chi that filled the sky. Although it was not as grand as the previous sword of gigantic Yang, it was even more powerful. How was this possible? She had seen many swordsmen, but regardless of who they were, they would all seem inferior when compared to this sword. Seeing the scene in the sky, Yu Qinghan couldn't help but be filled with disbelief. Heavens! My husband is actually this strong. It was her first time seeing Zhao Huai take action and at such a close distance. The shock in her eyes lasted a long time. Her husband's skills were too hidden. At first, she thought her husband was a mere mortal who needed her protection, but now it seemed she had been worrying too much. It could be said that the entire night sky was a canvas for this sword stroke. Even Su Muchen had to admit that he wasn't confident in facing the sword strike from the white-robed ghost face. Having seen numerous sword masters, none of them could match the might of this sword in his mind. It was a peerless strike of heaven, formed from the assembly of 10,000 opponents. His face was solemn, with both hands cupping the air. A dazzling golden sphere appeared instantly, exuding a faint pressure. His sword skills were no match, but his golden core might be. In the next instant, a huge yin-yang bagua vision emerged from the sky, blocking the fierce sword power. Boom! When the sword chi collided with the golden core force, a deafening explosion erupted, waves of chi rolled out, and fierce wind blew in all directions. Sir, your power is extraordinary. You can't be an unknown in the cultivation world. Su Muchen sent his voice, narrowing his eyes. I am the first Raven Protector. If you have the ability, come and find me. Zhao Huai didn't hesitate to reply forcefully. Raven. This name also startled Su Muchen. The aftermath of the power unleashed by the two shattered many halls below, causing collateral damage. The disaster-prone imperial palace only got worse. In the fierce wind, the dangerous buildings swayed. The remaining half of the imperial palace had also collapsed. Yu Yunping, on the ground, felt like crying. Why did they have to destroy his house while fighting? The aftershocks in the air went on for half an incense stick's time before finally fading away. After a long silence over the entire palace, sounds of astonishment and exclamation gradually rose. When Su Muchen looked up again, there was no one in front of him. It seemed that the other party didn't want to have a battle with him. From the beginning, Su Muchen felt strange. The white-robed ghost face had a strong aura and power that could rival a golden core, but he fell short in some way. If he had formed a golden core, he should have fought Su Muchen directly instead of simply leaving. This indicated the opponent still had reservations and didn't dare to fight to the death. No golden core, but had golden core strength. Very strange. A crack sound was heard. He looked up to see a small crack on the full round golden core. Su Muchen raised his hand, gently stroked the crack, and quickly repaired it. He slowly landed and circulated true vigor, and the golden core entered his body. Senior, you've worked hard. Yu Yunping, who had been hiding in the corner, finally came out and spoke with a smile. Su Muchen ignored him, but instead thoughtfully asked. Have you ever heard of the first Raven Protector? Yu Yunping nods honestly. Of course, the Raven is a cult originating from Jiangnan and very good at controlling people's minds. Just now, that guy said he's the first Raven Protector. Yu Yunping was shocked at the news. Senior, are you implying this matter is the work of the Raven sect? Su Muchen's eyes were calm. It's just one possibility. I will report everything that happened tonight to the Immortal Sect, and we'll find out then. As for you all, just continue with whatever you were doing. Having said that, Su Muchen ascended into the air, transforming into a shooting star and vanishing from sight. Seeing him leave, the strategist in black cloth cautiously asked. Your Highness, can the ascension ceremony take place tomorrow morning? It must continue even if it cannot. Yu Yunping looked up at the ruins in front of him, his face a mixture of despair and grief. Chapter 98, The New Dragon Ascends the Throne, the sun observing Yalong, seeking subscription. The sky brightened as a ray of sunshine finally rose through the dark night, illuminating the wreckage of the once magnificent Xia imperial city. The crowing of roosters signaled the arrival of early morning. Morning light streamed into the capital, incinerating countless yellow-papered thunder talismans into ashes. A gust of wind dispersed the ashes into every corner, leaving no trace. Everyone hoped that the horrors of the previous night were just a nightmare, but the shattered walls of the imperial palace and the heavily injured imperial guards kept the shadowy memories fresh in their minds. My God! My palace is ruined. How much money will this cost? Early in the day, a heart-wrenching cry of misery echoed. People couldn't have imagined hearing such wailing in such a prestigious and solemn place. After daybreak, King Yan Yunping gazed at the ruins of the once magnificent Golden Dragon Palace. Only the remnants of broken walls and pavilions remained, bringing him great distress. Silver. It was all silver. Shiny, silver. The Golden Dragon Hall, which symbolized the political center of Xia, had collapsed completely. Among the ruins, one could barely make out a fragmented dragon chair with a shoe print on it. People wouldn't know who stepped on it, but the chair was certainly unusable and needed to be replaced. King Yan Yunping stared blankly at his surroundings, heartbroken. If he couldn't see the extent of the palace's destruction during the night, only hearing the sounds of collapsing structures, the situation was now crystal clear in the daylight. He half knelt on the ground, holding fragments of rubble in his hands, tears welling up in his eyes. Golden Dragon Palace, gone. Yangzhen Palace, gone, too. All the important halls, gone. Even Golden Core Realm experts from the Immortal Sect could not defeat the first Raven Protector. Your Highness, fortunately, the previous Emperor's coffin is still preserved. The strategist in black cloth led the remaining Imperial Guards in an inch-by-inch search and reported the results to him. King Yan waved his hand, thinking how the coffin was nothing compared to the sparkling glazed tiles and jade pillars. But upon further thought, did he forget to mourn for his father? My father! How miserable your death was! Cursed Raven Sect, I will avenge my father! King Yan immediately rushed to the coffin that had been carried by the Imperial Guards and wailed bitterly, overcome with grief. He cursed the Raven Sect and vowed to avenge his father. Deep in his heart, he was even more worried about how much money it would cost to hold the funeral. While King Yan wept, a group of Imperial Guards arrived, dragging a handsome, pale-faced youth with them. Report. We found a body. It's King Qin. Upon hearing the report, King Yan was momentarily stunned. He then threw himself onto the youth, sobbing and sniffling. My dear brother! How did this happen to you? Curse you, first Raven Protector! While King Yan cried, the surrounding Imperial Guards, palace maids, eunuchs, and the strategist in black cloth lowered their heads, watching him weep without any expression. Unaware people might have actually believed how close these two brothers were. The poor King Qin Yu Shuang appeared to be a great warrior on the surface, determined to prove himself but had fallen victim to manipulations. His cultivation was sealed during the chaotic night, with no one to protect him. Trying to escape, he was caught in the crossfire and crushed to death by the collapsing palace walls. Such was the fate of the legitimate firstborn son. Your Highness, the ascension ceremony is about to begin. Seeing that King Yan was still crying, the strategist in black cloth glanced at the son and whispered a reminder. Only then did King Yan stand up, choking on his words, and give an order, all right, properly place my father's and elder brother's bodies. They'll be buried after my ascension. With that, he strode forward, preparing for his ascension to the throne. Yu Yunping left the imperial city and came to the city wall. His crying suddenly stopped, and he rubbed his tired eyes and face. At this moment, the strategist in black cloth next to him couldn't help but ask doubtfully, Your Highness, are we sure this was done by the Raven Sect? Yu Yunping stared at him coldly and said in a deep voice, Does it matter? We must find someone to blame and provide an explanation to the people of the world. There was Tianwu Gate in the imperial city. Yu Yunping looked at the civil and martial ministers brought down by the imperial guards below and the people of the capital who gradually showed their faces. His mood suddenly improved a lot. With the witness of the royal family and officials, the ascension ceremony proceeded as usual, albeit a bit shabby in terms of material conditions. The required ceremonies were still observed, though. An hour later, the ascension ceremony ended. At that moment, a gigantic dragon shadow appeared above the Xia's imperial city, roaring to the sky. It was a deer-horned, mustachioed dragon within the clouds and mists, only much smaller in size compared to the magnificent red-eyed golden dragon seen earlier on Yu Dao Kang. It looked skinny and skeletal. The dragon shadow, hidden above the imperial palace, guarded the national fortune. Ordinary people, of course, could not hear its roar, but Yin Nanyu in the deserted courtyard in the capital seemed to feel something. In front of her, the statue of the crow immortal glowed faintly, and her eyes narrowed towards the sky. Short-lived dragon, nothing more. In an inn thousands of miles away from the capital. Zhao Huai sat on the bed, recuperating. During his battle with Su Muchen, he gathered his strength for one strike, only to find that he couldn't kill the youth in the Taoist robe and that his true vigor and spiritual power were about to run out. If he didn't win, he couldn't stack his 1,000-mile lone rider and true vigor couldn't recover. Continuing the fight would have resulted in defeat, so he simply retreated. After all, the goal of the journey had been achieved, and there was no need to stay any longer. After leaving the capital, Zhao Huai lost all his powerful spirit force accumulated from battling countless opponents, and his magic power quietly dissipated. With the battle over, the momentum vanished, and the power on his body could not be retained after all. The added cultivation from the killing sword destiny was not his own, and it could only temporarily increase his power. Only the power he personally cultivated could truly be steady. Nevertheless, the trip to the capital still yielded considerable gains for him. There were many insights gained from the increase in his cultivation, including those in practice and spirit, and the swords making had the deepest impact on him. Last night, 2 swords attracted the attention of the world. One was named the Sun Observing, and the other, he named Yalong. The Sun Observer showed him a hint of the path to the Golden Core, with its manifestation of the fierce sun in the sky. As for Yalong, it originated from the dragon shaking heavenly mandate destiny. With the power of heaven and man in one sword, it suppressed the dragon, containing an immense presence, making it quite a powerful sword. The sword cultivator also improved significantly. Originally, the sword cultivator's chi inside his body was as thick as a chopstick. Now, after wielding these 2 swords, it had expanded to the width of a fist. Although the change in appearance seemed small, the actual power was hidden within. Once used, it could be understood. For example, Zhao Huai initially felt that the power of his sword attacks was only as high as his chest, but after using the sword cultivator's chi, it increased by a substantial amount, reaching the height of the roof. Sword cultivator could enhance the power of every sword, allowing him to confront enemies with ease and raise the upper limit of his sword skill. Chapter 99, The Heavenly Fate of This Child Must Not Be Revealed. Please subscribe. Husband, you're almost finished preparing, right? After you finish this bowl of noodles, we should get going. Yu Qinghan entered the room at the inn, holding a bowl of fragrant noodles with gravy. Zhao Huai slowly opened his eyes, a smile appearing on his face. Okay. As a cultivator in the initiation stage who has abstained from cereals, he could go a very long time without eating. But he simply liked the taste. Without food, the pleasures of the world seemed lacking. Zhao Huai enjoyed his noodles, and Yu Qinghan enjoyed watching him eat. This time, Zhao Huai was not bashful about eating openly. It was wonderful to have someone watching, he would fear if there were no one to see him. I bet it was that girl Pei Xiangyun who told you about me, isn't it? Yu Qinghan asked, her hands cupping her cheeks, her eyes shimmering. Zhao Huai's lips curled up in a smirk as he swiftly gave away his younger sister-in-law. That's right, it was her. She can't keep her mouth shut. Although Yu Qinghan said this, there was no anger on her face. Instead, she had a wry smile. Because she knew that if Pei Xiangyun hadn't informed her, she might have never seen her husband again. Fortunately, your strength was strong enough to retreat unscathed from the gatekeeper of the limitless immortal sect. After finishing his noodles, Zhao Huai wiped his mouth with a napkin, and curiously asked, I noticed that you seem to know quite a bit about that Golden Core Realm cultivator. Yu Qinghan nodded, the limitless immortal sect and I share much in common. When I was young, I actually trained at the limitless immortal sect. They are the leader of the 5 immortal sects and have a deep background. Unlike the ordinary immortal cultivation sects, the ancient immortal sects are mostly located in the central state spiritual mountains. It is isolated from the world and is where many immortals ascended thousands of years ago. It is dubbed as such because the spiritual chi is incredibly abundant. She continued to explain. So that's how it is. Zhao Huai mused, finding the lives of these so-called immortal sects quite enviable. No wonder they look down upon the mundane world. After deliberating upon this, Zhao Huai chuckled and said, "Let's go, back to Jinzhou." In the midst of the spiritual mountains, innumerable peaks stand tall, shrouded by the immortal mist. A streak of light shot through the sky, like a startled swan passing through a gap, and was swallowed by the boundless formation crowning one of the peaks. This formation seemed to have its own cosmos within and appeared limitless at a glance. After the streak of light entered the formation, it vanished without a trace. Inside the formation, countless immortal peaks stretched into an endless horizon, spanning across up to 10,000 li. The streak of swift light materialized into a figure at a grand immortal peak. It was Su Muchen, clad in a white Taoist robe. Inside the peak, an old man in a bamboo hat stared at a silvery lake, his vision profound, gripping a fishing rod, standing motionlessly. Seeing the old man, Su Muchen bowed respectfully, not daring to slack. He greeted with a bow. "Elder Hai, I request an audience with the sect master." The bamboo hat-clad old man remained unfazed, his gaze still firmly fixed on the lake. He unenthusiastically said, "The sect master is very busy. Whatever matter you have, you can tell me." Su Muchen looked troubled. This matter could be big or small. If he couldn't let the sect master make the decision personally, he'd always bear a sense of tension. If things took a terrible turn, he might end up with the blame. While being the gatekeeper seemed relaxing, it was not the case. Actually, it was a form of cultivation in the immortal sect. Only cultivators of great potential in the sect were qualified to hold this position. Successfully navigating this role presents opportunities to access abundant resources, potentially holding positions like those of an elder, protector, or executor in the sect. He had been faultless in the past few years. He simply couldn't allow a single night to ruin his future prospects. A silence lingered in the air. At this moment, the fishing rod started shaking violently, with a long line visibly trembling. A mysterious light followed the rod and entered the old man's hand. A sharp gleam flashed in the old man's cloudy eyes. Suddenly, a massive whirlpool appeared on the vast silver lake, spreading a strong fishy smell throughout the peak. As the elder felt the formidable force from the other end, he tightened his grip on the fishing rod. Not long after, the whirlpool on the lake grew larger, and the water churned and swirled, causing enormous waves. His old eyes squinted, as one of his hands loosened its grip. Spiritual chi from the unseen surged swiftly, forming into a finger-sized point, enveloping everything in a heavenly glow, giving the appearance of a lofty spiritual needle. Shik! A sound of space breaking arose, as the finger formed in mid-air pierced through the water tornado, entering the gigantic vortex. Seeing this, Su Muchen was also astounded. "I had heard that when the pill shatters and gives birth, then there is rebirth, i.e., formation of the rebirth realm. Seeing it today, it is truly startling." Splash! Being dealt with this, the creature under the surface of the lake eventually could not bear it any longer, the other end of the rod line revealing a huge head, a terrifying head with horns, having vertical pupils like a snake, but the color was as bright as jade, just one eye is as tall as a person, it made people feel insignificant in its presence. This is actually a jade-eyed green flood dragon, known as the lake flood dragon. Roar! The green flood dragon roared with anger on the surface of the lake, apparently not willing, still wanting to struggle, to escape. But it was swung aside by the bamboo-hat old man with a flick of his fishing rod, as if with divine strength, creating a loud crash as it hit the ground. A considerable number of the flood dragon's shiny scales fell off. As it writhed on the ground, it seems to be severely injured. After doing all this, the bamboo-hat old man turned to look at Su Muchen, seeming to be in a much better mood, smiling faintly. "Speak, when did this incident occur? I will calculate for you." "Last night, in the imperial city." Su Muchen honestly replied. The bamboo-hat old man nodded, preparing to calculate and infer heavenly fate, but as he calculated, he found something wrong, and couldn't help but frown. The heavenly fate seemed to be warning him, "Do not pry, do not pry." This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. He did not believe in evil, and insisted on seeing it. Boom! Accompanying a thunderous crash, the clouds above the immortal peak rolled ominously, and with a crack, a heavenly thunderbolt fell. Like a winding dragon, falling straight down. After the shocking thunderbolt, the bamboo hat on the old man's head fell down dispiritedly, and there was horror in his muddy eyes, his face paled. Cough! He couldn't suppress his throat and coughed up a mouthful of old blood. Su Muchen was instantly dumbfounded. The bamboo hat old man had been sitting by this heavenly pool fishing for spiritual objects for 100 years, nothing unexpected had ever happened before when he sought his help. They always found a solution, how had he ever seen him in such an embarrassed state? And what was with the heavenly thunderbolt? Elder, you. The old man shook his head, indicating he was fine. The crystalline and transparent phantom of the baby flickered, and a pure chi directly infused into the body of the bamboo hat old man, making his complexion quite normal soon. Who has emerged from the mortal world in these 100 years, whom even I cannot see through? At this time, within the limitless immortal sect, lights were emerging, the sky turned extremely beautiful, and in the void, a vague voice sounded. The heavenly fate of this child must not be revealed. The voice echoed between heaven and earth, like thunder, like a tide, with a constant humming noise. Even the writhing green flood dragon on the ground stopped moving. This voice was obviously warning the two of them. Su Muchen naturally knew whose voice this was. The master of the limitless immortal sect. Do you understand? The bamboo hat old man said indifferently. Su Muchen slowly nodded, I understand. This person cannot be touched. He thought for a moment, and asked again, this person said that he is the first raven protector, he should be deceiving people, right? The raven sect. Upon hearing these words, the bamboo hat old man showed a contemptuous expression. The crow immortal that this raven sect worships is an ancient evil immortal. They are not good people. Now, they are nothing but a group of jumping clowns. You handle it yourself. Su Muchen then understood and bowed in thanks. Disciple understands. Chapter 100, The Younger Sister-in-Law's Countermove. The late emperor passed away, and the news was announced to the world. The Xia Country Imperial Court made an official announcement, addressing two issues. The first one explained that the cause of the late emperor's death was illness. The previous emperor had worked hard, possessed abundant martial virtue, founded the country, recovered territory, and truly achieved great things. However, his old illness relapsed, and despite the efforts of skilled doctors, he still sadly passed away. He was posthumously named the Martial Emperor, his temple title was Taiziu, and a state funeral would be held in a month. As for the second issue, it explained the assassination attempt on the two princes in the capital. King Qin and King Yan came to the capital to mourn, but encountered assassins. King Qin was injured and died on the spot, while thankfully, King Yan survived. With the matter settled, King Yan ascended the throne. And he pointed all the accusation towards the Raven sect. The cult worshipped evil gods, which led to natural disasters and misfortune among the people, and caused famines. The cult sent assassins, which led to chaos in the imperial city, and King Qin's death. The Raven sect must be destroyed for their crimes against the country and the people. The order was given for all states and counties to attack the cult, and not to make any mistakes. Although it was officially announced, most people were still suspicious. Even with orders to prohibit it, rumors circulated among the people. A few days ago, the country was celebrating the emperor's birthday, and some places were still immersed in the celebration. But overnight, the emperor passed away, and the situation became more bizarre. King Qin and King Yan were summoned back to the capital one after another. A few days later, the survivor was the least conspicuous King Yan, who even ascended the throne. King Qin was said to have been assassinated by the cult. There were plenty of suspicions and room for speculation, and there were even rumors among the people that King Yan had instigated a military coup at Heavenly Prowess Gate, killing his own father and brothers and ascending the throne himself. But many of these claims were deliberately suppressed by the government, and they did not spread far. King Qin's northern army anxiously awaited news. They were growing restless, almost on the verge of rebellion. But when they finally received an official decree, their hearts turned cold. Those who surrendered did so, and those who rebelled went ahead with it. But in the end, there were not many rebels, as subordinates were often influenced by their masters. There weren't many capable officials among King Qin's subordinates, and soon enough, the imperial court suppressed the rebellion. The new emperor had ascended the throne, national policies were still uncertain, and the common people were worried about the future. In the end, everything was shrouded in uncertainty. The only thing people were certain about was the Raven sect. Trouble was coming for them. At night, the whole Jinzhou became quiet, surrounded by occasional barks and chirrings. A streak of light flashed through the sky, and Zhao Huai's figure gradually became clear. We're home. We're home. The mynah bird flew from Zhao Huai's shoulder, Perched on top of the Signora Rorwar's pawnshop, Anis Naudia Nirani. We're actually back. Yu Qinghan looked at the Huai's pawn shop before her, feeling a bit surreal. Their journey had been filled with ups and downs and seemed like a lifetime ago. Zhao Huai opened the door, took off the bamboo hat, approached slightly, and said with a grin, "It's so late, how about a hot spring bath? It's a bit late tonight, and I'm tired from the journey. How about tomorrow?" Yu Qinghan's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, and she answered with her head down, her fingers twining unconsciously. "It's quite comfortable to take a hot spring bath before going to sleep." Okay then." Just when the atmosphere inside the house became incredibly delicate, the door squeaked open, and a figure appeared, the younger sister-in-law, Pei Shangyun. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. You can call me when you're done." As their eyes met, Pei Shangyun felt something was wrong and was about to leave. Yu Qinghan didn't want to miss the chance to escape. She went forward, grabbed Pei Shangyun's clothes, and pulled her up. "I still have a score to settle with you." Pei Shangyun rolled her eyes helplessly, pouted, and said, "You two really are a pair, even grabbing clothes in the same way. Can we have a conversation instead? Show some respect. Husband, you go take a bath first." Yu Qinghan ignored her and spoke to Zhao Huai instead. "All right." Zhao Huai shrugged, signaling that he didn't care, and went to take a hot spring bath. Seeing him leave, Pei Shangyun picked up the leftover melon seeds on the table, sat down, and cracked one while laughing. "You both are adults, but you're so intimate in private. I couldn't tell before. Sister, I think I won't be able to receive this kind of treatment in the future. I hope you won't feel awkward when you see me." Upon hearing this, Yu Qinghan's face reddened, and she scolded loudly, "Do you want to be scolded even more? Are you itching for a beating? How many of the things I asked you to do have you done?" Pei Shangyun chuckled sheepishly and asked doubtfully, "By the way, sister, how did you come back so soon?" "Thanks to your brother-in-law, otherwise the outcome would not have been good." Yu Qinghan sighed. She then told Pei Shangyun about Zhao Huai's story in the capital city. "Is my brother-in-law this powerful?" Pei Shangyun's eyes widened and her mouth gaped after hearing the story. "Fighting a golden core with a single sword, indeed very powerful." Yu Qinghan nodded in agreement. Pei Shangyun was still in shock in her heart. She knew very well about the strictness of the capital city, especially after the emperor's death. The city was under curfew and inspection. Without a special order, it would be extremely difficult to enter and exit. With tens of thousands of troops guarding the imperial city, trying to rescue someone from the prison of the imperial palace would be nearly impossible. But if we rule out the possibility of an infiltration, there is only one possibility left. Killing his way in. Oh my god! What kind of divine brother-in-law did she have? For a moment, Pei Shangyun felt a newfound awe for Zhao Huai in her heart. Pei Shangyun muttered softly, "My brother-in-law is too powerful, my father was just about to send a large army." "Your father? A large army?" Yu Qinghan frowned upon hearing this. She spoke coldly, "Pei Shangyun, you better explain it to me." Pei Shangyun's collar was grabbed again, and she was suspended in the air like a chick. "I'll tell you. I'll tell you." Quickly, Pei Shangyun couldn't take it any longer and hurriedly called out. Yu Qinghan loosened her grip, folded her arms, and stared at her coldly. Feeling guilty, Pei Shangyun said, "After the emperor died, I went home first, and my father sent me to find you. He said that if you could get to the capital city first and take control of the situation, it would be for the best. If not, he would contact the southern army to move northward to support you as the empress. But even before the army arrived, we received news that you had already escaped." "Nonsense!" Yu Qinghan scolded her, grabbed her ear, and huffed, "You've grown up and become smarter, Hai. I was wrong. I shouldn't have hidden this from my sister." Pei Shangyun hurriedly begged for mercy. Yu Qinghan quickly calmed down and pondered carefully in her mind. She knew that Pei Shangyun and the Pei family, as well as the former generals, all had her best interests at heart. So she felt a bit upset about this plotted scheme. "The hot spring today is absolutely fantastic. I guarantee that after soaking in it, you won't want to get out, and all your fatigue will be gone." A voice sounded from inside the room. Turns out Zhao Huai had finished bathing and come out. He cleaned his ears and smiled. Seeing the tense atmosphere in front of him, he figured it was some kind of lecture and immediately tried to mediate the situation. After all, children will blabber and make mistakes. As long as they change their ways, there's no need to be harsh. Zhao Huai walked over and patted Yu Qinghan's shoulder with a smile. Say that again, I'm not a child. Pei Xiangyun pouted in protest. As Yu Qinghan looked at Pei Xiangyun still rubbing her ear in grievance, her heart softened. After all, it wasn't her fault. So she approached her softly and said, "Are you hungry? Would you like me to make you something to eat?" Pei Xiangyun glanced at the two standing shoulder to shoulder and shook her head, saying, "Never mind, I'm full." How strange, why are the lights outside still not out at this late hour? Zhao Huai was about to close the window, but noticed that the lights in many surrounding houses were still on. This would have been impossible in the past, as any regular common person would save oil for their lamps. Pei Xiangyun glanced out the window and explained. In these few days you were away, you didn't know. Recently, there have been many deaths in the city. People in the area suspect that there are ghosts and are too scared to turn off the lights and sleep. Ghosts? Zhao Huai secretly muttered to himself, as if he thought of something.